I liked that because it was
That
just
set
like,
the Nick character tone for who that character was.
he will forever
We should have seen that as a red flag early on and be like, maybe we should keep an eye on that guy.
To be fair, he didn't really
be
do
fair.
anything, like, after those first 2 sessions, he didn't really do anything that...
He tried to steal my
Crazy.
horns and Andy's horns.
Yeah, he
Andy
said that like
Andy
when
took Moss's
was-
face.
he was doing some weird shit.
He was right out of the gate,
like that.
fucking weirdo. But yeah.
Oh, do you guys mind if I take his face? It's like
I was
Wait, is that the one when he drank the acid?
No, that was a different character.
Probably
was a
just
different
drank
campaign.
acid anyway.
He drank a slime.
Oh shit, my camera.
And
I thought it was
I'm sorry,
acid.
He drank a slime, which does acid damage.
Oh, okay.
That was in Black Blood Castle, Gronk. The little prick behind the fireplace.
Excuse me.
It was an armoire or a wardrobe or something.
There was a grinning smile in that fire. There's a little, like, a side hatch or something, wasn't there?
Yeah. All right, let's
Get down to business to defeat the
The
Huns.
the bad.
They send me daughter.
You got your cap on, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm
Kappa.
gonna listen, but I gotta go brush my teeth. So
I'm gonna
Leave
go.
it.
I
I love it.
I love it. Yeah. Dan, me and you just love it, bro. Me and you.
I want to fucking throw a book at him.
If you live closer, Andrew.
Well, aren't you planning on living in England?
Why'd you leave it so long?
No, wait,
You were
no.
here for like an
I
hour.
fucked that one up.
He's already living in England, Gronk.
Yeah, I know.
User joined your channel.
Aren't
Yeah.
you planning on going to New York?
Do I plan to go to New York?
Yes.
Yeah, I do at some point. It'd be really nice.
So,
That's
During
when
the
I'll
war.
do it.
if Blind does...
It's like, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go take a shit.
What's
Andrew,
your
what
most
the
hated
fuck?
book?
Microphone
that's
activated.
easy. Ready Player One.
Okay, Dan, get a volume of Ready Player One and bring it to New York with you.
I already own it.
Shit.
Get the second book.
The
But
second
then
one.
throw it
I
at
He
him.
already owns that one, too.
I
He
know
had
the
to read it.
Necronomicon's set. What's the most
No, I don't own
painful
the
book?
second one yet, but I will at some point. Just
Why
because.
would you buy it if you hate the first one?
Ironically.
God, fucking
Well, because
hipster.
you just
Fucking
outright
hipster.
dismiss everything, then there's no point in doing anything.
The first one isn't that bad. They
Ready
has that
Player
like
One.
they have that
It's a
creepy.
circle
If you
jerk of
feel
80s
that logic
nostalgia.
to everything, just do all the hard drugs.
Like, the
Okay.
the argument Gronk is trying to make, though, is that, like, you hated the first one, and you talk about always how you hate it, so, like, you're supporting it, and it doesn't matter if you like it or hate it, ironically or whatever.
Bad publicity
You
is
buy
good
the second one,
publicity.
you're supporting that series and promoting Ready Player
Player
3.
Ready Player 3 when
it...
I'm just saying they're gonna run out of
Like-
PC port
why
controller
would-
ports.
Like,
No,
fucking
they're not,
hate
because
watching a
the
show.
Switch goes up to 8 people in Brawl, motherfucker, so they can go all the way to 8.
Isn't it more than that?
Is it an 8?
I think
was
you
I
can
thought it
12,
was
can't
8.
you?
Oh god,
I feel like you
is
can
it
get more.
12?
Seems like too much.
No, I tried doing that once with the computers. It was fucking crazy.
Alright, let's look at 96. We're gonna scroll all the way up. Nope. That's a rat.
Shit. Fuck, I completely forgot to send you this.
We have a series of recaps starting at Mr. Dan, session 96. Laszlo witnessed the world's flattest rat. Small kings rise up. Bread made Laszlo extremely suspicious of a newly hatted
Yeah, you got a new hat.
Alexander and bruised chin Jumanji. They are still hiding something. A rumble of Gabagoolian that's okay. Portions erupts in the
Read a
Laz
word.
Dome arena. And then staring at the moon. That is a really low-res image.
That is staring at a Chinese weather balloon, and it's James Gandolfini who has
yeah.
said Gabagool, and that's supposed to be Henry's character looking at spaceship.
That's no moon.
It's Gabagool.
It's a gabagoo.
Oh, Bob chimes in and says, "Lol, so true, Dan."
He knows. He's a watcher. He's a long-time fan.
Wants to get in on the conversation.
Exactly.
Next is Alec. We got Varys borrowed the scribe ball to check on the last remaining members of the Watchers platoon. He was relieved to see Thea was alright and was unsure how to feel about Lubosic becoming monster food. Then we got this really cinematic image that kind of reminds me of that "I showed you my cock, now respond" thing, because it's a chicken and it's got a angle that kind of looks like, especially with Dauntless spread legs like that, hands on hips, kind of looks like, it ain't gonna suck itself kind of thing.
Right next to the cock.
I was not expecting that angle.
I received justification for
It's the
doing
Roost
a Bostonian
campaign.
accent.
Comes full circle.
We get,
Roost campaign.
let's see. Pats says Zen made the most of the caravan trip by turning into a bat. He made a cramped wagon into a spacious one. Kalos pondered a mysterious orb and then exuded blue light, causing Zen's squid sense and PTSD to activate. Screams internally and externally. Andrew is oh fuck. I don't know why. 96. Dauntless engaged in cannibalism to promote understanding. Profit motif, high. You spelled yield wrong. Bonds, equity, stock tinter.
I only realized at like 11:50 at night that I had to do that, and that's.
I
and
mean,
then
it's
like
not
that.
a fucking college essay that's due at midnight. You could do it 5 minutes before we start, and I would still take it.
It cheapens it.
Equity, stock, tickers, burlap sacks with dollar signs, all tools on the belt of commerce that my merchants wear, and Dauntless now walks among them. Dauntless heroically freed trapped souls, Dauntless procured valuable assets from an artesian merchant, and finally, if day trading goes poorly, Dauntless may find a promising career in soccer or football. This is Henry's, 96. After getting out of the Hells, Kalos needed some time away from the League, seeing that there was a whole culture that he'd never seen, decided to take in the festivities. Being reminded that people aren't all assholes, he shared his life's work in the hopes of helping the nomads. Let's see. And after reuniting with the original caravan and taking away nuclear launch codes from a grandma, Kalos was reminded that secrets never stay secret, and you get a lead ball. Don't eat that.
I'm gonna eat it. First, I'm putting in some milk.
Yeah, that'll soften it up.
Milk never fails, you see.
I wonder if lead oxidizes. How dare you? Let's see.
Constitution check.
Seeing bread.
That last one
be
was for
like-
Henry. That one was Henry because I knew he watched the episode.
Oh, dude, yeah, hell yeah.
He gets the context.
Yeah,
that's
I get the
definitely right there,
context.
like,
It's like, oh god!
bread.
Oh! Evil! Yo, tell me that show isn't fucking good though.
It's not good.
Oh, fuck you.
It is fucking brilliant.
There you go.
I like it. It's like based off a game, I think.
I think it's based off a pretty good game, but the second season might be based on a
Maybe
shitty game. I don't
SpongeBob.
know.
Threw a pen across the room.
Okay, so you guys are currently at the Dry Watch settlement. The date is the 6th of June. In game, not in real life, because we still got to get through some stuff before we get to that in real life. And let's see, you guys are Dry Watch settlement. You got a chance to reconvene with the caravan, who has taken upon themselves to get to the nearest civilized location. Having figured out that they escaped the the Sphinx's lair during your guys' absence, when he kind
User
of
disconnected from your channel.
pranked you guys with a good old teleportation gag, haha funny. The caravan fled during that time, nabbed a couple of cool whoosy-what's-it from its little stash that I was hiding, and turns out some of these items were not so earthly bound, I would say. Having relived a couple of traumatic experiences, Zen, you knew that this thing is basically a special space orb that denotes the location of very, very prominent locations on the planet that have to do with the Masters, as they call themselves, or to you folk, the Squidmen, or, well, they have just as many names as Lazo at this point.
The contest.
We're looking at when trying to discern the actual properties of the magical soccer ball that Dauntless kicked later. Kalos had the pleasure of boarding the moon. One of the moons, at least. There he spoke with an individual, and if you can put two and twos together, was most likely this old headmaster at the University of Solholm, taken on so many cyborg-like augmentations to his person, and is essentially satellite watching everything from the moon. In any case, he wanted to get some more people on board in two different senses of the word, asking Kalos to, quote-unquote, let us in, to the hive mind, of course. A brief debate on free will and other moral tendencies that people get to, especially when considering mortal lives versus immortal lives. You stuck to your guns and told him to kindly, no.
Kindly fuck you, bitch.
Take a
Is
hike.
that a thimble? What is that?
What?
What's that?
What was that you were procuring then, Andrew? What was it? I saw a little throne.
I saw, yeah.
Me and
yeah.
Alan.
Oh, yeah.
This is where I sit.
Andy got me these for my birthday.
Are these for like dice to sit on? Like,
Yeah, and then also a dice cup.
holy
dragon.
shit, dude, Andy.
Is that
fucking-
big enough
Andy,
to
come
roll
back,
your
we miss you.
D100 in?
Andy,
Not
come
the
back.
D100, but I think I can just whip dice. Yeah, that works.
Holy shit! Look at this guy.
And somehow
big
they're gonna
props there.
still end up on the floor.
Don't
Possibly, definitely.
I
Part of the
spike
charm,
it as
okay?
hard as I can.
overrun.
D100
Bowler.
is just
Let's see, what else? Space Moon said no, kickball away. It is currently away from you guys after Dauntless just kicked it.
I'm still in the dome, and everyone else is in the dome. I think Dauntless kicked
Let's
it.
see.
I
what
would have
else?
started sprinting at the thing.
Let's
the
see.
The last dome is still up.
DeCarlo, the guy who got you here, who enlightened you on a bit of cultural differences, essentially got you to your destination, which is the nearest civilized town. Your agreement is essentially that he wants to sell off some goods. You appraised some of those, some more valuable than others, and essentially he's got enough money to make his way for probably several generations worth of people in his clan or nomadic tribe to live off the few luxuries that they are afforded whenever they come to civilized locations, such as perfumes, maybe some self-defense mechanisms like weapons or what have you, but in either case, they're going to make off very well. They don't need a lot of world materials, but in the sense of Samir, they are very wealthy. What else? Moon, scrying,
Welcome,
Lebosek is a pile of bones.
LeBeau food.
He is doing woodsman chores with the kids. And let's see. Am I missing anything major? Let's see.
Oh, these motherfuckers are hiding something.
I don't know what
And
you're talking about.
I have don't take their stock in capitals. I must have written to myself. So
Oh,
I'm
What?
wondering.
these motherfuckers just ran over someone. You're just
I'm wondering if they played with the orb and that's what they're
Yeah, I'm
hiding.
saying-
They're like, that's why they're trying to get rid of it, and they're like, oh, we don't want to do that again.
Well,
Apparently they were trying to
whatever
sell it to
thing
a
that you
fucking
suspect
lady,
them
but-
of doing, they're clearly innocent.
Fucking no.
don't throw fuel to the fire, Adam.
They are clean as a whistle, and nothing bad is going on.
Well,
So, we're
Thanks,
gonna pick
cobblers.
off where we more or less ended, which was the ball kicking.
and I'm sprinting after it, the arc that it followed.
Laszlo has to stay inside the orb. Not the orb, the dome if he wants to keep it up.
Dome. I'm keeping it up, yeah.
The dome keeper needs to stay. Dauntless is sprinting after the bluish, slightly opaque glass feeling orb, but considering it didn't shatter on impact from kicking, it's probably more resilient than you think it is. Kind of like how a light bulb is actually surprisingly strong around the head
Unless you
part.
break it on someone.
Well, I mean, like, in terms of structural stability, the neck is actually relatively weak, but the head piece, the wide part, actually has the most structural stability.
Well, that's why you don't stab down with it.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a light bulb. Who the fuck is stabbing with a light bulb?
Exactly. So it's
Yeah,
not gonna,
live
it's
until
not
you
gonna
stab
shatter.
someone with a light
Adam,
bulb,
clearly
okay?
you just haven't experienced
Clearly, you don't own an air fryer.
the wonders of stabbing someone with a light bulb.
I've
I
done a
have.
lot of things with light
You
bulbs.
have?
See, this motherfucker has.
Me and my middle brother used to get into fights a lot, and I broke a light bulb one time.
You mean the fluorescent bulbs or the fucking
No,
actual...
like the little tiny bulbs.
It doesn't seem like a very good
You
thing to
work
hit
with this
someone with.
person, Alec, and you
No, it's just
Don't
look,
let me
you-
light
Alec, are
bulbs is
you
what I do.
okay? Should we
Yeah,
call
no, you get in a fight sometimes. You kids.
should we call county HR
you use
to
light bulbs on people.
I
Anyways,
wouldn't.
HR.
I wouldn't rake on county HR.
Look, he hit me with a shovel.
Oh,
and
bro.
I hit him with a light bulb.
I have
Okay,
a
you
story
will.
for you for that. Like, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you guys later, but
Look, things happen.
Well, in any case, we're looking at, again, the 7th of June. The dome is up. People are glowing blue, or at one point were at
Sprinting.
least. Sprinting,
does
sitting,
Bleeding.
am I inside or outside of the dome?
Yuri,
Because
I don't know.
Oh,
if you got kicked out.
you
outside?
used because you
I
yeah.
Zeused
You
you out,
Zeused
and then
me.
I used you as a T and kicked the ball.
I'm just sat like Zen,
just-
just like.
I'm holding on to
Help
Krios'
him,
leg.
Zen.
I'm just laying there. I was just like, oh god.
And Laszlo would be holding the pole. Yeah, Zen is holding.
I'm just
Krios'
holding in the middle, like Zen, help him.
and since the ball is no longer in your presence, you get forcibly yoinked away from your special moon trip, and your presence and perception is back on the surface of the planet.
He's chasing the Technicolor dream.
Can I see the from the angle and where I'm laying? Can I see the moon?
Well, at this time of day, no. Maybe later, yes.
Okay.
It's just a little bit too bright. It's not
Gotcha.
quite the late evening yet.
I am going
And the moon
to
looks back.
do a couple of things.
Fear of the moon, selenophobia.
First
Gonna cry.
off, I'm gonna give you a number.
Cry check.
I'm casting a spell, so I got a 46. I'm gonna. You guys see? I guess at this point, you guys are like just. You guys see me just reach
We have
into
no
my.
context, by the way.
Yeah, you have no
We're-
context of
we're
what
in
I'm doing.
the-
So I'm reaching into my bag of holding, and I'm taking out some glasses that you guys have never seen before, and I
Right.
put them on. And DM, I'm gonna cast See Invisibility, and I am just slowly just gonna get up, all like a robot would, and then just look
Like a
around
robot
for
would.
any orbs that might be looking onto us or something.
Well, let's see. Any of you people have invisible things on you? No. You wouldn't see through a
We
disguise
wouldn't
with
see you doing
invisibility.
this because we're in the dome.
The invisibility,
isn't
depending
the-
on how the DM
Is it-
interprets
can
the
you see
spell,
out
might
the
be the
dome?
most
I've
useless
never-
spell.
Yeah, I thought no. From the inside, it's basically transparent, but from the outside, I can't see what you guys are doing. You guys can see
Okay,
what
I'm just
I'm
holding.
doing.
I'm just holding this like 10-foot pole. that's
Yeah,
playing on the ground.
Zen and the robot are struggling. Laszlo is like
Varus is just
gawking
like
with the
I don't know.
pole.
I'd be
Varus is-
outside.
I
I would have
get-
stepped out.
I get the quick Kurios like, holy fuck, what happened? I was trying, and I'm just like, yo, just chill out. You see Zen, like you just visibly see Krios just like not fall, but like loosen up, and
Got another
Okay,
fucking
then
arm.
I'll
bar.
probably let go.
he's not in the same stance that he was when you were like trying to yank me. He's like visibly
Where he's
just
defending.
lax. Yeah, he's visibly lax now.
I'll let go of him.
And I'm
I'll
just
let you live.
I'm just going around the dome, DM. If I see anything, that's cool. If not, I'll just go in.
At the outset, you see one as you're outside the dome. Dauntless is going after the ball that's currently rolling around in the sand. Picks it up and
Wait,
has.
I
What?
do not pick it up with my bare hands.
I lick it. Got it.
No, I take out my winter blanket and I kind of like scoop it up that way because I'm not touching the thing that made him blue or whatever.
Abadi abadai. Yep.
Well, from my perspective, I have no idea what happened. It just made him blue and go catatonic. So I'm gonna grab that shit not with bare hands.
Well, in
I'm
either
gonna kind of
case,
bindle it.
let's see. In terms of perception, you look around to see if there's any whoozy whatsits that are making googly eyes at you. And from right before Dauntless puts the thingamajig in a blanket, you see that it contains some sort of orb within the orb. And go ahead and make a perception check.
Do I have any disadvantage or anything because I just had mind sex?
No.
Okay.
That
I'm gonna give
was
myself
cool,
plus
though.
5.
Mind sex, indeed.
19 total.
You look around for any extra things. There's no one skulking about like outside the orb with nefarious eyes. But you look around. At the moment, no, nothing.
I'm just gonna go around the dome, do like a circle,
You guys
and then
see Cal's
hurl
pacing
my
around.
guts out because I just saw the moon.
Outside the dome.
Oh yeah, obviously outside the dome. We're gonna make one pass, and I stop, and
I see him starting to go like,
I
just
peek
like,
my head into the
"Well,
dome,
go a little
and
bit
then-
away, please.
What you
Hey,
see,
Laszlo.
kiddo?
Oh man, the world is
Blue. Are
beautiful
you
from
throwing
the
up blue?
moon.
Like,
I don't know, DM. Am I throwing up blue?
No, but you recently ate bugs and human flesh.
Ugh.
maybe
Oh.
that's why. Maybe
Well, that
that's
was-
why.
He's just
That's a
vomiting like a like TV static or some shit.
Just a blue screen. The vomit is just a blue screen.
Or it's like how they
Electric.
censor vomit in certain animes where it's a rainbow.
Wait, is that why they do that? I thought that was just a joke.
They do it
It's a little bit of
sometimes.
both.
Yeah.
It's weird, like all the things that like the fetish, like certain fetish culture, like the things they do censor at the end. Though it's like it's
We're fine with
double
tentacles, though.
standards.
I'm
double
sorry, I need to
standards.
ask this. I saw the first episode of that one thing that riffs off of isekais. Are you telling me when that one chick is vomiting rainbows, that wasn't a joke? That she
I
was
think
a
that's a
goddess?
joke.
Oh, okay.
Which fucking thing rips on
Konosuba.
isekais? Because even isekais rip on isekais.
Yeah, there's
it
so
was
many
Konosuba.
No,
ripoffs.
Konosuba, yeah.
Oh.
I watched the first episode of that, and she's throwing up rainbows, and I thought that was like the joke is she's a goddess or something. I didn't realize that was like
She's a leprechaun.
No, it's
She
just
ate
a
a
way of
leprechaun.
showing vomit without showing vomit.
okay.
Unless it, they drank a magical potion that makes you vomit rainbows or something. But typically, it's just a way of showing vomit without vomit.
That's probably on the chart, Henry. If we get wild magic, we vomit a rainbow.
Well, like
Just vomit purple. Just vomit a rainbow for like a straight minute.
A straight minute, Jesus Christ. You will not
That
have
would
any
be-
foods to.
That would just become blood at some point.
It just look like a rainbow though, so it's fine, I guess.
Oh, that red is really.
Taste the rainbow.
I forgot. You can't. Sound doesn't exit the
Yeah, it
thing,
does.
right?
No, it does.
It does.
It
yeah.
does.
Oh yeah.
It's not soundproof.
You can make it eyes proof, and people can't see inside. But I don't think you can make it soundproof.
I can't make it soundproof.
Yeah.
When I grab the orb, I start nonchalantly whistling as I walk back to the.
Wow, nothing happened.
Look at Varys and I. Yeah.
I'm just holding the separate pole. You went through the ringer there. That was whatever the fuck that was.
Well,
As a,
Took
I'm
off
just
my
laying on the
buddy's in here.
floor.
He said it was
I
evil.
just-
So
I just sit down
You
on the
look pretty
sand
evil.
inside the dome, and I'm just like, oh god. That was great.
someone's gonna be sleeping well tonight.
And I, yeah. And I tell you guys everything that I saw.
So, do we smash the orb?
No,
I think it's too important.
I think yeah. From and Zen, do you share what you know of the
Yes,
orb?
I do.
Okay. I think it's
Oh, that's right. You do know.
I think it's just I think it's something that they need to navigate. Maybe if it needs to be there, maybe it's like they're
Did you? There's a map, right?
Yeah,
globe.
there's all over, and I tell you all over.
Are the
and I
locations
have.
on the map still glowing, or now that no one's holding the orb, it's kind of
Currently
just
wrapped
dull?
in a blanket, so no one can tell right now.
I wouldn't unwrap it.
Well,
We
you
I-
didn't do anything evil when we first got it,
Evil.
and you hand.
Yeah, but for
You
some,
tried like identifying it, right? And then it went,
yeah, I
that may be
identified
the
it.
method to connect you
Plenty
up
of you
to the.
magic boys can pick it up with.
All right, so if they
magic.
need this, why are we not breaking it?
I just chuckle at saying, "Hey, you
Because-
magic boys, got anything you can do here?"
I think Laszlo, you said you tried your highest spell and you couldn't break.
I tried a big old topper and it didn't do fuck all.
He
to
couldn't
break
break.
you out of it. So
Yeah, he couldn't break it. I think this point it's a
it's a scary thing.
bit
That's
too
all it is.
powerful for us
A little
to
bit scary.
metal.
Yeah.
But I do know that what we should do is put it inside of a box made out of lead.
What would
And
that do?
so usually you
Lead
can't.
box.
Well, for seeing things, you guys know that whenever I look for magical stuff, there's a certain parameter. If it's within a couple of inches of wood, a couple of inches of lead, the magical energy doesn't come out through. So maybe if we put it inside of a really thick lead box,
Oh my god! Why
Where
don't
are
I
we
just
gonna
wear
get
lead
that?
armor?
huh? That's just
Cover me in lead, and no
Um,
one knows I'm magic.
You'll
Oh,
just
yeah.
get cancer.
I
You don't know that.
I genuinely think we should break this. This doesn't seem like.
yes, but
I think
Laszlo.
it's too important.
Yes, I
break?
don't think we should.
If they want it, then
You got something they want, so
We can't.
It
We're
sounds
not
like
got
there's
gonna.
meat as
more than
is, so
one.
it's what's a little bit more heat in the kitchen, you know?
I look at Dottie. We're not gonna dig a hole and put it inside of it
Yeah,
and then
that'd be
forget
kind of
about it.
crass and
That'd be very.
shallow. Don't do a shallow hole.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying bury it. I'm saying destroy it.
and this is glass. You just kicked
just
it and
punted
nothing
the shit
happened.
Oh,
out
you
of it.
think it's glass?
No, I don't think it's glass. I think it's something stronger. But there is
Fiberglass.
yeah. I don't
Okay,
know.
do we want to keep it in a secure location then?
Well, for
Yeah.
right now, just keep it in that blanket wrapped up.
Well, right now we're going towards my family's home stronghold, and we deal
Sure.
with jewels. We could just say this is some sort of rare.
Then they might want it.
jewelry.
Yeah, but no,
I
we're
don't
not
think
gonna
I
give
don't
it
think
to you.
offloading it is a good
No.
idea. You may as well bury it.
I think at
Um,
this point, what we gotta do is maybe keep it with us and take some more heat, like Laszlo said.
But what is it?
I don't know. I
like
told you
a-
guys about all the spots, so you guys
we're
know that
rel-
there's old spots all over Sanctus, and I look at Laszlo and I say, "Look at that,
Well,
we're sort
if-
of right."
I know, it's a win for us, a win for us. But Zen told us about that there was a receptacle that this needed, like an apparatus that this is using with. We don't have the apparatus. Maybe that's like a way to use it. But if they have multiple of these, which Zen said there were,
Well,
maybe
they
different
might not be the
planets.
same ones. I didn't see
Exactly,
it.
there could be different planets, could be different, or who knows what.
Well,
But maybe
at
it's
the
a
same
marker to be
time-
like, oh look, here's this place. Because if there's one on Valkyrie's Ascent, we know who is up there. Maybe that's a thing. Lest we forget who's gone up there to fight something up there.
DM.
I'm looking at my channel analytics, and the highest stream that has the most views is my fucking Nikkei stream.
Oh,
Sad.
DM, real quick.
What?
Just, can we establish what size this is? Because I never asked. Like, I'm under the
Basketball.
assumption it's like. Okay,
Basketball.
yeah, that's what I was assuming.
Oh, that's
Okay.
way bigger than I was picturing.
Yeah, this is. I wanted to get this out of the way now, rather than like later
Yeah.
on this somehow becomes an issue. So.
I'm
sure
just
you
saying,
know what a basketball is.
all the evidence leans towards Mr. Daviculus heading up Valkyrie's Ascent. We know who's up on Valkyrie's Ascent. And if there's a marker, like you said, that was on Valkyrie's Ascent near Solholm on Rutosh, there's also one down south near their obelisk, near Thor's obelisk.
But if this
well,
is
yeah,
an
but
obelisk,
like, so it doesn't
just
even
saying-
just it shows traders too. It wasn't for.
Thor
whatever.
was one. No, Thor wasn't one of the.
Oh, he wasn't.
No.
Wait a minute,
It was
who's-
only, and I'll go over it one more time. The only ones that we know of that were traders to the masters were Loki,
and Loki, right?
Loki, the head of the Iron Bear clan, the head of the Raven clan, and there was one more. Hold on.
Do we know if this thing is like a receiver
The
or
head
that
of
we can
the
hear us?
singing worms.
Well, that
You
was the other
bitch,
thing
you
that I
bitch.
was going to bring up to you guys.
Wait. If there's one near the obelisk, that doesn't mean that Thor is even
Guys,
like a god. It could
guys,
be his
do we
priest
know
is
if
a
this
god.
thing is? Do we know if
Is
this
this
thing
thing
can
on?
like a mic? It's not a microphone. Is this thing like a?
Testing.
Testing 1,
This
2,
thing
3.
like a
You are a
is it-
bitch. Yes, confirm.
Is this thing like a scryball where
Maybe.
the guy in the
I
moon
w-
can hear and every word?
Well,
Probably.
it already seems.
Guys,
I just start shaking it while it's in the blanket.
Don't stop shaking shit.
they
You
told
shook
me
shit
not
last
to
time
tell.
it went bad. Don't shake shit, please.
Well, what's up?
Princess. And what was it? Yeah.
I continue to shake.
Varys, I think I think they know where I am regardless.
You are, but they know the other people you just listed off.
I think they assume they are near me.
Yeah, but those other people were hiding, and I'm trying to like.
I also just want to point out that from what he said,
if it's possible. Wait, it was
already...
it was in possession of the Sphinx, so maybe they didn't know where they were.
Well, it already seems
Unwrap it real quick.
that from where he is, he could see a lot.
While still having my hands in the blanketed part, I kind of unwrap it, so it's like, you get what I mean?
Like,
So,
like a crystal ball.
I'm holding it with the blanketed section, but like you can see the ball.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Bald.
Are the map markers as previously described still on? Like, what is it? What's the status of this thing?
What
now
ball
that
looking like?
It's currently
Actually.
dull.
Well, we
Did you
can
give
just
us a
go off
rundown?
of Carlos's what they saw on it. I don't think we need to be.
Did you give us a
activating
rundown
ball.
of the locations you saw?
Yeah, I wrote them down.
All right, with one hand holding it still in the blanket, I take out a pencil. I start poking at it.
Stop
Can you stop
poking it.
doing
Can you
stuff,
stop?
please?
Give
Please?
it. Stop.
Oh
Donnie.
yeah, no. The last time I gave it to you, you went all blue.
Well,
Yes,
you
but that was
shake-
because
don't-
I
okay.
probably
Fellas,
started injecting it with the. If it's dull now, it
supposed to
probably
have-
needs a
okay,
little
when-
Kickstarter to.
When I tap
work.
it with the pencil, DM, does it do anything?
It sounds hollow.
All right, I put the pencil
Okay,
away and I stop poking.
Fellas, I'm going to be calm as I can be. Set some ground rules. No shaking, no prodding,
No throwing,
stuff.
no
So
kicking.
vote on stuff.
Maybe no touching it either.
Okay.
It sounds like you're the one who's broken the most rules, though. So maybe someone else should carry it.
I didn't turn blue, and I start wrapping it up.
Well,
in a
you
blanket
should,
again.
I'm just saying,
Yes.
you have to be very careful with this. It's
DM.
a dangerous.
But I'm
thing.
also the one that's bringing the most up-to-date information about the fucking Yan Min, alright? So there's risks that we're gonna have to fucking take,
That's a
Dottie.
weird way of spelling. That's a weird way of spelling Zen.
He spoke to them. I don't want to hold the thing.
Well, no, I'm saying you're the one who gave us the most information.
Bitch!
Said recent.
I said
You've been up
recent
there
information.
chatting with old cable guy. Both people have equally brought some good information. Okay, we don't.
All right,
need-
all right.
It's
hold
not
on.
a contest, you know.
Yes, to be fair, we're quibbling over dumb things. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
So stop
So-
shaking.
I
it,
wrapped
stop
the ball
prodding.
up. What do we do with the
okay.
ball?
Put it inside of a lead box. That's the
We-
first
we-
one.
We don't
We're in
have
a
that.
town, an outpost right
We'll
now.
get
We
it
may
in the
not be able
town.
to get a lead
Once we get there, or put it inside of something that we
Yeah.
can carry. We're not gonna leave it anywhere because
box. Okay. Obviously, this isn't
Um,
a soundproof thing as well. I just want to say,
it already seems that they know what we're doing. So
Other people.
no. I'm just saying, people in our caravan.
okay.
My suspicions are ringing true right now. Fred led me to them, and it was a little bit of a, geez, what are you doing with that? Selling it to the old grandma. But I've noticed they've been a little bit sheepish, both of them. Little astrologer guy, Jumanji, and old new hat Billy, but he had a scrape on his chin, and I asked him about it, and he was a bit defensive. He already said too much. I'm just saying, if they've been 4-5 days with this fucking bowl, I don't know what they've seen or what's been done. Maybe they've been taken over. We play the fool. I'm already just suspicious as is, but if you guys just keep it normal, Just
Okay.
in the back of your head, think, these guys fucking up to something. They got something hidden.
All right, I think that's wise to keep on our toes about that.
Okay.
I will say though, when I got this back from the bread lady, I was holding it because I wasn't aware of what it was, and it didn't make me blue.
Sure. So it
So
seems
there may
like
be certain
when
you may have to meet certain conditions for it to do anything.
yeah, well, Kalos was actively identifying the thing, so there's a magical element to this.
Yeah, I'm
But,
just saying we
yeah.
shouldn't turn on our people in the desert unless we have more concrete.
I
Like
know.
be
but
weary, but don't
I'm
immediately assume assassins or what have you.
I'm not assuming assassins, but I'm just saying it's
Another
That's
plane
good.
of existence.
We should at least test if casting magic near it activates it, because if
not
we're going to be
tonight,
carrying
do
it
another-
all,
Yeah.
if we're going to
Let's
be
do it.
carrying it all the time,
Okay,
we
looking
should figure it out.
looking over at.
Oh, by the way,
Kalos there.
Kalos.
Is Kalos
Yes.
hurt? Is he bleeding from the nose or anything?
I don't think I took any points of damage to him.
Physical.
Emotional, there's a
Yeah,
couple.
toll, yeah,
There's a couple, but
Well,
There's two
didn't you get
wolves
like a
inside.
brain bleed or something from the thing?
He's got a blood clot in his head.
Well, no,
Jeez.
I can't remember if you took psychic damage or
I
not.
don't.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Oh, Adam isn't on his desk. Oh, yes.
was
Mr.
squatting.
Kalos, just to be extra careful, just on the point that I made, I'm going to remove that quill pen that Mr. Jumanji, I think, or one of them gave you, because they gave it to you after this. I just want to,
my lapel.
just want to be sure.
Hang
Who fucking
on.
knows? Who fucking
I'm just.
knows?
Why don't I just see if
Please destroy it. We've got
destroy
pens
it?
elsewhere.
Well,
I'll
wait,
put it
see-
inside of
see
my
if it-
bag of holding.
Well, wait. Check
if it's magic.
just see if it's magic first.
I just, because
All right, I
we had
go
that
outside of the.
long time theory of Billy getting that little old violin or whatever.
I
and
go
leave it,
outside
and
of the
then
hut, and DM I'll cast the minute-long identify. I won't do ritual.
check,
this time.
While he's
Wow.
doing that,
Check.
I unwrap the ball a little bit to see if it glows. 'Cause
I'm
he's-
outside of the hut.
Yeah,
DM.
you're.
I just want to make
That
sure.
that was something that you guys wanted to check, so I started unwrapping it.
to see if it reacts a bit.
30 for mine. Thingy.
Ooh, close, getting close. 10 within.
It's a quill pen.
While they're doing that, though, I am going to turn to Laszlo and just like the problem with Billy's thing, though, is like I don't know if those tadpoles were magic though innately. The item,
Does the ball glow by?
boot
being-
might have
I'm just
been.
saying, the
Nine.
pink shit might come out of it
Okay,
while he's
I wrap
sleeping,
it
and
up
then
again.
agent gone. I just want to be. Fool me once.
Oh, wait, we're in a magical dome, so like
Yeah.
if anything, it would react to the magical dome first before it reacts.
Probably,
to his spell.
yeah. I mean, I think Kalos was probably saying it's like actively done on that thing. As he started to hold it and interact with it, then it sort of connected him. So,
All right, so
as long as we don't do that and we keep this thing, under wraps.
I come back
Quite
inside and I put the quill pen in my bag of holding.
So
Just
nothing.
a pen.
Yeah,
Alright.
Can't be too careful. Just
Well, to answer your question though, this did not react to you, so
I think it's a more of an active thing.
yeah.
It's probably more of an active thing.
Just that being said, though, let's just be careful. Keep our eyes out. See if anyone's, they were lying to me actively. And I caught them both in a lie. So
Well,
lying
what are they
lying to old people is not cool. So just
It's only cool when old people lie to other people.
yes.
Well, that's just.
This isn't a retirement home, Grandpa.
So
Where am I?
all right, we don't have a box. Of
No, we'll
whatever you said.
there may be a shop around here. We're in an outpost, but there may not be a lead box, but there'll be something we can get. And then when we get to the capital, I'm sure they'll have a lead box somewhere. Fuck, you've probably even got like 50 boxes in your house, your big throne room, whatever. Where your
Well,
dad is.
do we want to see if the Mordremoths, like the outpost here, would be able to transfer this for us, so it's not traveling with us?
No.
I think
I
it's
don't
probably
trust
best
this
if
in
we keep
anyone's
onto it,
hands.
just because we know where it is.
At all times. We know that
Although
it's
it's a bit-
probably
yeah.
some sort of key for them, so why leave a key
It's a
laying
bit of a
around?
burden,
Might want to. In fact, we might want to like I said, the lead box doesn't sound like a bad idea if Kalos is confident that'll work. I think
confident isn't as much, but
I mean it's
it's a thing that I know as an enchanter that magical items through lead I can't really see them. They're
Well,
in a lead box.
We can get like a next best thing until then. I think we'll see if there's anything in the outpost that we might be able to get.
This might be something we have to get back to.
You know,
Might
you
Solholm might be the
one
best
of
spot
you
for this thing to.
one
figure
of
out
you
good
said
use.
a good point. We don't have the thing that would attach to this, right? But
No,
what
no.
happens if the
I don't know
scout
what they
ship
look like,
does? What
Yeah,
happens if
maybe.
the scout ship has the thing that it can interact?
We don't know if this thing can like hear us. That's the thing that I don't know. I don't know how much we should say, but I mean, it may do. That could be a good shout. But I mean, Zen, what did this apparatus look like, if you can recall?
DM. What did it look like?
It was on a pedestal.
Yeah.
I hand the orb
Oh.
to Zen and I step out of the bubble.
You would, yes, give it to the man with PTSD. Yes, do that.
And I
Yeah.
head over to the stables. So you guys do your thing, and then I'll describe what I do after.
Well,
In other words, is that splitting the party? So, man.
No, I'll be right back.
Oh, I
I was
kind
going to be right back when I got stabbed 4 times. That's what I'm
Both
saying. you know?
times. Both times.
Yeah. So, on your own head be it, princess, but don't say I didn't warn you.
DM, when Kalos was going over the locations lit up on the map, were there any landmarks in the Piratolo forest that stood out to me? Like, oh, this might be what this thing is marking, or is it? Or
Make a history check.
history check? Okay.
Actually,
You know what? I'm gonna.
go ahead and take some inspiration on that. Cheers.
Salt Bay.
What are you, a bard?
on him.
Actually, no. I'm rolling. Sorry, rolled too many dice.
Super.
I'm Tech Bard. Damn right.
Oof.
What's up, Hood?
I rolled a 10 total.
Even with the +5?
Yeah, I rolled a 3, and I have +2,
Jesus.
so I.
Yes, 5 plus 5 is indeed 10. Let's see. In the most literal sense, it was not something in your neck of the woods. Around the Piratolo Forest, there are essentially very, very unknown ruins. I say unknown, like you know they're there, but you don't know the previous civilization that may or may not have harbored said ruins. And no one in your company really put more than a couple of thoughts towards exploring it because they didn't really have anything to do with your job. If anything, they were actually relatively far away from and had little to no activity in terms of Fey pockets. So they're there, but no one in your company gave 2 hoots about it.
So potential ruins. I will make a mental note.
Were there any like? I ask you, are you saying that I'm gonna think about this, or are you just thinking it in
I
your
didn't
head?
say it out loud. I just kind of
Yeah.
in the back of my head, like if anything stood out.
I am going to drink some water now.
Breathing in, breathing out,
Breathing out.
blinking one eye.
You are
blinking the other
now manually breathing.
I hate that, bro.
Laszlo choked out and dies.
you guys aren't already doing that?
Shut up.
Bro.
Shut up. What are you doing?
Yeah, where you going?
I'm manually breathing.
You're manually breathing to the stables, you say, right?
No, I always do that. So I walk over to the stables. Do I see like the stable
Alien.
manager
You fucking alien.
or the stable boy or something?
There is a stable boy in attendance, currently brushing down a camel.
Good evening.
Boy.
Sir,
Sorry.
can I help you, sir?
Sir.
I don't have such good eyes.
Oh,
That boy
I'm with the trade caravan that just pulled up over the last couple days. We're heading out tomorrow.
Aha.
I'm doing the tally of how much feed we're going to need for our camels. Would I be able to get another grain sack? Do you have any spare?
I'm not a merchant. I just brushed down the camels.
Oh no, I
and
know.
clean out
we're
the stables.
Look, we're headed out
refuse.
early. We're headed out early, possibly like pre-dawn. I just wanted to get an extra sack of grain if I could. I'll pay you for it.
No, not me.
No, I know you're not a merchant, but if you have a spare one, I'll compensate you for it.
Oh no, not me.
I'd look at him. Is he okay?
Make an insight check.
My boy just doesn't know how to interact with people.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna try and get it into the little cup there.
Oh, that was a good sound. That's ASMR right there.
No, because it landed sideways because there is a little beveling in the bottom of the cup. Hold on. Like this will be good to hold dice in, but I don't think it's gonna be good.
Might
to
as well
roll
just
into.
swallow the dice and wait for your shit to come out. Then, jeez.
Insight 11.
He doesn't want to talk to you.
But I'm royalty.
How dare you!
His feet hurt. Music's too loud. Sun's too bright.
I look around. Is there anyone else I can interact with who I can get a bag of grain from?
There's a camel.
Hey, what's up, my guy?
Hey,
Hook me
hey,
up.
camel.
Yap the camel up. And...
Was it my spirit camel or is it like a camel?
A regular camel.
Why don't you just put it inside of your spirit?
Looking around,
Yeah,
is there a bag of grain?
Let's see.
Wow, you're just gonna steal now? Wow, Dowdy.
That's not very...
They're not in bag form. They have been relieved of the sack and have been dispensed into troughs.
Okay, so this isn't even the right place. Alright, looking around camp. What time? It's like kind of late, right?
It's
So
about
nothing's open.
5 p.m.
Oh, okay, then that's not too early. I'm gonna look around for where I can buy grain from.
You can find a general store. They have all sorts of goods.
Alright, that's even easier. If we want to cut down on the time, I just want to buy a large bag of grain.
That's going to cost you money, princess. It's going to be 20 samir.
And I pay the 20 samir, and I walk back with a large bag of grain into the orb, or the hut.
Dauntless comes back with a big burlap sack bulging with grain. The rest of you
Alright,
are
eating
still
grain now?
pondering the orb.
Is Zen still like shrieking and like?
No, I calmed down.
We would
Alright,
have just left it on him. No, we'd probably
I just
taken it off
I
him if he
scoop
was
out like a
screaming.
couple handfuls of the grain. It's like, all right, give me the orb.
Why didn't you just buy a sack?
Why don't you buy a chest?
Because what if someone looks in the sack?
What if one of our guys in the caravan said, "Oh, we're out of grain. We need to feed the camels." Takes the sack and tries to feed the camels.
Nope, this sack is for my camel.
So your camel's a spirit camel.
Doesn't eat.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn it. Alright.
Well,
Just
all right.
keep an eye on that
follow-
sack, please.
Follow my train of thought here.
We
Okay.
try
How many
to
other
every day.
people? How many other people know
We try every day.
that a spirit animal doesn't need to eat?
Anyone with any magical ability.
Exactly. How many people are actively casting besides us in this caravan?
At least one other. Don't they have like a seer somewhere on the caravan that she
Yeah.
Okay.
One-
fortunes the other day?
No, that's good. So if we see anyone who actively questions the sack or who's like, wait a minute, then that's pretty suspicious. So I stuff the orb in the sack. I make
There's
it
grain
so
in it, though.
I
Dauntless.
just
Yeah.
Just
under
let
the
him
Lose
have
track
it.
of that sack.
Just let him have it, guys. Just let him have it.
How is he going to get the...
Just
Orb in
don't
this-
don't ask. Just please, we're
What-
good.
what-
He's
I'm
putting.
trying for
Listen, Laz.
full grain?
Ulrich. He's
Until-
putting it in a sack. We're
until
good.
we get a lead box, I think that the best way to travel this is as inconspicuously as possible. If we put it in
I
a
agree.
big ornate chest, people are going to say,
Mhm.
"What's in the chest?" Whereas if it's in a grain sack, if someone
Yeah, I agree
and
with
we
that.
say it's specifically for my camel,
Where's
then
where's the grain that's in that sack currently going? Because
I just threw it on the ground.
where we sleep, that's good.
I kicked some dirt over. What do you want from me?
You mean sand?
Well, if there's
I-
flat rats coming here tonight, then I know who to blame.
Well, just don't allow them in. You know, it's your hut.
Well, it's
They
a
dig under
it's
it.
a hemisphere. They could go underneath and come up.
Sorry, did you just call it a hemisphere?
Fine. With
Huh.
making direct eye contact at Laszlo the entire time I do this, I take out my shovel and I scoop it up and I just
IQ,
like this.
digging holes.
Well, there was something I did need to talk to you guys about. You guys probably had a little bit of it on when I told you everything, but I think it's time for you guys. It's not big of a deal anyway, but you guys have asked what my thesis is, and you guys keep mentioning that Krios is part of it, and really doesn't have to do anything with it. So you guys see me take out a pretty large book. If you look at my character model, the book is designed as the book that he's holding on his hand, right? And you see me take out that one. You guys see me take out another one, and so my whole thesis behind this, you guys know that I make enchantments faster, and I like to say better because it's cheaper. What I'm trying to do, and outside of this bubble, and I keep, like say it down low, like when I'm saying this thesis, when I'm saying this whole thing, I say it down low. There's only outside of this bubble, there's only 3 people that know about it, and there's only 2 people that know about it in detail. Now,
Testing.
Cyric somehow knew it. I don't know if it's because he somehow can read paper, or maybe the headmasters didn't know that his archive is still connected. A Cyric is still connected to the archive. I don't know, but at this point, you guys should know too.
Is
So
that the old headmaster?
the old headmaster. Well, the old headmaster knows, and the new
No,
headmaster. Both headmasters know about it. They know all my theory behind it, and I don't know if maybe when I was looking through the archives, a Cyric was triggered of me looking things up, or maybe the headmasters when they were in bed privately, maybe they looked something up. So I don't know how he knows my theory, but he knows it. So I take out those books and I scroll over a smaller book where it has my spell slots, my spells in it. I turn over to a spell. Laszlo, depending on how good, I don't know how well you are in arcane first, right? Because you say that you're just a practitioner, like on the side of the arcane. So you might not get this spell, but I show it to you specifically, and it's Lehman's Secret Chest. I don't know if you know about it. So this spell, what it does, very expensive, and it's very, very dumb. When my I want to say the person that taught me all of my enchanting, the man that I worked for, when he was showing off this spell, I always thought it was dumb because after 30 days, you waste basically 3,000 gold. The whole spell, what it does is put the chest inside the ethereal plane, and I point to Varys. You know, Varys, that the ethereal plane is very hazardous. Last time when we were in the Shadowfell, you did your little jump thing, going into the eternal plane or wherever you go, and it hits you. So
That was just the way the planes are layered.
yes,
Like,
but
it's less dangerous traveling from
it
here to there.
unfortunately the material that you put in there still, I guess, rots away. So in this spell, I always thought it was fucking dumb that you waste 3,000 gold just so you can store this little box, take it out, and every time you put it back in, there's a chance of losing all of your stuff. So I always thought it was stupid. So learning of the astral plane, what I want to do is be able to construct a chest and a smaller chest. The bigger chest being in the astral plane, the smaller chest being the one that activates the spell so you can bring it out. The whole thing, though, is that I want to distribute those smaller chests so people that know enchanting can call that chest and get the information that they need. Now, very expensive, but from what I've learned already, It might be able to. It might be a thing that could happen. And when when I was talking to him, he said, think about it in a bigger context. Like I haven't talked to someone that understands it, that understands the theory behind it. So I haven't been able to fully flesh it out. But from what he said, think about it into a wider view. I think I'm able to. What I'm basically trying to do is create a network of chess that can get you information, right? And what are the Yan Min? They're constantly connected to a brain that gives them information.
He's trying to invent the internet.
The
And
worldwide chest.
I don't. I think it's a sound theory, and I'm telling you guys because at this point, you guys are
Gotta
my
invest.
brothers. You guys are, like I said, only outside of this bubble, there's only 3 people, and 2 of them know it in detail, like you guys do. Like I'm telling you now.
Sure, I understand. I still understand the detail. I get the big picture, I think, but yeah, it's
gonna cost me a shit ton of gold to even start it. But the theory is
just to help against like the what do you say, Dahl secretaries or the trust. Is it?
yes.
Yeah.
The stall is always looking for ways to end advancement and make sure that the learned stay on top. I want to dismantle that. And I think by spreading information that can help those in need. Like I started this theory even before I met you guys. I started it when I first started making these enchantments, my enchantments. So I don't know how he knows my thesis. That's why I'm coming up with something like this dome that can be so no one can see into our conversations, no one can see what we're doing, but it is going to take me a little bit of time. Just
whatever you need.
But I wanted to tell you guys my thesis because, like I said, you guys are my brothers at this point, and I trust all of you guys.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, like, give you guys a thumbs up. Welcome to my TED Talk.
Yeah.
Now, if you invest at the top level,
Well, but at the same time, this network of chess isn't going to just be enchantments. It could be, let's say, a farmer needs information on how to grow a certain crop. He can, hopefully bring
like
up
a little encyclopedia.
it's more gonna be like of a chest filled with encyclopedias, information. I've done the calculation on how many books I can get in there. I can fit about 800 pounds worth of information, and then I can create more chest off of that. But like I said, I'm not there yet. Unfortunately, I can't even technically infuse the chest. So right now it's still a theory, but from I've come up with and the things that Xeric said, I think it might work.
I mean, at least works on a small scale. I mean, those things back in the library, they kind of
Exactly.
They didn't look up. They didn't.
That's in way that's leagues beyond me. I'm like basically a caveman inventing networks.
Where's Adam gone? There's on the floor.
He's probably doing squats.
Cool.
But yeah. Now, like I said, I don't know how the fuck he knows my thesis. I don't know if there is surveillance constantly on us because of the connections that we've had with the. And I do the little, and I put my hand in front of my mouth, and I do the little thingy and I shake move my fingers.
Squid mouth.
Yeah, squid mouth. And so, yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't know if we're under surveillance constantly or,
Remind me, what did What did the old headmaster ask for you while you were in? What did he want from you when you were in space?
To let them in.
That's what they
Is that
always
it? Was that
say.
the only
That's
thing
what
they
they
asked
said
for?
to me and Zen when we were out at this old little city thing.
Well,
it
you
was-
And I
guys,
slapped them across the
And-
face.
then can you, since you were the first to be there, how do you move in the astral? I wasn't able, like I was motioning to swim, but I could never move. And I know you guys have been in it because of the dreams. How
it
do
was
you
fucking
guys?
walking around? It was fucking.
It's
Yeah,
more
you-
with you with your mind, kind of, but I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't work for me.
With your mind.
I mean,
You
what
gotta-
you weren't even you. You were a little moat when we were in there.
Last time.
Yeah, but
That
weren't
weird
you
butler.
able to create stuff?
Oh yeah, I
Rick?
made fucking
By thinking of it, yeah.
yeah.
Clothes.
Just gotta have unbridled confidence in there, I guess. But I mean, given your circumstance with that, it was a bit fucking scary. So
Oh man, you guys should have seen. The world is beautiful on the moon. It is.
moon, which moon? Did it look blown up?
You already know which one. I already think is the blown up one. I think, or I don't know which one.
There's
The
two
blown
moons,
up
so-
one is
It was the
the
old Damon portal.
is the Damon port, right? Yeah, so I think it's that
it
one.
was broken Damon portal.
So I think it's that one. It looks beautiful though.
Anything to back that up, or was that just a good old guess?
I'm just a good old guess. At that point, I at the angle that I was on the moon. But at first, it was a ship, like a massive ship, like 20 times the one that we have.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, that little canoe that we have is not really big. So
Yeah,
give
it's
you a
not that
wink, like,
exactly. So and then I was on the moon. So I don't know if I was on I don't know, ship or if I was on the moon. But
well,
from
you were
the
here
angle
the
that I
whole
was,
time. So astrally, is that way of saying it?
Huh?
Astrally, you were like projected there
I was. Yeah, I guess I was
Yeah,
projected there. Yeah,
because you were here,
Yeah.
all blue and.
Fighting.
I was
been on that ball. Yeah.
Oh, you weren't fighting us. You just wouldn't let go of the orb.
I don't. I know Laszlo's paranoia of not saying things out loud, but I think I think you're right, Laz.
Ringing true once again.
God
I'm going to
damn
be
you.
ticking off many a point for me.
Now I think I really have to come up with a network of being able to talk to ourselves. Okay.
You talked to Agathol, right? The prior headmaster, right?
As a
Scott's
gold
buddy?
asterisk, yeah, I think that was like by me describing him to you guys. I've never met him before. You guys,
No.
did.
This is no. So Asteric was cable guy. That
Yes.
me, then you. That was who you were talking to then, by the sounds of things. And then
Yes.
Scott
Scott.
Randell
Yes, that guy.
Cameravalian was the dean that we had spoke to and had tea with. one time.
Our pal Scott.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, things happened.
He's going to fight someone. Yeah, up on a mountain.
So our friend Scott.
Give me the timeline. When did Agathol? When did he disappear?
Who?
The dean's
The
friend.
former
right?
the
Agadol,
former
yeah.
form, Agadol.
Hold
I've-
on. Let me find my notes.
I know the university founding was in 127. I think it was a couple years after that. Can't tell
You
you.
went traveling for a time. That was So the Iron Bears were established in 372. Founded the Bone Eaters in year 650. The Twin Ravens 257. Winter Wolves 372. Singing Worm 372. Just glazing over trying to find times. Come on now. Long time ago, easily.
Let's say around 127 because that was the founding of the university. So I know I know what you guys say it happened
They
afterwards.
touched down, did that.
And then he's like, "Let me go out look for more knowledge." Okay, so around
Knowledge.
127. Let's say 145 or something. So and
Let's
I-
circle. All right. We'll circle back.
I'm just
to
gonna
this at
keep reading my
another point.
notes while you guys are powwowing because there's something in there. I know there is.
yeah, gents.
Something doesn't smell right, and I don't mean in the usual sense that we've
I
been
don't
dealing
mean
with.
I
shit.
honestly think that the archives that we have is connected to him.
Public
still.
library, am I right?
Yeah, the public library is still connected to Aseric, I think.
But we don't know.
We don't know. The only way
No,
to
but
find
I'm
out
saying
is
is we don't know anything that's not like we don't have any information that's of value that's not in that library already.
we do.
Okay.
The knowledge of trying
Knowledge.
to, dismantle the
Whatever.
norm.
All right.
We've got to really
All
work on saying things in the. Yeah, we got to work on that thing that you need. Difficult to speak candidly.
Let's put a pin in this for tonight. Keep an eye, watch the skies, I guess.
Oh yeah, all right. The rules moving forward is a healthy bit of skepticism about two certain individuals may or may not have a new hat and or a bruised chin. Get some less plates spinning, and then we can realign.
Well, even if we get less plate spinning, right? We get one more out. We
Just
still
want to put a plate out of there.
I'm still a little leery. They may be hiding something, but at the same time, if we've just established you need magic to kind of access the orb.
Oh, one of them's got a new pair of shoes. One of them's got a new hat. Maybe that gives them magic. I don't know.
All right, so then as a game plan for tomorrow, I look over at Kalos. Would you be able to detect magic on them when we're out and about?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. That may help narrow things down.
I need some time.
One of them is our fucking driver, so that's going to be easy to do. Whereas the other one is
Your astronomical
we
guy.
could be like, hey, I want to look at the moon. you know.
Yeah, why don't you go do your thing and I'll come.
I don't really want to be alone with that guy. I'll be honest.
Come around. Well, you and Varys have been trying to learn the stars, right?
I mean, things have been. I'll see how it goes. I don't go out my way to do it. Keep an eye on them as well.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take a piss.
And he walks away to pee. Let's see. Is there anything else you folks want to do before we change?
I do, but I also wanted Henry to be back here for it because depending on whether it works or not, it loosely involves him.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to play the waiting game. You think he's gonna wash his hands? Take bets now, fellas. I'm going in for $5 on maybe.
White.
Alternatively, hand sanitizer only or both.
Both.
People who do both are insane.
You said that you attack someone with a light, so.
Yeah, but I want you to genuinely think about the hand sanitizer and washing hands thing, because I have thought about it. It's fucking ridiculous. You're gonna dry out your hands. You're not doing anything practical, and it's just stupid.
I just want to be pure.
I think that's something a germ might say.
Well, no, because Alec can attest to this. I've thought a lot about this sort of
germ.
No, because we had the vaccination thing at my job, and I'll see people rock up with double face masks and a face shield, and then not wash their hands in the bathroom. Or it's I've got my own little thing of squirt bottle of hand sanitizer. I'm gonna touch every doorknob though, and I'm gonna wash or scratch my.
Anyone in a
face.
hazmat suit?
Close to it,
like the
Close
Monsters Inc. Got a C-118 gun.
No, again, people show up they showed up with
taped up, like
gloves that go up to here and the face mask, and then also
fucking...
just get. It's just people do stupid stuff.
It's like when Charlie and Mac went out to the store and they had these homemade contamination suits. He's ripped. He was doing a silly dance. Oh man.
Yeah, no, just if you wash your hands, just do the ABCs in your head, you'll be fine.
You need to lick your hands clean. God. And just looking in my notes. I've got one here that says bakery employees. Oh God, I am really wrong in the head.
I'm gonna go grab something. I'll be back in 10 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's see if he's running. Oh, he's not even running.
Besides Alec, is anyone else gonna do anything before we
I
change?
want to chat to Zen. I mean, good giving a sign on that. Is there anything I could do to soothe the situation, or is it a bit more than what I can handle? For you?
I'll deal with it.
I'll keep an eye out for you, on you, as well.
Okay.
Instead of, I'm just saying, if it's in a more public-facing thing, if there's anything you can do to maybe not, be like, do that, do a little squid thing. I don't know. Who knows? I'm scared. You haven't seen people following us since you last did?
I don't know why.
Okay, let me know if that is happening.
A long P.
I'm back.
Whoa.
All right, cool.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
We were waiting.
Because
Did you
this
wash
might not
your
even work.
hands?
This may, yeah.
What are you doing?
Did you wash your hands, Henry?
I did. I'm sorry, my pee
Did
turned
you use
into a.
hand
I was drinking
sanitizer as
coffee
well?
and nature called, so my
He
bad.
shitted and he cummed and he farted.
Oh, well, yes, I shit it.
That was. Yeah.
In this strange place.
Cool.
Okay, what are we doing? What are we trying?
I'm using the scribe ball one more time. I did not tell anyone this yet, but like I figured you want to be present because the person I'm going to attempt to scry on is our old pal Turok. I want to see if we can get a sense of where he's at.
Oh, oh, okay.
I want to attempt.
Imagine if we did that without you here. You'd be like,
Well, honestly, I don't know.
Like,
Uh,
do you
he's
know?
Do I know what he's doing? I know the general sense that
all of
he's
these dinner chats you've been having with your fucking
that-
DM, sweetening him up to get the
that
sweet
he's
lore,
training. I know if you.
Well, you don't know. You're not supposed to tell
You
us.
don't know.
I wanted a yes or no answer because we don't know
Do
if this will work or not.
I don't know exactly what he's doing at the time that you're going to be scrying on him, but I can tell you what he's.
Has his skin been falling off more and more?
Well, we gotta
gonna,
find
rock
out.
up-
Let's fucking
Yeah, just find out. Just do it.
We might
Let's
find out
go.
if he fails the roll, unless he passes the roll.
Hold on, Dottie. Andrew, I have a question for you before we do this.
Yeah.
I have on Turok's inventory Dottie's hood. Is that true?
Yeah, that's my
You
original.
gave
Okay.
him his,
All right. I just want to make
kinda
sure
does.
that that's there.
Well, because I got like a nice leather hood, and you needed to keep your
Gotcha.
disgusting
Okay.
zombie
Looking
face
gross.
in.
I just wanted to make sure that was true.
Well, it's not a guarantee, but you are very familiar with him, so it takes a -5 to whatever the wisdom saving throw for the recipient is.
Minus.
Is he going to do it or are you going to do it?
DM, do you want me to do
You
it?
roll dice, your character.
I rolled dice.
You know, if I think about it, scry is kind of
Ooh,
fucking mean
gosh.
because, like, what if you're friends with someone and then like you have a falling out, and it's like I'm gonna spy on him.
What was Turok's wisdom?
19 total. Actually, he has a 0 on it.
Well, no, you have a -5.
Oh, so 14.
19 minus 5 is 14. The DC on the scry ball is...
I think it's 15.
Higher, yeah, it's 15.
So if you do
Or
the
maybe
math,
16.
gentlemen...
What's going on?
Mental gen.
Playing
All right.
jazz.
At this time of day, in another hemisphere, localized entirely
Thank you.
near the Aurora Borealis. Actually, that kind of fits.
Uh-oh.
Aurora Borealis. Aurora
I'm
Borealis.
scared of that thing because I've seen it in the sky and it moved weird.
Everyone afraid of the sky now.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
this-
scared of. I've been scared of the sky.
I was the most mentally ill at one point. Now it's seeming like everyone else is getting crazier around me.
You bought a bag of grain.
I was mentally ill in the physical sense, which is kind of funny. And now everyone's just going crazy looking at the sky.
You find Turok in a. It's not as snowy as it could be because we're in the middle of June, and there are some seasonal changes over in Rutash. There's still a bit of little patchy snow on the ground, so it's a relatively open field. And at this time, he is currently standing semi-surrounded by a variety of orc warg riders. All of them are doing essentially donuts with their wargs around him in an intimidatingly fashion, as if to, we got you surrounded, bucko, kind of thing. Meanwhile, Turok, looking very pale and like some sort of walking corpse, is brandishing his weapon in both hands, clutching it for dear on life. On occasion, they get closer to him, trying to poke and prod, or allowing the wargs to get a nip at him, and all the while he is batting them away with the same confidence you've seen him fighting with for all those times that you have seen him. However, there is a weird, almost sort of somber feel to this, almost as if you're like watching a black and white film. On occasion, as one of the warg riders kind of gets in towards his flank, another one will essentially pincer at the same time, and they get a few little nicks, a few little cuts around, and all the meanwhile, doesn't go without counterattack. Turok swings in large, sweeping arcs with his very, very magical weapon that you are very familiar with. Sometimes catching either the rider in such a way that it kind of topples him off of his warg, or alternatively he'll sweep the legs of said warg, causing it to do essentially a tumble face forward into the snow/exposed ground at this point. The ground around here doesn't have it has little vegetation, so it's mostly just like rocky soil and small patches of snow, so it's a hard fall. And
Grazer right there.
yeah, it'll skim your knee.
Ooh, my knees.
But all the while, it is looking kind of one-sided.
I am gonna keep watching for the 10 minutes. But my question before those 10 minutes progress. What does it look like these orcs are? Do they look like Twisted Axe, Blood Skull? What do they?
You take a look at them. Make a perception check to try to catch what the riders look like before they are essentially flung off their ride.
Added my d6 to this one. First. Ooh, that's good. That's good.
When your warg ain't walking
Okay.
right.
Let's see what we get.
Family.
Vin Diesel orc class.
That's good. That's a very good score. That is 28 total.
Whoa.
From
Yeah, the
your
mother.
perspective, your first attention is looking for the emblems or iconic weaponry associated with particular clans. The Twisted Axe, of course, have their signature twisted axes. Alternatively, you can also look for their iconic white wargs, the ones that make it look like they're floating when it's snowy enough. These wargs are the same color as, say, Timberland wolves. I almost said the boots.
My
Tim's. The orc has got a significant pair of Tims.
They are the color of Timberland wolves, and none of the wielders, or riders rather, are brandishing axes. The symbol that you notice is that of the Blood Skull clan, which of course is the scalped portion of a skull cap, that has a little hole bored through it so they can thread a bit of leather string through it. And it's decorated in all the sorts of things that you would become synonymous with your time with Turok in your company. You've seen it dangling in certain parts of his person when it is exposed or not being hidden for whatever reason, and you've also come across other Blood Skull members besides Turok in your times anyways. So,
Or session 5.
you were able to deduct that these individuals are, of course, from Turok's old clan. Considering how fast combat can be, and 10 minutes is not going to be... That's a long fucking combat if it was all 10 minutes. But he dispatches them within a relatively easy time frame, swinging his blade as to kind of denote that he is like stretching his muscles, as decaying as they are. He goes over whenever the whole battle is concluded, and proceeds to loot the bodies for anything that denotes special things that he would want to look for. You guys aren't strangers to looting corpses anyway, so he takes their symbols of the Blood Skull clan first, as those are the most immediate things he can just rip off of their bodies, pats them down to look for any sort of interesting loot that they might have, and removes certain articles of clothing that would potentially hide their new features, reptilian and all.
Lizard men.
Some of them, as you see, around their throats, they have a little bit of scale action going on that seems to go beneath their collarbone and somewhere beneath their shirt. Other ones, their ears are beginning to almost flatten against the side of their heads, because lizards don't have ears in the same way that we think they might have. They're just kind of holes in the side of their head. Their mouth and nose area is becoming more snout-like, as if to become like a lizard face. None of them are having the crazy bullshit that Turok's main... I don't think main squeeze is the right word.
I mean, when you want to passionately
villain.
kill someone, it's
Nemesis.
basically...
Squeeze the life out of him.
It will squeeze the light. Yeah, exactly.
Nemesis.
Sure, none of them have tails, some sort of newt wings, or
Wings.
large head protrusions, kind of like the frill of a bearded...
Outlander.
Is there a vacuum?
Yeah, I'm muting.
Don't worry about
I
it.
thought it was just someone going, ooh!
Snake in the
really,
background,
really...
he's powering up.
Yeah, but none of them have any crazy mutations that are along the same lines as your favorite person in the universe. But other than the Turok's not yours, because you're Varys. But yeah, they're, in the early stages of lizarddom.
Okay.
And then he kind of just takes everything he wants in terms of material possessions, and you can see that he's collected a variety of skull caps that he is wearing around his belt area, kind of like a bandolier. He's collected at least a dozen.
Trophy hunter. Look at this guy.
And then he proceeds to walk into the sunset. Actually, no way. It's actually really early over there because it's 5 hours behind.
Walks into
So,
the day.
Walks into the mid-afternoon. Snow. Less area.
I deactivate. Well, the spell wears off.
I deactivate stealth.
I never specified to anyone what I was doing, and I think I'm gonna keep this to myself for now.
Oh, Varys, you also realize that as much as the muscle is decaying, it seemed that Turok got really swole.
Oh, you had to put it
I had to put that in there.
It's a con-
He got even swollen.
He got his muscles might be decaying, but that motherfucker has gone to the
whole
gym.
time, I'll have you know, okay?
The wonderful paradox of the buff zombie.
Yeah. How did the zombie get buffer? Well, let's ask.
Performance enhancing drugs.
I mean, basically.
Just imagine all the fucking Hades stuff. If he was still in the party, I'd be able to heal.
Turok
him.
is just juicing off screen.
I'd be able to juice him up further. Like Bane.
You know, I could deal with the necromancy, but you were cool before you were doing drugstore.
What do you mean? Arm falls off, like.
I'll
no, I
fucking
get that
kill
feeling.
you.
I can excuse the use of the N-word, but I draw the line at
Actually,
steroids.
anabolic, or what have you.
And the spell ends and you're back to the rest of the party. Last call is for the 7th of June, before we turn the tides of time.
Was the day too exciting for us not to get another day?
What, the end of the day?
If you want to, you still need 4 hours, if I remember correctly. So you'll need to stay up a bit later than usual.
Fuck yeah, I'm doing it.
Yeah, ditto. If Ferris is game for it.
What time is it?
It
5
is
o'clock.
currently just after 5, and considering you did 10 minutes in the scry, 5:10.
What?
This guy knows maths.
Fine, I'll run through the. I'll give.
The need to know
He
more
sounds so
intensifies.
reserved with it. I'll just chill out with Zen.
I
then.
kind of flat out just tell him that, like, you're not gonna, no matter what we do, you're not gonna learn the language by the time we get there, right? But
No, but every step in a journey counts.
All right.
The platitudes that get you through the day, Ferris.
By 9 o'clock, you guys finish your extra work for the day, and you feel like you want to just knock out as soon as possible. Teaching Daedalus all these lessons of a language that you speak, but are not particularly fond of using in most normal company, is not exactly taxing, but it's just like, alright, I learned Latin in college because it was required, but now I actually have to use it. This sucks.
That is almost exactly the mindset that my headcanon around that language is. So there you go.
In any case, the rest of you are just idling about, whatever it is you plan to do. Besides that, while these guys are doing their lessons or enchanting, you can do that. But if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and advance the calendar. Let me just go ahead and get my eraser. Scrub out this number, and it is gone forever. 8.
8.
6, 8. The dome dissipates earlier than usual because you guys started it earlier than usual, so have fun with that at like 3 o'clock in the morning when the fucking thing dissipates while you're all sleeping.
You're doing watches?
We'll do watches normal, but
Yeah,
like,
I'll just
I think
put
what he's
one up,
saying.
again. Do you know what that means? I've got to roll for something.
There you go.
69.
Nice.
Alright, well, you go ahead and keep an eye out for a bit. During your watch, you guys are in the caravan parking area, around where the Soft Peaks caravan has set their caravan. In any case, during the night, let me see, around midnight-ish, you see an individual who goes by the name of the Perfume Man. He walks out from his caravan, the first one in line, stepping out and kind of just does a stroll about the perimeter of the town. It seems that he is smoking something. Like some sort of cigar.
Crack.
You didn't... No, it's not.
Hell,
He's a
not
cat. It
cigarettes.
could be skooma.
It is. Have we seen him smoke this pipe previously in the
What
time
were they
we've been traveling with him?
smoking? Cigarettes?
He was not someone who had you seen smoking previously.
Okay.
But he just kind of just does a lap around the area, and as soon as his smoking thingy is more or less down to a little nub, he stamps it into the sand and buries it with tossing it some sand over it with his foot, and then packs it down a little bit, before walking back into his caravan, and you can hear the door shut very gingerly, and followed by very light snoring sound. You
Would
pass
this be during
over
while the dome had just gone down, or
around midnight.
is that yes?
The
No,
dome went
I
out at
said
3
the
in the
3
morning.
a.m.
Okay, 3 a.m.
So, by the time you switch over to the other person in the watch is when the dome would collapse, leaving all of you to be exposed to the cool desert night. And it is actually relatively cold, in the sense that it can almost cause a very uncomfortable sleeping situation if you don't have a blankie.
You just snuggle up with Krios and it's even colder. Like,
A cold
"Ah,
cat.
cold.
Why can't
I
you be
switched
a
my
normal
ring.
Why
cat?
can't you be warm?
Always put a bit of fur on him, I guess. I switched my ring to cold resistance. Do you want me to put the dome back up?
Yes, please.
Anyone else have a dome? Okay, I'll do it. And I do a dome roll, which was a 69 before. I
Yeah,
roll
nice.
again, and it was a 31.
Ooh, magic.
So because I shouldn't have rolled that ahead of time of actually casting it. So yeah, 31. So I'm just over. Is that in? Is it 30 to 40 that triggers it?
How
many
many
magic
things do you
items?
have again?
It's 30%. So I've got 5 items total. So is it 30 to 40 triggers it, or is it below 30?
Well, you have 5 magic items on?
Yeah.
Well, then it's only 20.
Hold on, I might have more.
Hold
I'll check
on,
my-
it's not a problem. I just have
hold
more.
on. Yeah.
I don't have an addiction. What are
Let
you
me
talking
check.
I don't have a problem. You do.
I think though
This word problem is kind of.
if it is 6 magic items, it would be 30%. So that you would have passed though, if that's the case.
So it has to be between 30 and 40, then triggers it. So. Or
Oh
is
no,
it
no,
not?
I think
No,
it's
it's 30 or below.
Cool. Yeah, I just passed. Something starts to trickle and happen, but then it doesn't. I guess
Laszlo as he's doing the somatic part. You see his fingers.
lightning comes out my mouth or something.
They twitch a little bit, but then he corrects real quick. And
They
nothing.
twitch the wrong way. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
You re-up the hut. It is during that time that a couple more people from the Soft Peaks caravan go out to do some sort of morning, well, early morning, as in like 3 in the morning, maintenance on the camels. I almost forgot what a camel is. Let's see. Some of the individuals of the Soft Peaks don't need as much sleep as you think they do, because they have elven blood and can do the
Zen
trance thing.
cringes in his sleep and just like,
Rips the axe more.
it's like
They do a couple
grinding
of
his teeth so hard, blood.
Jesus. But they do some maintenance on the wagons, such as checking to see if there's any damage on the wood, doing some feeding or preparing to feed the camels, as the camels need sleep, so they can get that prepared so as soon as the camels wake up, they can have something to eat. Maintenance also includes taking inventory, because you are about to hit the road, so might as well check to see if you're not going to starve out in the middle of the desert. That is taken care of, and sunrise comes nice and early at about 7 o'clock a.m. You are having another 5 hours of at least another 4 hours of dome time by the time sunrise hits, but if someone leaves whose name is Laszlo, then it'll dissipate regardless.
Well, I'll wait and see before I leave.
By the time that everyone around town is up and about, there is a neat little chime that is essentially the equivalent of the rooster cawing, but it's just a guy with a chime. Who goes about the town and kind of just jingles it.
Get the fuck up.
It's not particularly harsh, and it's not the fucking guy with a trumpet playing revelry, but it's kind of just a very gentle reminder of it's time to wake the hell up. This is not anything new to the locals, but it's just like, who the fuck wants to be the guy who has to wake up at 7:30 and ring the chime? But,
You do
know,
that because you don't have clocks in this world, like not regularly. So it's like
And clocks are
God.
you don't
around.
have alarm. Well, you don't have alarm clocks at least. So it's like
It's just whoever has. Imagine he sleeps in and everyone wakes up at like 9. Society goes to heck.
Society.
It's at that point your residential perfume man comes over to the dome and kind of just places a hand on it, not sure if he's supposed to knock or just make loud noises, and kind of clears his throat as he places his hand on the exterior of the dome.
It just repels him violently.
That is not
Get the
what it
fuck
does.
out of here.
I zap a bitch now.
Rebuff.
Shocking grasp through the thing. I dissipate it when I see that museum. Good morning.
He looks at you all and kind of just, it's kind of like lifting up a log and then seeing a bunch of bugs underneath it.
I'm
So,
the roly-poly.
Hello.
good morning. Are you folks ready to get back on the road? After a couple of, hiccups? We
Have
still
we been
gotta
up for
get
a
you...
while, or is this like he just came at the crack of dawn?
I came at the crack of dawn.
No, I don't ask that out loud.
I'm saying
That's-
it anyways in
oh.
this
the
voice.
voice up. It's easier.
I'm trying to keep it consistent here. Lest
Well-
it turn into a Bostonian.
Gabagool.
I suppose we would have been up for like maybe all of an hour. I guess.
Boston Red Sox.
Come
Yes,
on.
I'm dunking.
I believe we're as ready as we're going to be.
Can I have 5 more minutes, please?
Sleep on the sand.
Those 5 extra minutes won't do you any good, Sonny.
The Greenfield sand.
If
Sleep in the
anything,
wagon.
have someone haul your ass into your wagon. And we'll get back on the road as soon as our lovely customers are ready to hit the sand.
Krios just picks me up, Princess Bride style,
I was genuinely gonna ask that.
and then I just snuggle up.
Bitch, he's doing it.
Really?
And he takes me to the cart.
I'm gonna just say the perfume man, like, hushed speech. By the way, I've noticed that some of your crew have, one of them hurt themselves, or had been hurt in the time we hadn't seen them. Have you looked into that at all?
It's a small bruise on his chin. In the
Do you
same
know what
way that a
happened?
parent would see a child fall flat on their face, I haven't really given it too much thought.
I shoulder the bag of feed that I bought. Well, I can take a look at it if you want.
I don't want to trouble you for such a small nick on his chin.
I'm somewhat of a physician.
He says he feels fine. It doesn't have any sort of...
Yeah, he just wouldn't tell me
stinging
how
sensation.
he did it. So just considering we hadn't seen them for a couple
Well,
of
if you
days,
fell on
it's
your
a bit-
face, would you,
Well,
slightly
alright.
embarrassing.
Everything's okay. Everyone slept well last night.
May I attempt something here, DM?
You may.
All right. Well, look. I mean, you have a lot of problems with head trauma, and if we're trying to get back on the road, head trauma doesn't necessarily manifest immediately. It may be sometime like a concussion. You may be concussed and then pass out several days later. Someone really should take a look at him.
Well, that's gonna be up to him, not me. I am not his mother.
Sure, I could help you with that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, since Kalos is indisposed.
Sure.
And
No,
well,
we won't pressure him to do it, but
Well, he's your driver, so I'll be
but
in
it was
mine.
Jumanji that had hurt their chin. Alexander was fine. Didn't mention him.
If that's the case, then go speak with Jumanji.
all right,
He is
follow
in
me to
Caravan
Seaforth.
3, typically, or Caravan 1, depending if I want to talk to him.
We mosey on towards our head-addled, potentially individual.
I lean over to Dulles. Feign deaf this guy, so we can see if anything comes out his ears.
Okay, that's a good idea. let me give him a once over first. Because if this isn't magical, I don't want to freak everyone out unduly. But if I don't find anything,
I
We'll
don't
check
think we
that in our
should
back
jump to
pocket.
that.
We
Let's
won't
give
do
it
this
a
morning.
let's give it a night or two to see what happens once we're.
Sure.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
let's
I won't go
observe
over then.
because we kind of know the signs.
well,
If
this
that's
is
what you're
hold
worried
on,
about.
Lazo. This is your and I start like because I got my hand on my sack. It's like so. This is your space guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't I check him out? If everything's good on my end, you bring him out in the desert and then just conk him one. And then if he starts like squiddling out of his face, then we know.
Okay.
Okay, and I pat you on the shoulder, and then we go to inspect the brain.
Oh, I need to hold on. I'm gonna go just check our wagon one moment, and I'm gonna just change my identity into Ulrich. 34. Okay, good.
Explosion. I mean erosion.
All the wagon.
I'm
numbers.
waiting for that to happen. Like I know I'm the
I
explosion
don't want
guy,
to blow up.
but it's well, not blow up, but like in my head, I imagine one of the options is like emit shockwave or something. So you're gonna go somewhere to do this, and then all of a sudden, like all the windows on some shack are gonna blow out, and it's like, oh,
What
yeah,
happened?
ooh, I was violently sick, guys.
Wow, don't eat the chili, guys.
Don't go in there.
It's fucking nothing. Flatten the building.
But slapstick aside, I mosey on over to our bruised chin individual.
He is currently sitting down at wagon number 3.
Good morning.
Oh, hey. You folks ready to get back on the road?
Yes.
It's been
In a
quite a speed bump, if I do say so myself. And you folks are trying to get you to your destination. I think we'll be there within 1, 2, 3, 5. That's 10.
Momentarily here.
8 days, maybe.
All right. Under best circumstances, and to guarantee that we have the best circumstances, I would like to give you a once over. I heard you got knocked in the head when we were separated.
I tripped and fell, and I hit my head, but it was nothing too big. I kind of face planted into the sand, and there was a rock jutting out.
As someone
it hurt like the dickens, but it's fine now.
As someone who has experienced head trauma, blunt force or otherwise, and has medical training here, I would like to give you a once over to make sure that nothing happens. You can be concussed, not know about it, and then days later pass out.
Princess, it's already been several days out. If I've been concussed and have some sort of wiggly goo in my brain from the jostling around, I think I would know about it. I still remember how to walk.
You would think you know about it, but again, these things can come out at you.
I heard a trigger word. I heard a trigger word.
Might as well. I said bread.
I would feel more comfortable if I could just give you a once over, and then if we're good to go.
I don't know what a once over means in your context. To me, that means something else. That might not be the same definition that you are thinking of.
I raise an eyebrow. What?
Inappropriate.
I give him like a very flat stare. Like I don't understand. I just want to check your head.
I am not talking about the same thing.
Slow blink at him.
To keep things professional, Princess, don't think about it too much.
I shrug. Sure, but regardless
the
of that,
pants stay on.
The ladies all actually love a piece of Jumanji.
I would hope your pants stay on. I don't know where you think your brain is, but...
You know, with some men, they think with their other brain. Sometimes, Princess. Now, I am a man of looking at the stars and sometimes. You know what? I don't think we're thinking of the same thing here right now. The pants stay on.
Yeah. Okay. Super. Just I don't know what any of that meant. I'm just gonna.
Good. Good. Don't tell your parents.
All right. I'm gonna look at your scalp.
He has a really nice like a beret that he usually has. It has a little feather in it, and as you kind of approach him, he kind of is like, "It's a looming tall lady,
All right.
dragonborn."
I put down the sack. All right. Hat off. Let's see. And
I
crack my
got a
fingers.
bald spot.
Well, now I know about it, so if it exists, it's irrelevant to this conversation. Hat off.
I know, but don't laugh. It is hereditary. I have no way of preventing it from going, so the pants stay on.
I would hope so. All right. I start looking at his scalp after he takes his hat off.
He takes the hat off, and the bald spot is like it's like an inch and a half diameter, in like this very tip top of his head. Kind of makes like a slight comb over as he's tried to cover it up. He has enough hair that it can kind of, if in the right light, you can't see it, but with the hat on, you can't see it, and his pants stay on.
All right, so
Medicine.
I inspect his cranium, and you said medicine. I'm going to use my D6 if that's all right with you.
I'm not
I
sure
do
I
have a
wouldn't
D6, right? Okay.
Use it. Get rid of it. Then you don't have it later. That face.
11.
be. Looking around his hair.
Actually, 12. Sorry, 12.
Looking around his hair, you look for signs of fractures, breaks in the skin, bruises, etc. First is the bald spot. It's probably gonna get worse. Second, is the bruise on his chin. It's very small, about the size of a quarter, around the slightly left of center on his chin. And around his head, he probably needs to wash. He's got dandruff of some kind. But you don't find anything nefarious or sign of, calling cards of intrusion. Cranial.
Okay, I put the hat back on his head and kind of pat him on the head. All right,
You
I don't think
see
you're gonna.
anything you like or dislike?
Well, I like the fact that you're not gonna pass out and fall off the wagon and get caught under the wheels. So good on you.
Yeah. I wasn't planning on it.
You do have dandruff, though. You may want to talk to a physician about that.
I have lots of hair problems, okay?
No, I mean, look, it happens. It's genetic. I shrug and I pick
Unfortunately, yes, it does. On both sides of the family.
Just for going forward, watch yourself and be a little more careful. Again, you don't want to. Brain injuries are important. Bad important. And then I walk back towards the rest of the league.
He readjusts his cap and begins to bundle all of his things. Well, he's already packed, actually, so they're just waiting on you guys. The caravan awaits.
Alright, I kind of huddle down with the guys. Okay. So.
Rubbing some eye boogers out of his eyes. Mm-hmm.
Nothing obvious. You're still being cradled by, like, Creo.
No, he put me on the chair, but I'm just like, mm-hmm.
Are we in the wagon number 2? Is that where we're going to sit?
Well, before we get
regular
in, because we had to split up to get into the wagons.
Oh, we're back at the old wagons. We can all fit in one.
We can all fit in one.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. So there's no one's like forcibly drilled into his brain or something like that. That being said, he does have a bald spot.
Do you always have a bald spot?
I don't know.
The loss, I don't remember the loss coming down.
I'm wearing a hat. Sorry, so we can tell.
You always worn the hat?
That I haven't been paying attention to.
Okay.
So,
Never look up, never look at hats.
Inconclusive. Well, if he turns purple, then
well,
that's
you
a
may
done
you
deal
may
there.
still want to just
No,
Yeah.
not.
I thought
I'm getting flashbacks when we tried to cure someone we knew had the
I'm
issue,
just gonna
and they
not-
almost. Let's give it at least a
last
night
resort.
before we. Yeah, let's give it a night and see what they do in the
All right.
event.
If
Are-
that's fine,
We
Kalos,
can
can
code,
you
my
have?
friends.
Yeah, no, I was just about DM. Are the 3 wagons next to each other, like, or in like relative close area?
Ducks in a row.
Okay. I'm just gonna do the. First of all, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Detect Magic, but let me go ahead and give you the number 91. So I'm Gooch. And I go ahead and what I'm doing is basically casting it and then going around the wagons, looking as if I'm inspecting them to make sure that they're good to go. But I also just want to I'm just gonna do that. Make sure that the wagons making me look like I'm just making sure that the wagons are good to go, and then looking at everyone that I can for any type of magical thingies. Specifically, Lexander and Jumanji.
Let's see. The easiest one to notice is, of course, the medicine perfume man. He always has magical items on his person that you haven't gotten a chance to really take a look at yet. On a deep level, but you've seen him with magical items before. You go over to Lexander. He does not have any magical aspects to him. Even his new hat is not magical. You go over towards Jumanji. He has in his slung over sack that contains all of his astrology maps and a special lens that he uses to look up at the stars. That one is magical.
Has all right, I'm just gonna look at that, and then there is no way that I can make it look casual that I am looking through their wares, right? Like popping my head into like the supply wagon to see if there's any like magical thingies happening in there.
Well, all of them are packed away, so if
okay,
you
I
need to
wouldn't
do
be
that,
able
you
to.
would need to remove some lids. Lid.
I'm just gonna go back.
Schools of magic.
Oh yeah, what school of magic was it, Theo?
Which one?
I'm assuming. Actually, the Jumanji one specifically.
He's got a divination lens.
Okay. And I don't think I ever got the perfume man's. I think one of them was abjuration. I think.
Yep.
Okay. That's fine. I don't really give a fuck about that one. But thank you. So I just go back to the squad.
Brick
The league.
squad.
No. Nothing.
Okay,
Major.
all right, cool. All right. Before we get road, I pull out the scribble. You said you wanted to borrow this for the day.
Oh yes, thank you.
Borrowing my
Something-
Scrabble.
Our scribble. The royal
I
scribble.
traded-
the
I traded
Scrabble.
good boots for that.
I need the meme of
We're
Bugs
making,
Bunny
and I
with
think it
the
was a great
Soviet flag
trade,
behind.
Princess. We're making excellent use of this thing.
Yeah, but do you guys mind if it goes something more private?
No, it's
Actually,
fine.
I don't even know if it's private. You know what? Just fucking give me the me right now.
Charged, but I don't know if you want to wait till. I like to wait till we got settled down for camp.
Oh
but
yeah,
that's up to you.
I'll do that.
No, you can. I think it's charged. You said it recharges at dawn, so you're good to go now. But if you want to wait, it's up to you.
I take the Scrabble. Thank you. I'll look into it.
I get it. Cause
Right now?
You know, actually thinking about it, who the hell would I even scry on in the first place?
Your husband, husbando, of course.
I honestly think we're in more danger than he is at any given moment. So
You could also scry.
I got a whole book of people you scry on.
We can scry on the
Don't worry.
headmaster, but he probably has a crazy
Yeah.
save.
Yeah.
We
A
can.
lot, yeah.
Which
that
had
you have met and have seen
Scott
the same.
or Summer Watch.
both, but
Scott
Scott
might be on
is
a different.
Scott's on a
different
different
plane.
plane.
He
Yeah.
might be in a different plane at
I
least.
think he's
so-
in the Feywild, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
At this
I
point,
reckon.
yeah.
I
The
reckon
new
so.
headmaster probably has some crazy defenses. So
well, when I say me, I'm just I mean
personal.
You can also do
What
locations
about
away.
your
It's not
your
it's not people.
branded buddies?
You know that, right? I
Ah.
dropped some as Ulrich. I drop you some lore. Like, by the way, you don't have to scry on a person. You can also scry on a location.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, true that.
So, you've been to a lot of locations, princess. So,
You're a very learned person. You know.
very good word for you, maybe.
I hate to
Oh, I
learn
mean,
to fuck you.
Educated
Look,
English.
I'm just glad we're getting use out of it.
You're well traveled an individual.
Yeah,
You're probably more well traveled than your whole fucking family, to be quite honest with you.
a big claim. They're a big family. They might have had some fucking wild cards in their past. You haven't really looked into their history too much, have you?
I have nothing. All I'm getting is that they're really poshy. They prefer to stay in comfortable locations, and whether or not they can actually bring their wrath of a
Good thing we're on the
dragon is
road
up
saying
to.
that, and not like in the.
Oh, this is amazing that we're in a wagon, or
Well,
you know.
with one.
Let's just not find out.
Is it like age old fuck around find out adage?
I guess so. Yeah, fuck around, and find out at that point.
Correlates.
We will find out one way or another.
Are we commencing the fucking around? I mean, travel time.
Yes.
Sure.
On the road again.
And we depart. We are currently set aside 2 of those. 1, 2, 10, 20, 21, 23. So yeah, about approximate 7 to 8 days. That's to Anupolis. Unfortunately, you're veering off course and you're not going to be traveling towards that Katamir city. The ravine itself, you're technically in it, but the city is now off your current trajectory.
We've already been there, right? We went and ate bugs there and chat with Dawdler's got his gloves.
Or rather, I mean the, yeah, whatever. That was a week ago, or 2. Yeah. Anyways, about 8 to 7 more days of travel to get to Anupolis. What am I saying? Alright, so, dice, travel time, and go. Someone.
Who wants to?
Oh, I do it. I got it. What is it? A D20?
Nope, D100.
D100. Ignore that one.
Nice 3, bucko.
Blue dragon.
I wince when I hear that now. You've conditioned me to wince every time you say it because you say it so much.
All right. Now I've rolled a 3. Now I rolled a 3. So now I roll a D20. Right?
Is that a 3 or a? Well, which one was spot on the 3? Tens
day.
place was a 0.
It adds it up. So yeah, it was a.
Another day I do not, in fact, get to study.
Well, he rolled a 10.
And then I rolled a 10.
Minor
Does that mean we get
encounter.
Damn it! No blue dragon.
Minor on the side of the road. He's got pickaxe.
I just want to.
Let me go ahead
I
and
want
mark
to
off.
reread it.
I just want to read.
From B to C, so that's 1. Let's go ahead and we all know who's the first one seeing this. We don't need to say names here anymore.
Ben.
Damn, cool.
Yeah, it's totally
Prios, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It's more squid-based shit, so.
Crumpet.
Let me
That's a
just
good
double
companion.
check
Right there.
something on the map.
Uh-oh.
The map!
Are we in the sea now? Is that what
Let me
that's
just
like the last
double
stretch,
check.
isn't it?
What is this? Campaign world map HD V2. And I can zoom with crystal clear clarity, but I don't have a display capture on, so no one on this stream can see this.
Surprise!
I could just remake that map at some point that's more accurate for the next campaign.
Outpost, day 1. Aha! You find the opening of some sort of cave.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to go in there.
Curiosity did something to a cat.
Around the perimeter of the mouth of the cave is a variety of floral bouquets, almost. It is bright and colorful. Setting suns of variety of colors, bright oranges and reds and yellows, decorate as if some hippie is currently living in there.
Oh, I actually do want to.
That's That stands out in a desert.
I'm just looking at Callus. Every time I know that something's overhead, I'm just gonna see what he does. He's like itching his face, like shoving his fingers, like.
I'm actually just writing down on my notebook, and you say cave with pretty flowers. I'm like, that sounds pretty.
There's a very crooked wooden sign that hangs just a few feet away from the mouth of the cave. It is at a very jaunty angle, as if it is about to fall off of its hinges. The desert has unfortunately corroded and eroded all sorts of text that might have been on it at one point, to the point of illegibility. However, the small markings of different colored pigments denote that once in its time, it said words.
What's left over?
Nothing that can be legible. It's just like little dots.
Is it like what I said about the Hard Rock Cafe?
No, none of the letters are actually letters anymore. They're just splotches.
Okay, yeah.
As if you took like a brush to like something
An
written on
elephant?
a.
What the fuck was that?
No, that was just fucking Small Dick Jones over there. Let me see what the car looks like actually, because these things always look like pieces of shit.
And it is.
Some fucking old
Probably
ass
like
looking.
a Honda.
Looks like some fucking old ass Toyota or Honda, yeah.
Can we read the sign? Is it?
I just said it's illegible.
What
Do
does
you
it look
read
like?
illegible? It's really old and it's crooked and
You want to take a peek, guys? Looks.
I mean, does it look like
Oh, me?
it's a deep cave? Does it look like there's a lot of people in it?
There looks to be 0 people.
I could tell you if it's like malicious or not, if that's a concern.
Why is it religious? Is there any
No,
religious
no,
connotations to these
malicious.
bouquet of flowers in a cave? Or does this scream Sand Strider religion?
I'm
No.
gonna take a look.
Not religious, I say.
So do you go take a look?
Yeah.
I go with you.
Say no more.
I'm
Leave
gonna
us
look
out.
I'd like to look at these flowers and see if there's any that could serve some medicinal purpose.
Well, check to see. They may be burial, so maybe don't.
Oh
Who
damn!
knows?
Switching tables. Let's go.
Did you know that you need to make
Muffin?
a nature check to see if you know what the fuck these plants are?
Cactus. Dummy.
Am I good at nature? No, I'm not. No.
I don't know who's good at nature here.
I look at the flowers. I rolled a 3, and I have. they're pretty.
They are look pretty.
Poison ivy. To where?
You wanna?
This is a bit lost on me.
I'm gonna go. Let's just see what they do, Barris.
I use
What does the bees know, Zen? What do the
my divine sense.
Why would they know anything about
See
it?
if this is consecrated or desecrated.
bees, flowers, pollen?
Okay.
None of the above.
All right.
Don't
So
bees
yeah,
not
what
pollen
you
for
said
bad
tracks.
flowers?
It doesn't seem like religious, so I think this is just a flowery cave.
What's inside it?
Let's go check.
I look for a rock on the ground.
It's mostly sand, but sometimes you can find rocks.
I whip a rock into the cave.
It sounds like throwing a rock into a cave.
Ow!
It hits a harder surface on the interior, although it's still muffled by the sand that has poured in from the desert winds. There's a slight echoey as if there's a deeper chasm from just the outset. Chasm.
I'm gonna cast detect magic.
You detect magic. You rolled a number that is...
Ooh, I rolled a 4 under. Let's go, baby. What do
I
roll?
need you to roll
Bye-bye, Dauntless.
dice in the following order. A d20. And then a d100.
D100 again?
No, a d20
D20,
first, and then a
and then-
d100. I need
yeah.
to see the intensity.
Severity of thing.
20, and then
You got 20?
37.
37.
A nat 20.
Nat 20.
Holy shit.
For the next day,
Oh, Jesus.
each time you say a word with an S sound, you need to hiss like a snake. Congratulations.
Barris.
So,
I sort of think the only one in the party.
Does my tongue become like
Laz.
Oh shit, yeah.
a snake tongue or not?
Laz.
No,
Z.
it just feels heavier. And you can't help
Well-
but notice that S sounds
Wow, pisses.
Well,
Jeez.
daughterless. Let's go check the cave.
You missed a s, by the way. It's less.
Fuck you.
He's got a grammar.
I'm
correction
trying
there.
over here.
No, I know. I kind of.
Spaghetti
Well,
sauce.
okay. For
Let's go.
Shells.
by the seashore.
Sure. Oh
are
man.
you yeah, are you messing with me here? Like,
And red socks.
What are you talking?
What doesn't happen?
What? Yeah.
Henry's
Wow.
making new letters.
I'm making up
What's
shit.
you talking about?
What's you talking about?
What?
Peter
I mean, he was just,
Piper picked a pack
Okay,
of
I'm gonna stop
pickled
fucking
peppers.
well,
That's
okay. I
only
think we
one
could
S.
just if it is too much trouble, we can just assume that you are saying it like that, and we can react.
That's
accordingly.
not fun.
I
I'm
know.
trying, okay? That's the whole point. I'm trying. I got it.
About his words.
You approach the cave mouth.
He can
After
approach the
having
cave mouth. I'll approach it like 5 paces behind, like eyeballing him. Like, okay.
What are you doing?
Following
Alright.
you.
That's
The
hey,
flora
you
around
weirdo.
here, as previously described, is very colorful and pretty. From vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows, they mildly resemble that of a sunset. Set.
The DM's got it. You can't. He's got the wild magic.
As you approach, the sign is hanging there, illegible. The interior is dark beyond a certain point. You, as a regular person, do not have dark vision, so there is a certain point of the cave that becomes indecipherably dark.
He's
I
not
take
detecting
out-
any magic, by the
I
way.
take out my
So
night
cast
vision.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Take out my glasses. Like,
I'd like to. I want to inspect the sign though while he's inspecting the cave. I'm curious.
You can see more into the interior. It begins to funnel downwards until eventually it is like a cone shape, very narrow on one end. The wider portion, of course, being the mouth that you are currently looking at. It is small enough and makes a tube-like formation that you surmise an individual could crawl through. Think of that one cave that caver got stuck in and fucking died.
You say
Oh, it's
that
really
one
small
cave
ones.
as if it doesn't happen repeatedly every year because
One guy only in history, Andrew. Okay?
I'm
Time
saying
James
spelunking
Franco.
is suicide.
If I
But what if they
What does this
find
cave look like?
treasure?
Oh man, what if I previously find like Sinbad's lost fucking gold? No, you won't. You'll die in a
Alibaba
fucking
sword,
cave.
Andrew.
You will
It
die
could be in
alone
there.
in a cave the size of a bowling ball or the width of a bowling ball because you're fucking.
Who's going in
crazy.
bowling ball caves? There's nothing good in bowling ball caves.
Just saying. Anyway,
Roasting his
Spelunking
meat
is-
in front of it.
A hobby. That's all I'll say.
It fucking sucks.
Then as soon as we put on our night vision aviators or whatever
You got
Nautilus
fucking
has,
aviators.
I have aviators.
mine look like
eyeballs.
Maverick. You casted snake magic, right? That's why you speak like a snake now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
In the mouth of the cave, DM, do I get any? Nope. Okay.
Not everything's got to be magical.
Nope, I just want to make sure. We can't fit there. Like,
I'm farting about with the sign.
It's made of wood?
Can I try and discern what language it is but not read it, if that makes any sense?
No, because it's just blotches of ink. All of the
Oh, it's
all readable text is completely nil. Like, imagine I wrote something on a whiteboard and then slapped it with a towel like 5 times.
If
Should
I'm
I
looking
try and-
outside our wagon, do the flowers look like they've been recently placed? And there's like old flowers? Are they like bouquets?
I used the word bouquet because of the variety of colors. However,
Okay,
they are
they're not like actual like.
they're not like in vases or anything.
Okay, so they're naturally occurring.
They are clinging to the edges of the cave mouth and some of the interior, just enough that they can get sunlight, because if you go too deep, then you're effectively choking yourself if you're a flower.
Can I pick up the sign? Or is it like it's attached to the wall?
It's in the sand. How
I'd
deep
like-
it is, you're not entirely sure. Sand can go quite deep.
I'd like to pick the sign up and try and bring it outside to get a better look.
It's already outside.
Oh.
Do
so I'm-
the flowers look like the ones I purchased from that totally reputable salesman?
Make a nature check.
Hold on. Load. Nature.
What can I do here?
6.
Flowers.
Pretty.
Flowers, my guy.
Hmm.
They don't look like corpse flowers anyway, so.
Well, the corpse flowers are for someone who decided that they didn't want to get cremated; they wanted to get composted. So
I'm so sorry, Adam. What did you say that was inside of the mouth of the cave when we're walking towards it? I'm the first one. What do I see? I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying
Flowers.
attention. Flowers. That's it. Just a shit ton of flowers.
Flowers that are clinging to the edges of the mouth and some of the interior. It doesn't go too deep. And the rest is cave. Some sand. And then the hole that you can probably fit if you crawled on your hands and knees and decided to go spelunking.
I just understood the reference you made, Alec. I'm so slow.
I point out the hole to my boy or my princess at this point. Should we go? Do you want to? Do you want me to go in?
No, don't go in there. And stop that.
All right. So we either go or we leave. What do you want?
I
We either
mean,
check it out or we leave, and we
would
say
we
that
be-
there's a.
Would you be able to send Krios in? Is it wide enough?
I can put myself in. No, I'm not sending Krios in. Remember last time, if something weird happens and he needs to talk, no, I'll go in there myself.
I'm getting like visibly angry right now. Knock that off. And if you do go in there, be careful.
Fuck what off? I go in. I go in.
Didn't elaborate. Like,
You get down as low as you can. The perimeter of this thing is very, very narrow, in such a way that if you, say, were wearing full plate armor, your large shoulder pauldrons would get caught on the side, preventing you from entering at all.
Ah, yes, of course. How, if looking into it, how long does it look?
You cannot see the other side. Because there's an angle downwards.
I literally moved dirt.
Are there-
I
okay.
moved the dirt.
I say, yeah, I'm not going to be able to fit in
if,
there.
If Kalos is making the decision to go for
If
it,
you want me to look, I have this bat thing.
Well, I'm going to actually come out of the cave and say, boys, we actually kind of need everyone here. Well, not everyone, really just Zen.
What am I doing now, guys?
Well, if there's an additional person, we should do it as a whole group.
I'm like grinding my teeth every time he talks.
That's
Oh.
not good for your teeth.
Don't grind your teeth.
What are you? Why are you?
Gnashes.
Why are you getting so mad, Princess?
I'm gonna hop
yeah,
out.
you gotta be careful,
I'm gonna-
princess. Your scales are gonna wrinkle.
There's no reason
Gonna
for you
look
to
all
be
old.
this mad.
He's fucking with me.
Fucking with what?
What's he doing?
Am I doing
saying
something?
I look embarrassed. I look embarrassed. Like,
Am
I'm
I
suffering such
I
a-
haven't been
Am
hit by.
am I speaking in a strange way? I don't understand, Princess.
Oh, yeah, that is kind of weird.
oh, Wait, so he's not just fucking with me?
Is this like a new thing? What are you doing?
Are you sick?
Well, no, the first sentence he said he didn't. He literally that I heard he
Sick.
didn't. There were no S's in that
Yes,
sentence.
I am thick.
Did you
Thick.
burn your tongue last night?
I'm the
Cowles?
thickest.
I'm the thickest of
Wait, okay,
them
hold
all.
on. If he's doing this in front of you, that means this may be like a.
He's
head
having
thing.
a giggle.
No, I think hold on,
More
don't.
brain.
Hold on.
What do you
I
think? This is like a
Like a
racist
cave
thing?
lookout.
Like,
What
fuck you, lizard lady.
doing here?
Hold on.
Okay.
There's a question I need to ask. Actually,
Question.
do we know of like if we overcap, there's like shit that might happen to us, or we don't know that like as characters?
No, I don't fucking know shit. I'm
Well,
running.
Well, I
that
would
by
know
now.
because I'm an artificer and I
Well,
deal with that whole
maybe
type of shit.
maybe.
If this theory is sound, then
I think it's fun to not know.
that's why I'm asking the DM if I would know, not you or anyone.
Well,
It's dangerous sometimes.
You wouldn't be a pussy, would you?
All right,
Not. That's why I'm overcapping.
look, I'm giving him a head check.
Hold on, it's because of magic.
Yeah, that. makes everything much clearer.
Laszlo, you.
Don't say my name. Ah.
We're
See,
in the fucking cave. No one's around. What?
in an echoey cave, and I'm not as them. Just gone this far.
Yeah, okay.
Please.
Look, you keep talking. I'm giving you a brain check.
Getting brain checked.
And I
Like,
give him a brain
start
check.
swatting you away. No.
What we got here? Cave.
Look,
Alright.
look.
Cave. Zen could probably use his bat thingy and go inside.
Okay, I could. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but great. If you have heat stroke and like pass out in the desert,
Not
like,
having
We're
a
in
heat
We're in a
stroke.
cave. Oh, overhead bit of shade.
If anything, this armor is pretty cool. To be quite honest with you.
look, I'm trying to be optimistic because the other alternative is you've taken head trauma and no one's noticed. So
Head trauma is the thing.
I don't remember hitting him last.
exactly,
I may have done.
I don't remember hitting him either.
I don't. Dottie, okay. Check my head. Go.
I check his head while Zen can check the cave.
Okay, I say bat. Help transfer the hole.
Bat is very easily able to squeeze into this hole without any sort of shimmying required.
I imagine I could fly through it.
It's
Keep it
kind of
Never says what happens to the bees when I'm a bat.
On
Do they
your back,
shrink?
like a rider. They're a rider on your back.
they are about
Also
somewhere.
become bats.
They're like fleas on you.
More
If I'm
bats.
checking his head, I would like to actually check his head if that's all right.
Okay.
So should I?
Yep.
What a lovely roll. Yeah.
25.
Like we know what the result is gonna be.
Gray
25.
hair.
It's his big roll for the day.
Actually, yeah, this is a good point to ask this. Do I see signs of us having aged from the Sphinx?
I just said gray hair.
He said last
wasn't
time
even-
that a couple of his locks had started getting grey.
I mean, your hair is abnormally gray, but I don't see any blunt force trauma. So
Read. That Sphinx needs to die.
That what?
Sphinx.
Sphinx.
That's like the worst word for it.
Thanks.
It's not a good word.
I'm not
for
saying you can't think that. I'm just advising against. As your adjacent doctor, I would advise against going and fighting. that.
Bold claims.
I mean, yeah. At this point, you are my doctor. To be quite honest.
Just let's steer clear of any sphinxes.
On it.
Well, Zayn, how you doing in there?
Yell down the hole.
Zen is unable to speak common.
Yeah.
Alright.
Zen's a bat
Wait,
right
we-
now.
we
So he
hear
doesn't
a
understand-
positive affirmation squeak.
Yeah, can I squeak
You may squeak.
back.
positively?
One squeak.
That is
but
depending
yes.
on how the individual is hearing the squeak can understand
Bat.
that.
Oh shit! We haven't communicated a.
No one knows how to speak bat.
I would have
We
to
haven't
cast.
communicated a code.
Yeah, you would have to cast a spell.
Wait, does
Just-
would speak with animals work with magic bat Zen?
No, look, we don't need to worry.
He's
Just start
fine.
going ape shit if anything bad happens. One squeak
Can you
for
turn into an
yes,
ape now? Like,
2 squeaks
I
for
mean,
no.
we
Okay,
got
I
shovels.
reply with one
Are we able
squeak. I guess
to?
I'm-
All right, so there you have it.
Yeah,
He'll just
yeah.
start
What are
going
you
ape
doing?
shit.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, mate. What are you doing?
I will say, unfortunately, even though you are small, bats do have a decently wide wingspan,
So I have to walk.
you do have to bat walk.
It's Batman.
I have vengeance in his hand. Can we start using our shovels to sort of make it a little bit larger?
No, because it's rock. It's not all sand. It's not a sand hole. It's a rock hole.
While he's doing this, I'm gonna
I'm the
squat
guy
down on
for
my
that.
haunches, and I'm gonna
So I'm
smell
gonna
some of
increase
the
the
flowers.
size.
Let's
flower you
leave
don't know.
let's leave the structural integrity not.
Okay, well, let's not smell flowers as well, then, that we don't know what they are.
I'm just gonna
'Cause you
sniff
could-
one.
As your guard, do not sniff that.
Allow
Okay.
him to sniff it.
Someone
Oh,
else
yeah,
sniff it.
you know what? Fair enough. If one of you guys wants to sniff it, I can revive you. I don't mean that in like the literal, like bring you back to life. I just CPR.
Okay, let's go ahead and see what Zen sees.
How long have I been walking down this hole?
I just remembered, I think that bats in 5e,
Have a walk speed of what?
let's see.
They're a medium creature, so they can't fit actually.
They're medium.
No, they're tiny.
Action?
I was gonna say the fucking big ass bat. Like,
There are giant bats, I'm sure. It's
Yeah,
There
yeah.
are.
5e.
So
I
you
believe that
have
for a moment, like, that's a big
echolocation.
bat.
You don't have night vision. You have blind sight. So
Echolocation.
you're technically walking in the dark.
Does he retain
But you're
his
fine with it.
sight from his?
I guess I can echolocate and find.
Because
the
he's got
balls.
dark vision as a dwarf.
No.
It counts as polymorph.
It's a polymorph, so no.
Okay, yeah.
So Bat Zen. Bat walks down this tube-shaped cavern hole thing.
Bat shark repellent.
The floor goes from being covered in sand to eventually going to hard stone. It is slightly damp, as the condensation around here is minuscule but still noticeable. As you traverse down, you can feel that the area around you begins to widen ever so slightly. Not so much that you can sprawl out your wings and fly about, but just enough that you could, if you were in normal size, you'd be slightly more comfortable squeezing through this little tube. And the first thing you accidentally bump into is some sort of solid object that doesn't feel like a rock, because it kind of has a little bit of give to it and feels kind of long. With blind sight, I don't think that gives you very good sight as to what things actually are, but I think it's just more like presence, not so much actual. Can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius. Creature without eyes, such as oozes, with echolocations, heightened sense, such as bats, have this sense. I guess you can perceive your surroundings. Alright, it's a bone.
Oh, just a bone. Oh,
Well,
I'm gonna leave.
okay.
Bat
That
I'm
Zen-
gonna go.
Bat Zen comes out of the cave.
I found a bone. I didn't want to go further. As a bat.
Fair
Good
enough.
intuition as a bat.
Very sensible thing.
You
Let's
back
get
as-
out of here.
You
I'm just fucking with you. you just hear Kalos anytime that Zen speaks.
If we are not
That's just
venturing
jealousy.
further into the cave, we're going to
Wanna
get
be a
back
bat,
on the
don't you?
caravan.
On the road again.
With the mysterious cave left behind, and whose ever bones those belong to being lost to the annals of history.
I take the sign with us.
You have a wooden sign that is pocked
How big is
full
this
of
sign?
holes. It's the size of a
40
sign that you would
foot
have for like
billboard.
if you went to a protest, the little picket sign that people might have their thing written on that says Jesus hates F word.
Jesus, careful now.
Okay,
fucking
so
hell.
if the sign is when Dauntless trying to lug the sign in feels like it's going to be like obtrusive and get in our way, I'm
Are you
gonna
talking
like
about the sign
Break
or
the sign.
the sign. The
Look,
sign.
I just
If
wanna
it feels
see
like
what-
it's too big to fit, I'm gonna throw it out the back because like
It is
Alright.
wide enough that you need to pivot
And-
it to get
okay,
it to the
instead of
door.
taking it with us, I'd like to do the thing with the pencil where you like try and sideways, or if we have any charcoal or something like that, as a last ditch to see if we can figure out what it says.
or like a paper imprint.
Yeah, kind of, because like if someone carved into a sign versus
Like
like,
caution.
They painted on it.
well, that's what I'm trying to determine.
Okay.
If it is like literally painted on, then it's like there is sweet fuck all we can do.
I
But
think that's
if
the
this
case.
is like a warning, hey, don't go into the tiny cave, you'll die.
Don't be turned into a bat and go into this cave.
Actually, you know what? I don't even need to know what the sign says. I'm gonna take out my knife and I'm just gonna carve, "Don't go into cave, you'll die." Common.
Jesus Christ.
And then I put
It's
the
like
sign
peaceful
back.
spa.
Now there's a sign outside the cave that says, "Do not go in cave, you will die."
and there's gonna be that
My
one
work
guy who's gonna
here
come
is
by and just be
done.
like, "Challenge accepted."
Oh god.
Next campaign we come upon it, it's like, let's go in their cave, guys.
The last boss is in there.
And you leave the cave alone.
Then turned into a bat. Went in. Or burn.
That may save someone's life.
You get back on the road, and for the most part, everything else goes as normal. Your passives can be activated in terms of learning and enchanting.
I'm scared to read that fucking book.
Uh,
I don't want to start on it.
Dottie,
Amazon delivery.
Kalos comes up to you and hands you your stuff. Starts on his next project.
Stuff.
Your bracelets. Were they bracelets? I don't remember what they were. You
I
bought
remember.
so
them.
you
I
can
know. I remember
communicate-
what you're talking about, but I'm in character. I give you like a slow blink. My bracelets.
Your bracelets. Yeah.
Wow.
The
man while he's
messaging
down.
methoding ones.
Oh yeah. Got it. Thanks.
Your quite welcome. Okay. No. Okay.
Let
Look,
me
I
just
checked
type
your
this.
head. I know you're
S
not.
in them, but-
I know you're not addled, so you don't have to like pretend.
I'm not pretending.
Just be more careful with your magic.
Yeah.
Look at
You quiet. I've been watching you for the last 2
Look at
weeks.
Laszlo give you the middle finger.
I chuckle. I chuckle at response. I know. I know, guys.
Disrespect your elders.
For your own sake, I'm just saying.
Yeah, for your own sake. Maybe. Like, come on.
I mean, physically speaking, at this point, like with what the Sphinx did, he might physically be older than the
I'm
elves.
spry as fuck.
I'm in my what? Well, I don't
You're
know how
prime.
old I am. I guess I'm
You
in
don't
my
even peak yet.
30s.
You're
30.
like
What?
37.
I'm 37 now, so you know.
Oh, you were young, mate. You were 27 before.
I was 27, yeah, and we increased
Yeah.
by 10 years, so I'm 37
Oh.
now. So I guess I'm peak man. I guess.
Well, we
Now you've got the best years of
We don't know how old our characters have become from that. We just know that we've gotten older.
Well, I feel my locks got gray.
I
So
feel
know I got older.
exactly 10 years to the dot.
Would I? Well, okay, DM. Would you mind if I did like a couple of medical checks and gave everyone a once over to like
Cut
so-
people.
Get
Get
a
as-
chronology. Like,
as our yeah? So as
I
our
wasn't there,
characters,
so
we're
I'm
more aware,
fine.
you'll
like-
fucking. You might have died.
Right, you got to
like,
skip
I don't-
that. You got to
You
skip
might have
that roll.
fucking just venerable out of checked out. Like, like the wrong chalice in the Crusaders. Like,
Yeah, to bring our characters up to speed.
I fucking
You know, like,
marker
fucking
dried
Doc-
out.
On the one
Dwarves
hand, you got
today,
you got the human and the dragonborn who are like really concerned about this, and then you got the two elves who are just like 10 years.
ain't nothing but a thing. Ain't nothing about
I
it.
mean, I'm sure maybe 700 years from now, that'll feel really
already feeling
inconvenient.
it. Yeah.
I really wish I had those 10 years back, but like in
Flex.
the immediate, it's just
Age
like
flex. No. Walk in the park. 10 years. Nah, I don't want to be arrogant about it.
Well, since like I said, I want to give people the once over medically, just because I got
Can
my
you
learning
get
in
wrinkly
today.
scales? I don't even know. Like,
I can't have baby. Can you have baby? You can't have
you
baby.
passed your
no
like
more.
menstrual cycle.
Well, that's something I'm probably gonna have to do on my own.
Well, like one time you went behind the bush and be like, "Yeah." I don't need to say it.
Essentially,
I don't need to say it.
It's already been
I don't
clicked.
need to repeat it. It's
We're
on the
not.
tip of
We're,
your
we're not
tongue.
excited. We're not excited about
Yeah, I know, you can do
Dragonborn
that by
menopause.
yourself. Yeah.
All right. Well, I since we have nothing has gone terribly wrong today, at least. I would go around and kind of take notes and medically give everyone a once over to try and figure out.
Thank you.
I guess the best results I would get would probably be from. I would probably have to use Kalos as like a good marker because
It's like a baseline. Yeah.
yeah. And you said
I
37.
mean, Zen doesn't look any different since post obelisk.
Yeah, I mean, you're not dead, so it's not
Not
like you're
dead.
affecting
This
you
guy's
that
good.
much.
This guy's fucking good.
He's breathing. He's fine.
He's really good.
Varys, what do you know anything about Dragonborn anatomy? Like, what would I even look for in terms of age?
I mean,
Dragonborn
they,
are not dragons, so those things don't overlap.
They live slightly. They have slightly shorter lifespans than humans. That's all I know. I've never done
You're
medical
not
examination. I'm not a doctor in any sense of the word. Least of all for Dragonborn.
So let's pretend, Dottie, that
Alright,
you
John.
did
wait.
age up,
And you said Dragonborns are
up.
comparable
Blow
to
up,
to
right?
humans, as far as you know.
Slightly
Okay.
shorter lifespans in my experience.
All right, so if I can use
because I killed
baseline,
him. Sure, with my hands.
it would have helped if I asked anyone what my age was.
Of
but I don't know.
your kin.
Well, no, me. Thought.
Maybe
me
you were a
thought-
19-year-old
old am I?
princess.
Was I?
Oh, maybe.
You should have said
That's-
yes. You could have gone with that. You could have believed it. Oh god.
Well, that therein lies the problem. I don't. Do you wait? No, we gave up.
You don't
the
feel
curl.
old, do you? You don't like go, oh my back. Oh. You haven't done any of that yet. So
No, I'm not literally hobbled
Maybe
over.
an examination
then?
from a doctor that knows.
you.
Yeah, not you.
like that. I just check your fucking medical report that you've got on you. We brought that with us for a reason.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
Well,
Does that say your
considering
age?
considering what's required of you, do you want to do that in Annapolis and rather than?
Well,
maybe
no,
like-
Well, you've got read the medical report that you were given.
Actually, that is a good point.
It might say your age, and then you can.
Well,
No.
I get what you're saying, Varys, but it's just we should. You want to go into.
Also,
You want to go into a scenario knowing as much as possible. Don't go
also, so in that vein, let's pretend that they do find out that you got older. How did you get older? How are you going to explain it?
That's hold
Just
on.
tell them the
Let's-
truth. The desert has a lot
They
of.
know
Well,
about Sphinxes,
let's see if we
surely.
even need to. Let's see if we even need to tell them that first.
Okay.
I check the medical report and I see what age they have listed.
What? Oh,
So,
How old is Daedalus? He's
Yeah,
checking his
'cause-
medical records.
because now that we have time to breathe, I need to figure out just how worried we need to be about because the whole
We want to see if he's missed his menstrual cycle, or whatever it is.
weird phrase.
that's a very sentence that Dan probably never thought he would say today.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
We've been
D&D.
creeping up on it.
Dungeons and Dragons, baby.
Well, like
Yeah.
they made a big deal about the whole baby thing, so it's like if
he's
I
past his
suddenly
prime,
show
yeah.
up and it's like, oh, you got a lot of gray scales. What the fuck is going on? Why did your bodyguards let this happen to you in the desert? We're gonna kill them and like lock you in a basement or something. It's like, oh,
But
Whoa!
Dude,
I did
that's
not think
like the plot to Shrek. Not really.
What the
checking the medical report. I need to know how old I was.
Princess Hualong, female dragonborn, clocking in at the ripe old age of 26.
36. But using Kalos as a baseline, so 36. I could probably still have kids.
Cool.
I'm not
Hopefully.
going to.
Well, you have to.
No, you have to.
We'll see about that.
What? What do you mean?
Mutilate yourself? The fuck?
You're planning on killing someone? That's gonna.
And
What?
we get into the abortion portion of the
Jesus
campaign.
Christ!
Oh,
Oh my
Not
God!
even
this
remotely.
campaign- Where are we going?
Oh,
I have
my
no.
God.
Wait, what the
It's
fuck?
got
are you
medical, quick.
even talking about?
You have to
Ethics.
have at least three kids. You told us this.
Yeah.
Your uncle
That's what
told
they
you.
expect.
Yeah.
Yes, a very powerful.
Why don't we go
family.
into like prep for
You know what? Like I said, maybe not have any doctors look you over while we're in Annapolis.
Well, that was kind of what I
Just hand
wanted
them
to
the
check
medical
here.
report.
Is like,
Yeah.
well, I wanted to make sure that we don't have to field any awkward questions, because if we don't bring up, oh yeah, I got aged, then it doesn't matter. But if
Oh,
it's
you
like,
know, you look like a really old 26-year-old.
yeah, that if
Or
we had
you
to
could
field
just
any
say-
You could
questions
just be like,
that-
well, you know, being out in the wild has really fucking
Exactly.
weathered me. Like,
But no. If we say anything about age, they're gonna make the.
just be, I'm rough and tumble now. That's my look.
But I don't want them
Okay,
to get
so that-
up in my business about the whole baby thing. As long as we can put that off until I come up with some way to.
I don't know
deal
about
with
that. That seems
Nautilus,
pretty
can I
at the
like
head of their.
can I like give you my assertion based on the way we've interacted with these people so far?
Yeah, shoot.
As far as they're concerned, having babies is your only business.
Yes, and it's high priority in their mind, but we don't want to
Probably
make
the
it
highest.
We don't want to make it even higher priority, where it's like this has
already
to
being the
happen
highest.
Okay, so we
Pretty-
don't mention anything about us
Yeah.
aging. If they bring it up, you know what to say. Let's leave it at that.
Yep. Nothing.
Ladies. Cool. All right. Well, we got all that. Up to the wayside. Creepy cave. Zen still alive.
You say cool, but I mean,
I mean,
and
you haven't got a choice,
Carlos are
really. It's
now
kind of
gonna
one of them.
Die sooner.
Well,
Unless-
that's out of our control. I'm not going to fucking change that.
I mean, yeah,
It's
we
older,
will
but-
now because now we
We'll
have.
value life more now.
Well, yeah, but
Look at
now
that.
we have our friend here who can throw our spirits into things.
What?
As far as I'm concerned, it's solved.
What?
We don't have that anymore.
What do you mean?
What?
That item's not ours.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Pause for a second. Did Zen not tell us that he used to be an astral projection monk?
Yeah, I don't remember how to do any of that.
Brain damage.
Okay.
Remember?
Brain damage.
Yeah, but it's still there. We just have to unlock it.
He's got his own brain damage. That's a no you. That's a
Let's talk about something else.
Look, all I'm saying is denial is not just another river for the Sandstriders.
wow.
Wow. It sounds like if anyone's in
Guys,
denial.
It's you.
Let's fucking go, Alexander. Hit the road, buddy. Hit the sand.
We're not sleeping tonight. Get out of here.
He's referencing pieces. I don't like this.
Boy.
What did you guys find
do
in
that.
that cave?
Sand.
Bones.
We just signed that.
Yeah.
Okay. And the rest of the journey continues. Eventually,
love
I love
Alexander.
movies like that. I love them. I really do.
Eventually
love-
finding a stopping point at the end of the evening where you settle down for camp. Everyone gathers around the water cooler as is tradition and just has idle conversation with each other now that they're not driving the wagons.
Does Jumanji, not Jumanji, Alexander take his hat off at any point? Even if it's like nighttime?
He takes off his hat when he's not driving because it's not
Does
sunny
he have a
anymore.
bald spot?
You need to look at him closer with a roll of dice, inspecting his scalp with a perception check.
16.
He is very well haired on his head.
'Cause he's
Although
a
he does,
tabaxi, and if
he,
he's-
he,
yeah.
he does keep it very like close cropped though.
Alexander is human, right?
Is Alexander's a tabaxi? Am I correct? Or is he human?
Hold on.
I always thought he was a tabaxi.
No, the
Unless
perfect
it's a
man.
Alexander
perfume
is
man
human.
that is a tabaxi.
Alexander is human.
Okay, he's human, right? I was going to say, if the hairy cat person no longer had hair, I'm like, okay.
To be fair, it took a few. There was a lot of time before like Billy had to go through quite a few like.
I'm
bad
just
night.
checking, early signs.
Yeah.
I'd rather let that develop than if I need to do that thing, I can do that thing. Because no one needs that unnecessarily.
Yeah, after what happened with what's his name, and we knew we had to cure him, and then the way we went
Yeah.
about it's like maybe
Not
not
the way.
like.
Not the writhing way of.
I mean, out of character for a minute. I was looking through notes to remember that guy's name because I knew we forgot it the first time. I didn't write it
Nefriti,
down.
yeah.
Oh, Euphrates. Okay. I did not write it down though. The
New
first
free tea. Yeah.
new free tea.
I burnt that into my head because I had a fucking aneurysm trying to remember it.
I'm back.
Like, bitch was a poet, and he was at the same. He was at the Singing Worms. No, he was a Twin Raven. Sorry.
I have
Oh,
a
he was a
little. I have a
raven,
little.
studied
I have a little
poetry.
block
Yeah,
of
Twin Raven.
twin ravens, and he's not. I never added him to that.
Put
list.
him in. New free tea, the Twin Ravens poet. I've got that on my
See if
notes.
I am gonna write it, but I want to see if I added it somewhere else by accident.
Remember that Callum Heinrich? Remember that guy? That cool painter that just totally.
Yup, I still have his paintbrush.
Cesare as well. Festus. Wow. Reminiscing.
During the whole water cooling time, DM, I want to take the scrying eye to go to the side and
What's in the box?
do I remember, DM, if there was any type of enchantments that would prevent people from scrying over the university?
Let's see. You've never tried it.
Okay. I'm gonna scry over in the university in my old room.
Just to look at that bed.
Racehorse bed.
Let's see. In your old room, it's got your bed, as is tradition. You didn't have a roommate, so it's just collecting dust, and it's
No.
dark.
I'm sorry. I
5
meant
PM
the.
dark.
I didn't mean the Soul Home University. I meant the Hecafates University. I'm sorry. Didn't specify. Or is it the same?
Well, no
You
race
also have a
car
race
bed.
car bed there.
But
Dang
no,
it.
it's been repurposed as a storage closet.
Oh, okay. All right.
Your little fucking slave hovel. I mean,
My little shack howl. Yeah. Little one closet. 5 by.
New
Bye
York
bye,
studio apartment that costs $2,000 apartment that
Okay.
may have to share a bathroom with people on the same floor.
I'm back.
Then I just reunite with everyone.
So,
Alrighty then, let's go ahead and clock another day of travel. And we're gonna erase this thingamajig. Change that to a 9. I need to buy new dry erase markers. And we're getting back on the road, fellers. Next day of travel. Let's go ahead and have a dice roll to see if this is a free day or not. D100.
I'll do it.
He's doing it. Is that the big one? I can't see what he's rolling.
Yes.
It's a golf ball. Don't swallow that, please.
No, they're smooth. They come right out the other end.
Yeah, hold on.
That's
I'm gonna
assuming
just
your rectum is that big.
roll it and let it fall where it falls. $91.
Okay. It's a free day, gentlemen. Another day of travel, with nothing trying to kill, harangue, annoy, or cause any kind of duress, with the exception of Daedalus not being able to grasp the grammatical context of using past tense verbs. Besides that, you guys settle down for the evening, and everything is all hunky-dory. In the meantime, during this evening, Jumanji is trying to look at some stars, noticing that there is a good lack of cloud coverage to prevent line of sight to the stars. He takes out one of his star charts and invites anyone who wants to attempt to locate particular star constellations, or maybe individual stars not part of a constellation but have some sort of interesting history about.
Look.
Go together, yeah. Let's have a peep. I'm gonna have to Ulrich up. Oh, I got 12. So I got 12. Then I got a 6.
Uh-oh.
And then
Oh no! What the fuck? Oh no! I need to roll that again. That was a 6-sided die. I think I need to roll a 20.
how did you? All right.
I'm using roll a die as a website, and I didn't change it to a.
I don't know what you're
20.
talking about.
Don't worry. So the D20 was 8, and 100 was an 18.
You and all creatures within 30 feet gain vulnerability to piercing damage for a minute.
Oh, it's like the worst thing.
Don't-
The worst.
Don't pick your nose.
Ah, okay. For a minute.
Yeah.
And then there's Varus, who just walks around with a bunch of pointy objects on him at all
Yeah.
times.
Whoops! Didn't fall
Hmm.
over. It's
These
not time
arrows
to fall
feel
over.
extra pointy right now.
Alright. Is it? I know it's at night, obviously, because we're looking at the stars. Is it too dark that we can't discern? Like, if I want to try to discern skin tone, because I know this is still a paranoia we have as a group. If I wanted to take a glance at Jumanji,
We can have a sheen on his face.
You're only going to
That's
be
another-
racist at night.
Night vision and dark
Yeah,
vision by proximity see things in shades of gray.
Does he have a shinier face now?
He
That
is
was a
sweating,
sign.
but
At
he
night?
cools down when at night, so I don't know, he looks like he needs to bathe. Oils on the body that naturally occur when you don't shower for long periods of time make you shiny. So he looks normal. He's got his hat on to cover his bald spot. He goes around and points out a couple of stars that are not relatively new in the grand scheme of his lessons. He's shown you them before, but from different perspectives, traveling from west to east, the perspective changes, and he gives you a couple of pointers on how to identify certain stars that can be used to navigate in the same way that the North Star does in real life. Dropped my pen cap. Okie, folks. That's gonna be it for this evening. Unless anyone wants to do any more things. Well, the scrying orb is on cooldown, so.
I want to do is once it seems like everyone's asleep. I want to take. It doesn't. I'm not gonna try to peer in, but I am gonna walk around the camp just to see if everyone's sleeping as soundly as they can. I'm gonna try to do it quietly, but I just want to take one quick walk just
Quietly,
to see.
you say. Would you perhaps mean...
Oh, actually, there is one thing I'd like to do. I'm sorry. Before we go to sleep, I go over to my spiritual camel, and I kind of pour out some grains in front of it, and I mentally tell it to pretend to eat.
It can just eat for real, too.
Oh. Eat
Just
the
because it
oats.
doesn't have to doesn't mean you don't.
All right, in my mind, eat the oats.
Eat the oats, you bitch. Eat them and like
I offer you these oats in these trying times.
I would also tell it telepathically while I'm doing this, also keep an eye on this bag. It's gonna stay with me, but be my extra eyes. Thank you.
It nods affirmatively and proceeds to eat the oats. Now, what did Varus
I was
want
gonna-
to do? Some sort of...
I was gonna activate stealth, and then right before we went, right after everyone else went to bed, and right before I did, I was gonna take a little walk and just make sure no one's sweating in their sleep and having night terrors.
Well, remember what last time you happened when you went on a night stroll in a camp, it's past traumas, etc. Alright, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Well, I'm not leaving the campground. It's fine.
yep, okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure everything will be okay.
Is that a werewolf?
No one's having a bath or anything. You're good. The
Would it be a
signs
werewolf
aren't
in the
there.
desert? Would it be like a were-camel or something like that?
Whamble.
I rolled a.
That's probably the least intimidating lycanthrope
It's
I
a
can think
whamble.
of.
I rolled a 16 total.
Okay. So you go ahead and, as casually as you can, it's easy to be stealthy on sand, relatively speaking. Not the footprints part, but just the noise that you would make. It's easy to muffle that in regards to keeping quiet. As everyone goes to bed, you slip out of the dome, if that is being applied this evening, and go about your business. Checking to see specifically on the Caravaneers, I'm assuming.
I rolled a 7.
Whoopsie daisy, hold on, let's see how that explodes. I mean,
A 4 on the d20.
Mhm.
And then a 94.
whoa, I'm scrolling. You immediately lose all of
All control of your
your
bowels.
Bowel control.
Bowels?
No, you immediately lose all of your sorcery points. I'm not a sorcerer.
Nothing happens.
That would have
So-
sucked if you were a sorcerer.
Was that a permanent thing?
Until you finish a long
Did
rest.
you rest? Like, yeah.
Or it'd be something bad. All your magic items disappear.
Yeah, you didn't unattuned from all magic. That'd be good if it were all cursed. But, you know, they ain't. Cool. Nothing happens. That was before you go Watson out because everyone's asleep. So.
But then Varys gets to do his thing, and you do a traipse around the caravan. The Caravaneers, of course, they don't all sleep inside the actual wagons themselves. They have their tents that they can deploy. Some of them are not just open canvases that just are a TP shape, because if you leave that open, you get sand and all sorts of unmentionable things when you wake up. So you pass by, and some of the flaps of said tents are shut. If you'd like to do something more intrusive, then you may do so.
I'm not going to try and peek inside, but I am going to listen a little more closely.
That's going to be different than stealth check, of course. Sound-based perception check. Is that two meat steaks slapping, or is that just someone having a good time?
Perception is a 17.
You quietly listen near without peeking into the tents, and you can hear various sounds of snoring, some louder than others. You get down to what is presumably the perfume man's tent, and you can hear very, very shallow breaths. And occasionally a sound.
Ooh.
It was like a snoring sound, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Thankfully, no one in here has sleep apnea, so it's normal sleeping schedule.
Okay.
And eventually you traipse back over to the dome and slip back in with the rest of your companions.
Cool.
The next morning, Laszlo, you get all your sorcery points back, so you're at a grand total of 0 anyways, so...
Woo!
Day 3. Give it up for day 3. And let's herald this evening, or morning rather, with another D100 roll.
Who's up?
I already rolled, so I'm good.
Go on, Pat.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet.
Okay, you go.
D10. 10 on a percentage die is 10, right?
If it's the one with the double zeros on it, it'll take the place of a...
It's the 1-0.
Okay, so that is in like a teens. So...
Okay, so I got 12.
Okay. We're on a D12 now, because the last time we rolled on the counter, it was a 10 on a D20, so we have graduated to a D12.
Roll a D12 now.
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
What kind of horrible things could happen?
5. Minor encounter. It's a 4 or below before you get your hopes up. Alright, let's go ahead.
More PTSD.
Well, the minor encounter doesn't mean necessarily that it's not going to cause horrible trauma, but let's see. Along your travels, peeking out every once in a while to see where you are in location, the high mountain walls of the Crescent Dial Mountains are beginning to encapsulate most of your horizon. It is in this stark contrast with a nice backdrop of rock that you can see what appears to be some sort of shimmering oasis much smaller than the one that you guys teleported to upon coming back to the material plane. It is about a quarter of the size, about half the vegetation, and there is currently 2 people bathing. You cannot see them from the waist down because they are submerged in water. That is how I'm censoring this.
Cool, cool, cool.
One is a man, another one is a woman.
Ooh, man.
You can see that they have an assortment of objects that have been staked into the ground so that they don't leave their clothes on the bare sand. A almost rack, the type you would have drying laundry on, holds their clothes and accoutrements such as traveling equipment, weapons, armor, etc.
Well, do we want to stop do we have enough water? Do we want to stop and refill, or are we?
I mean, I can make more. Do they look like they're in duress though, or are they just bathing?
They are bathing with all sorts of fancy soaps and whatnot.
Hey,
Might contaminate the water.
I mean,
Don't drink soap.
is this just a random oasis that just? Do you guys want to ask Alexander if this is normal?
We can.
yeah,
oh.
you do that. And
I'm gonna open the little window that sees into the front. It's like, hey, Alexander, is that normal?
Is what normal?
The people bathing over there?
Yeah, people in this country love to bathe.
No, but just finding these little pockets of water.
Oh yeah, the closer we get towards the center of the crescent dial, the more mountain runoff there is.
Ooh.
So tiny ones like that are not a big a deal, but not big enough that you would form a whole civilization around it. That's what the Sea of Embrace is gonna be when we pass by that in soon. Very soon. Like in a few hours. So that's just probably a little bit of an offshoot of some stray water that is not quite merging with the Sea of Embrace. So that's
Okay.
normal. I mean, if you want to peek at them while they're bathing, we're passing by. Up to you. I can't control your eyes.
Alright. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't just hallucinating or something. I closed the little windows like, yeah, it's normal apparently.
He knocks back on the little panel, and we got enough water for the time. We packed plenty when we were back in town. And it was a relatively short trip from here to Annapolis, so we're good for water. I don't think they look like traders of any sort. And the wagon's small and doesn't have a guild symbol on it, so they're definitely not guild merchants. If you want to say hi, it's just a friendly thing to do, but I don't see much point in it. No offense to them.
Does anyone not want to keep moving?
I'm
I've got my head in my book.
Okay, keep moving.
We pass by, clocking in another day's your travel.
Hell yeah. I'm at 20.
Dude, that's a number out of 120, so
I'm 1/6 of the way there.
that's fucking crazy. Alright. One more day of travel. You guys can mark off more. Well, Dallas already did. And we're about to hit 3 hours, so before we get into the next day, I'm gonna mark down the new date, so that's 6 11.
It's the 9th, right?
We're passing into the next day, we're gonna get into the 11th. So the next day is 11th, but we are gonna take our break here. Clocking in at 1:08 on the Eastern Standard Time. I think 1:20, so 12 minutes.
cool.
Alright, stop talking about your underwear. We're back.
When we're back, we're back.
Pat, Rick.
I am here.
I just like to say splitting your name up into two.
Pat and Rick.
Pat, Rick.
Alright, so we just passed through, and we're going to be going on to day 11. It's at this time, before I have you guys roll, that we're going to be essentially changing biomes, because we're passing by the Sea of Embrace. A beautiful and very large, hold on. Eating a tangerine.
Wow, exotic.
It's actually a freshwater inland sea, although it is not completely, just safe to just dive in and start drinking it, because fish pee in there, but you're drinking fish pee right now. A large inland sea, located in pretty much the dead center of the Crescent Dial Mountains. Large numbers of civilizations have popped up around this freshwater location, but it is simply taboo to really monopolize it, as in the rest of the country. If anything, it all started here. However old this inland sea is, it predates all known Sanctus civilizations. And in regards to what you find around here, it is actually very, very well lived in. You can find all sorts of farmland that people have essentially pocked all along the coast of the interior of the Crescent Isle Mountains along the Sea of Embrace. Roads are paved, and they even have these special borders along the roads themselves to prevent large quantities of sand from covering the paved road. Someone worked very hard on this thing and doesn't want it to get covered. You'll be going along the northern coast of the Sea of Embrace and hugging along the north by northeast edge until eventually your destination of Anupolis is arriving. We still have about another 3 to 4 days before we actually get there, but in terms of the kind of shit that you see, it's going to be the Sea of Embrace. Ooh. Now, let's get rolling.
Okay, whose turn is it?
Pat, right? Maybe roll again.
No, I rolled last time.
I'll roll.
Do it? Okay.
D100, yeah.
Hmm.
9.
Okay, go ahead and see what kind of encounter we're going at.
7. Oh no, what is it, D10?
10, yep.
Seven.
Wow, double 7s. Not entirely an impossibility, so another minor encounter. Along the Sea of Embrace, as previously described, are a variety of civilized outcroppings. From land to sea, fishermen can be seen as far as the eye can see. I'm going to say the word see a lot today. You are passing by a very quaint outcropping of about 4 buildings, all of whom have dedicated themselves to be related to fishing and fish transport from here to other localized areas. Small towns that eat fish typically will either get it themselves, or people who are too lazy will buy it from other people. These are the fishermen of the Sea of Embrace. They wear these really nice straw reed attire that kind of makes them look like an upside down mop. Their hats are very wide brimmed, also made of the same reeds that grow along the edges of the Sea of Embrace, and it kind of looks like if a man jumped into a straw bale and kind of just came out covered in all sorts of other dried out bits of reed. Like an old samurai almost. But with fishing rods instead of swords. They sit on the edges of the banks, floating on these wooden platforms that are essentially just rafts. They are anchored to the shore with a tow line that prevents them from going too far out. The reason they're on these platforms is because along the edge of where they're fishing, the reeds that they use to make these ponchos, essentially, are too thick for them to cast lines through and not get it tangled up in all sorts of bullshit. So, they make these rafts go just beyond the reef line and into the relative shallows so that they can fish. You pass along one of these, and it seems to be a younger man, from what you can see between his reed poncho, and he is all by his lonesome. Although there are several fishermen around here, they are kind of far away, and you notice that his tow line has snapped, and he's beginning to drift into the center. He begins to wave and scream, but unfortunately, the coastal sounds of being this close to water is a kind of a whooshing sound, and it kind of drowns out his yells for help. And one of you, with the high passive perception, notices that he is currently beginning to float out to sea.
That guy looks like he's in a bit of a spot, guys.
I look where he's pointing.
You can see an individual waving his arms like he's doing the YMCA, but only the Y part.
YMCA. How far is he?
He seems to be drifting out, and although it is a relatively calm day, he's being pulled out in the same pace that you would expect if you went into an inner tube and kind of fell asleep.
Oh.
Varys, could you shoot his boat with an arrow?
Why would I want to deflate his boat?
It's made of wood.
Raft.
Why would he shoot his boat?
Well, we could just pull it in if we could get some line on it.
I could fly over.
I
You
could
fly over.
I could run over.
Zen can run on water.
You can run on water.
I
Oh
can,
my
yeah.
God.
You never knew that,
Yeah,
guys?
do you want to try
You
that?
didn't see that?
How far out is he, DM?
At this point, the road that hugs along the Sea of Embrace is probably about 75 feet away from the shore, and there's another 20 to 30 feet of where the reed line is, and then he's about another 40 feet beyond that.
Yeah, if you want to run some rope out to him, we could just
Do
pull
we
you
have a
out
long
there.
enough rope?
I think we have 500 feet worth of rope.
I have. What do I have 200.
That would work.
Well, pass to me. I'll run out of him.
Yeah, I take the one end. I mentally call my camel over, and I tie the rope to my camel.
You call over your camel, Elk, and have it fastened one end of the rope, and you can see that Zen picks up the other end. I'm assuming you're going to sprint?
Yes, I'm going to sprint across the water.
I walk casually.
Very slowly.
Naruto run.
He's like that.
He's Jesus, guys.
Even flows. Spelljam starts playing.
You run
Love
down to the
everyone.
coast and begin to weave through the reeds. They are relatively thick and do pose some sort of minor inconvenience as they do block line of sight in the thickest parts of it. In order to not get lost in these reeds, I need you to make a survival check.
Survival, you said?
Mm-hmm.
I'm great at those.
Oh, that's code for... He's
That's
great
it.
at
That's it's code for
Actually,
his mental
I got a
stat.
10.
You guys see Zen disappear one line into the line of reeds. In the thickest parts of it, you can kind of see a little bit where the area is packed down by the sheer weight of this guy passing through it, and eventually you see him he turns left, doubles back, turns right, takes a little half crescent dial, and then he's in the reeds somewhere.
Can't see anything. Feet are too tall.
All right, just follow the
Yeah,
rope
just-
back.
Okay.
Varys, can you shoot the rope into the guy's boat?
Maybe that's not the best way to go about it.
I'll just fly over.
Yeah, I
Give me
think
the
that-
rope.
I
I'll
think
let
that'd
Zed
be
come back
better.
and I'll get the rope over. I'll get the
Alright.
rope over there. As soon as Zed comes back, go ahead and.
Zen comes out like a lost child who ran too far into the corn maze and then came back out the other side. Covered in little bits of dried reed, he looks lost. To
I
say the
pat
least.
him on the shoulder. Well, you know what, Zen? We play to our strengths, and he can fly.
Yeah, you don't. Is he soaked? He's not soaked.
No, he was
He's dry, right?
on the
Yeah,
water.
okay. Yeah,
It's
okay.
just that he's covered in dried reed.
I'll go ahead and take the rope from Zen, cast Fly on myself, and become Iron Man. Or
You mean,
Juggernaut lad.
that's also Juggernaut. Juggernaut is also.
Juggernaut is also a Marvel character.
Dwarvish.
Dude.
I fly over.
Dwarven dude.
And we gave up.
Roll that thing.
I already
Yes.
did.
Did you? What do you get?
That's right there. 86.
86 those patties, crabs. Anyways, you go ahead and fly over. Past the reeds and over where Zen got lost and had to double back. The individual in this time has drifted out ever so slightly and the rope is going almost completely taut at this point. He is waving, and now that you can see that large, dwarven, armor-clad individual is rocketing towards him with a tow line, you can see a bit of hope gleam across his face, still making the Y part of the YMCA song and just jumping jacks in place, more or less. You can see that his excited motion is beginning to rock the boat. Don't rock the boat, baby.
I
This guy's
yell out,
literally-
calm down or you're gonna fall.
Trying to yell over the coastal winds, I need you to make a performance check.
This guy is literally retarded.
Hey, you can't say.
Hey,
say that.
Hey, you
Oh,
can't
guys,
say
we go
that.
past that.
Hey,
We watched
hey.
last week's
Only
Only in
stream.
the context of Italian words, when you say that word in music, too slow.
We're a little past that.
I got a
I think
6
after last
total.
week.
You're unfortunately
It's unfair.
unable to yell loud enough for him to completely understand you. And he begins to almost jump in place like a dog with the zoomies. You can see that it begins to almost capsize on one end. It seems that not only is his tone line snapped, but his old fucking raft is not as structurally sound as one might hope it might be. And you can see that one corner of it begins to almost dip underneath the surface of the water. You begin to propel downwards so that you are at eye level with this individual before continuing going straight. Eventually you feel that the line has gone completely taut. You look behind you and the camel named Elk is just standing there on the coast. But unfortunately, your 200 line rope, which honestly, the sheer volume of that thing, I don't think you guys realize how much volume 200 feet of rope is, and
He's
that you
got a
can't,
bottomless bag.
and you can't reasonably carry that on your person unless you have magical means.
Rope.
But either way, the line is taut, and the guy is maybe like 10 to 15 feet just within. And he kind of just like is reaching out with his hands, like, hey, come on, man. You're fooling around.
I look at him and I'm just like, ugh. And so
The rope doesn't just
at
sit
this
in the
point,
water.
yeah, I'm just gonna drop the rope and go around. So I'm on behind the boat. So I'm gonna use myself as a propulsion system and just push the boat, unless it's like actually taking in water, because you said it was dipping in. I don't know if it's
Is it like a raft, like the one with the game we played?
The raft, yes.
Yeah.
But without all the engines that we installed on it.
Okay. I'm just gonna yell out,
Probably
do
engines
you
there.
want your raft, or do you want to leave it?
The young man looks at you and looks down at his raft and then back at you again. This thing's it's a bit old. It's falling apart.
Perfect.
I probably need to buy a new one.
Perfect. I go over and I clasp his arm and I
Yank it out of the socket.
I say, hold. And I actually just at that point actually figured that it's probably better for me to just give him a piggyback ride.
Hold on to your butts.
And so I give him a piggyback ride and I fly over back.
With your passenger in tow, he before he vacates his old raft, he kind of grabs one of his fishing rods that is on his person and slings it over his back before hitching a ride on Not Iron Man. You fly back to the party and you eventually start coiling the rope back until eventually it's in your possession. and you land onto the shore. The individual hops off of your back and gives you a very firm handshake, thanking you profusely, multiple times over, until eventually you're almost sick of him doing so.
Yeah, no, don't. It's okay. It's okay. No worries. No worries. I'm glad I saved you. Hey, just be careful next time, okay?
I give Elk a thumbs up.
And I go back to the squad.
He goes over to a nearby little, almost like a miniature pier that his original anchor point was, and he kind of gives it a tug on the rope and then kind of lets it slack in his hands. He almost like kicks sand in his general direction in frustration, and then begins to grab a load of buckets, fishing tackle, and other things required for his line of work that he has placed on the shore that couldn't fit on the raft. He comes over to you specifically, Kalos, and from his bucket, he fishes out a fish. And he gingerly tries to hand it to you. It is about 13 inches long and is still mostly alive.
No, I'm okay. I appreciate it. I very much do. Unless you guys want fish,
It can't hurt.
I go over and I take it. Thank you.
He nods and proceeds to sling his fishing tackle over one shoulder before he makes his way towards one of the nearby buildings. You see him disappear inside where some muffled screaming can be heard.
What?
And you now have +1 fish.
Wait, there's just lots of screaming now coming from the building he went into?
Yeah.
Like happy screams, like "Yay, I'm alive!" or "Fuck, I
bloody
lost my
murder?
raft."
If any of you, however, seen when you go to a friend's house and he hasn't put away the laundry, and the mom comes into the room while you're playing video games.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, that
should
kid's
we-
gonna get fucked.
Should we see
We
what
have to meddle
happened?
with everyone's life.
Getting the wooden spoon.
Save their life. That's enough.
Alive.
A
and-
place to be.
Yeah,
I go-
that sounds like domestic.
We
Yes.
stop for every person if I can get there.
But you have a fish.
Anyone know about preparing this fish? Because I'm assuming.
I'm a fish. No. Pulls off mask.
Mm-hmm.
I am fish.
I mean, what do you gotta take the bones out.
You don't know how to field dress a fish.
Field dress.
A gut of fish, I should say.
Put a tie on it.
He's ready for war.
I mean, generally, you put the things back into people as a medical
Wait, what are we
person.
talking about?
Is this fish actually still alive? Or
I'm just saying this
It's
isn't my field.
You're holding it out of the water. so I
drowning.
can- in air.
I'm gonna put it out of its misery and cut it. I'm just gonna put it
Throw
back
in
into the
wagon.
water.
Mm.
Okay. You go over towards the surface and you put it back into the water, where it begins to swim and disappear into the reeds. It is probably going to live a little bit longer than usual now. Or it might get caught again. This is a fishing village.
The wily
Go back.
fish. He's smarter now.
Okay.
-1
Okay.
fish.
That was mighty nice of you.
That was the fish.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it
You
was
fish.
dying because it wasn't able to breathe.
Dumb
but-
fish.
Having saved 2 lives today, Kalos feels better. Karma go up, I guess.
You are a good
The
person.
farm
People
for
say
saving
nice things
fish.
about
Catch
you.
them, put them back. Catch them, put them back.
Are you my hero today?
Yes, little fish.
Yes, little
I
fish.
Having given more credence to a fish's life than that of the immortal soul of a child.
I
No.
kind of made that decision for Callus.
Morals
do that,
are...
right?
What morals?
The betterment of
morals are what are
humanity.
convenient at the time.
I would have stabbed that fish. No,
I would have stabbed that fish and ate him
Jesus.
raw.
no, I would have fed that fish to a big spider, man. Yeah. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye and eat you.
Arachnid lad, which actually I think is a Marvel
Yeah,
character.
they-
so
they
I
gotta
don't
be
think
careful,
I don't
there
think
we go.
They
I don't
can't
think
just have all these things covered,
They
can
do,
they?
they
They
got
can't
fucking
possibly...
I
multiverse,
mean there's a
bitches.
lot of Spider-Man
Bitch
characters.
spider's probably one of them.
Bitch spider.
Bitch-ass.
Even Miles Morales has an
Pink
alternate
Spider
name for
Man.
when he's like featured alongside Peter Parker. So it's like
Peter.
it's not just Spider-Man and Spider-Man.
Parker.
Spider-Man and Black Spider-Man.
Uh,
I thought he was Puerto Rican.
Black hey, half and half.
Rican.
Oh, got it all, girl.
Swagger of a black teen.
thanks, Kotaku. Or whoever,
I
Polygon.
think it was
Was it Polygon?
IGN.
Oh, is it? Oh, whatever.
One of those fucking.
That sounds like an
Very
IGN.
reputable
One of them.
sites.
Well, their review for it was just like he really expresses the swagger of a black teenager.
Oh yeah, we all
I think it
seen
was
that.
IGN. I think it was.
In
it
that
must have been
legendary
IGN.
clip.
Rather than settling down in just sand, thanks to the civilized location here, along the road there are these essentially unmanned pit stops, essentially. They are very rudimentary overhangs that are not likely to just blow over in the wind. They can be used to park most sized wagons, the beasts pulling them, and the denizens who are riding it. They're essentially like the size of a parking garage. A very small parking garage. For like 4 carriages at most. So
And we take up 3. Let's go.
these are, of course, unmanned, but do come with all sorts of different things that would be useful, such as a hitching post, if you don't want to keep your beasts of burden attached to the wagon. Enough of a wall that is enough to block 3 different dimensions, so that you can have some privacy. There's no doors, because then someone might lock it, and then, you know, I mean, you can just make a door with no locks, but it's basically just a door frame. And for all intents and purposes, it's basically just an empty parking garage. Your caravan finds a stop here, at which point we're gonna go ahead and say that's another day passed. You guys didn't do anything strenuous, so those of you doing passive tasks, you can mark off another day.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, let's
we are
go.
changing over to a D8 for the purpose of encounters, so for the next time that occurs. But we are basically a little bit more than halfway, because the next day is going to be day 5. Anything you guys want to do before we traverse into the 6th of June?
Yeah, actually, using the scribble one more time, I'm gonna scry over the University of Hecafates. See if there's any major changes that I can spot.
Let's see.
Monkey.
You are gonna have to give a bit more, otherwise you're just gonna get the courtyard.
I'm really just trying to get a aerial view of it. I don't think I can do that, right? Actually, I can't just view the
Very
whole.
specific of like a location.
Yeah, I guess I have to be more specific.
Unless you've been up, like I want to be this location.
You can designate a particular building. If you want the courtyard, you're probably just gonna be looking at the fountain in the middle.
Let me check the classroom that I used to work with my boy, not my boy, but a very kind, a very kind individual named. I have it named
Adam. His name's Adam.
Professor Utonium.
Professor Xander Tracidus.
Well, at this time, class is out, so it's an empty classroom. So, it's like 4 o'clock p.m. And although there are some after-school activities, most classes are out at this time.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, is the time change kind
sorry.
of like?
Sorry, that was a different time.
Right.
That one is actually forward relative to Sanctus by 2 hours. So it's even darker.
It's even darker. I can't see shit. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do this earlier.
It's like midnight almost. Actually, no, if you do like 8 o'clock, it's like 10. Yeah, 2 hours. So yeah, dark classroom.
Dark classroom.
And no one's doing any kind of weird things here at night. Except for the janitor.
I'm just gonna give the scrying ball back to Dottie.
A new hand
And
touches the
you
beacon.
have it now, Dottie.
Fine. See anything cool?
Scrying eye.
You
No,
would you,
not really.
yeah, did you go away or you like?
Yeah, I would have went away. I came back.
Yeah.
No,
Sippy.
not really.
That's an ASMR sippy, buddy. You've drank like 5 of those. That's crazy.
It's actually
5
just air.
crack drinks.
Alright, let's go ahead and finish off this evening. We're on now the morning of the 12th. We're gonna get day 5 in this, so I'll add a tally going sideways, because that's how you do tallies.
Do I have to specify I do the oat thing each night?
You're gonna run out of oats eventually there, princess. They're not infinite.
No, I know. I put like just enough. I'm gonna eyeball it to just enough where it's like, oh, this looks like I'm pouring oats out, but not like enough where I think we'll run out. Like a performative amount of oats, if you will.
So you're gonna do the
I love it.
salt bay of oats, I guess. Just a pinch. Alright, day 5, we're on the 12th. Let's get to see if this is a D100 that denotes free day or not.
All right, I'll go. I think it's my turn.
Blue
Hey. Shh, quiet.
He's telling that to the dice.
Just dice.
Just do your job and shut up.
Stay in line.
It's gonna be huge.
It was a 41, so.
It's going to be a free day, fellas.
Yee.
And then we mark this one. That's the 13th.
On
Any more scrying to be done? Might as well do it now. Although the orb is in possession of Dauntless. So if
I
you
will
want
try
to...
to scry on Yerk and Roy.
Wow, I'm gonna make a roll for them. And the thing is about them, because you're technically trying to do 2 persons at once, I have advantage on these.
Wait,
What'd you
really?
do there? Butcher shop. That's the location.
Well, I said I said it already. It's not the
Yeah.
end of the world.
Cards are in motion, and I got a 23.
They really don't want to be
Fort
checked
fucking
in
Knox.
It is
Yeah.
actually relatively hard to get to them, because thanks to their 2-bodied system, I get to make 1 per person. But I take the higher of the 2, because you're technically
Andrew.
still scrying on the first one.
That's,
multiple
do
people.
that's interesting. Do they have like advantage on like psychic things because of that?
You'll have to beat them up to find out what the resistances are.
Beat 'em up, they're nice
Jesus.
Well,
people.
you know that I'm not gonna do that. You
I
can
will.
Well,
tell me.
it's gonna be a
Yes.
mystery for the end of
Never
campaign
know.
Q&A.
Dude, I've got some new food for you, butchers.
Huh.
Knuckle and sandwich.
I got
Welcome.
I got a new item for your menu there, butchers.
Bloody Pope.
It's called a knuckle sandwich. Oh, we already served pork knuckles.
Not these. Bah! 6 strength score, like, heals him.
And don't forget, he does have the body of a orc, so...
Not all orcs are strong lads.
In my racial profiling, they are.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was interesting.
Sorry, you don't get to see Yerk and Roy.
Do you tell us that you were trying to?
Yeah, I would. I have no reason to keep that back.
I let him say, you could have just looked at the butchers.
Well, no. Imagine they weren't at the butchers. You just
And
try
they'd be
tomorrow.
alarming.
They do live there.
And you could have seen if the old Jason was on his couch or whatever. As he moved out of there now. I don't know. Or where that left off.
Well, I clearly did not think of that.
There's always next time. That's the benefit of that item, I guess.
For tomorrow.
Unless you want me to, I got my scribble. If you wanna.
No, I don't think we need to like.
Okay.
In the off chance they just don't want to be spied on, which is possible.
Sure. I could scry on the daters that we met to see if they're like still there. on that road in the old Benares.
Oh right. Yeah,
Be
why
like-
not?
Just to see what that's. I'll do the location. Don't know if that bears fruit. I don't know. What do you reckon? I mean, more so, I'm asking, what do you hope to glean from that, if we should even at all?
I mean, I don't know if there's anything to glean. Like, we already know that's already Fey. That's
We
already
look at Dovey.
acclimated.
I could look at that.
That might be higher risk. A, because he's more magically inclined, and B,
Yeah,
If
like,
you try that, yeah, just make sure he doesn't give you an aneurysm.
I'm not gonna do nothing because let's just sort these.
I'm not
stuff
saying
out
there
first.
would
I
be
want to
something
sort this
to.
stuff out first. No, the more I think about it, I think that's probably best. Sort our situation out before we
Smart
problem
call.
shit unnecessarily. Mothball it, yeah. So.
If that'll be all, we'll mark it down this evening and be going into the 13th. It is possibly one more day of travel after this. So, morning of, let's get another dice, D100, see how this pans out.
Dan, did you do it? I think everyone's done it, right? I think
It's back
let's go
to-
back. Let's go back
back
to me.
around, yeah.
Except
Alright.
for Gronk. I don't have
Alright.
poke, I don't think I have poke privileges.
Dragon.
I don't know what happened with that because
It was
Yeah.
Rabbit.
Yeah, he's normal now, guys, I swear.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Oh.
Damn.
All right. See, I swear I'm doing it
We've-
here, guys. It's not me. What
We've
am I rolling
graduated
here?
to a D8.
Blue dragon. Blue
Jeez.
dragon. Blue dragon. Damn it.
Sorry, bucko.
Jim Jabin, who's that? Not like your next character. Like,
But it is down to a D6, so the rates,
danger.
We're
Are
in
getting
danger now.
the D6.
What day are we on? Are we on the 12th?
We're on the 13th now.
Oh, okay.
So is it a free day?
It is a minor encounter. Let me just drum up a small bit of information to bring context into this. Passing by another small settlement that has built its way alongside of the road. There are houses and buildings to either left and right of the road that you pass through here. It almost resembles that of like an old cowboy town. They got shutters on the windows and those neat double doors for the saloon. In particular, although not called a saloon in these parts, there is an individual who's leaned up against a fence post, a hat and hands in their pockets, and hood drawn across their head as to make a shade over their eyes. Trying to look cool, they kind of spit into a bucket nearby as you guys pass.
Whoa.
They look up ever so slightly just so you can see the whites of his eyes, if any of you are looking out through the shutters. He gives you a narrow look by narrowing his eyes into a very small slit before
see.
taking out a small, what looks like a rolled up piece of paper about the size of his hand, and runs up to the side of caravan number 1, which is where the perfume man is driving his caravan in the front. He gives him a very brief spiel, I guess, and hands him the piece of paper before running over to caravan number 2 and handing another piece of paper to your guys' driver, Alexander. As you are in closer proximity than caravan number 1, you can hear, make a listening-based perception check if you want to hear what he's saying to your driver. You may do these by yourselves.
Ooh.
11.
17.
10.
I'm shooting for anything above a 13 to hear properly, otherwise it's kind of muffled.
I'm just studying.
What was it? Perception?
Yes, listening
Might as well.
based.
Give it a try. What could go wrong?
I
Go
can
really
explode.
Go right to your thighs.
Out of 0.
Wow.
Jesus
The
Christ.
bee is in his ear right now.
There's currently a bee in your ear, singing show tunes.
I'm on my baby, I'm a bee. La, 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 la.
The individual is basically going to each caravan driver and saying, You like sultry women? The kind that'll do favors for you. The sexual kind. We got goals for days. Just right in there. He's soliciting prostitution.
Why is he from Boston?
I was picking
Since,
up on that, but I wasn't sure.
Hannah's dragging the people of Boston down here.
I let the boys know. Do you guys have any pent up sexual frustrations? Gents?
What the fuck?
Known
That's
us
what
for
he's-
we've been together for how many months? I think we're.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you can-
There's that thought. That's gonna go on 2 different directions.
Hold on. Just finish that thought, Zed. Where are you going with
If,
this?
Look, Zen, if you
I-
want to go fuck whores, that's fine, but I'm busy learning driving.
what I was going to
I'm
say
reading
is
a book.
Put Zan down.
Zen,
if
listen,
everything
I'll
was
go
so
with you,
long
man.
That if we needed that by now, I think you would have known something.
Well,
Good
you've all
point.
been sharing the same tent in some cases, so if anyone was going to rub one out, it'd be very difficult to hide
Shut
it.
up.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Stealth check. Make a stealth check.
Or would it be sleight of hand?
You just hear
Ah. Ooh,
Hey.
someone's
Constitution
playing
check,
pocket pool. All right.
Okay. God,
So, is anyone going to partake in the whoring?
no. I don't
Okay.
I don't want to
Does
subject.
it look like
I have
anyone in
high-
the outside of
whore.
the league is going to partake in the whoring?
They get over to caravan number 3, and you can see from a shutter that looks backwards from caravan number 2 that you can see driver number 3 is giving it some very,
Oh, he's
very
Sam,
serious
bitch.
thought.
We hear woo.
Women.
Peeking out
Yes,
from
no.
your immediate left shutter, you can see all of the displayed people kind of pressing up against the glass of this establishment, doing things that you would see in the red light district in Amsterdam, so to speak. I don't think I need to describe what they do.
Hi. They went
Adam,
up.
go into
Hello.
vivid detail,
I'm
please.
a woman. No, it's not
I'm just gonna post a video of Ricardo.
that. Maybe Ricardo's there. You know, it could be. He could be there.
But having been realizing that he is still on the clock, driver number 3 issues a sorry but no to the solicitation of the whores. And you pass through this town without spending a single samir.
Leaving. Coin.
And the rest of you can get in some passive time, not caving to
Cool.
carnal desires.
Hell yeah.
During that, when we're setting up camp, I just want to put Varys to the side real quick, and
I wanted those
I
horses.
thought you were gonna say you wanted. I thought you were gonna say you wanted to make a
You
sleight of
deny
hand
me
check.
pause one more time, I'll kill you.
no, I pull Varys to the side, and
We're in a wagon.
you see Kalos pull out 2 puck-sized stones. It's like, here, these are I made these for you.
Me specifically, or for us?
You specifically. Well, no, you specifically. It's same thing as Dottie. Sending stones. I figured that if he's going to be able to talk to his husbando, you should probably be talking to your significant other whenever you get the chance to hand that off, so you guys can talk.
Very thoughtful
whatever.
of you. I'll hopefully get to get these at some point.
Just know if you have any woozies about the Shadowfell, those two pucks did come from that one brick that I took. So just in case,
If anything, it's more fitting.
There you go. Kind of
I'm gonna-
figured.
Do they have an official name, or can I just call them communication pucks?
You can call them whatever you want.
But I won't be
Rocky
calling you for
talk.
dinner.
I mean, in
Rocky
the meantime,
talkies.
are we able to utilize those in our endeavors until the
So I pulled Varys to the side, so I don't.
in a wagon where we're
I'll
all
hold on to 'em.
stacked?
Well, I said after we're setting up camp.
I didn't hear you say that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I believe the technical tone for them is sending stones, but if you want to call them Rocky Talkies, then that's also a good name.
Oh my god, that was
That's
so
good.
good.
So there's no.
That was so good.
You said that like 30
Adam,
seconds ago. I
you
just
can pen
yoinked
that
it.
up for that.
Mine now. Thanks
how
for
it
all the
works.
work, Ghostwriter.
Video proof.
Call them Rocky Talkies.
I can't change it now. Like I didn't think of it. I'm not gonna change it. Nope. Is there a like?
There is a limit, so I believe it's 25 words, like the sending spell. Give me 1 second.
But is there a like distance limit, or is it?
Oh no! As long as you're on the same plane of existence, it should be fine.
The implication of pucks means that there could be hockey.
So yes, it's basically the sending spell, Varys, Alec. So it'll be one message goes 25 words. She can respond to whatever you say, and same thing for you. Except that when she'll send let's pretend that you send the message, she'll if she doesn't get it right away, she'll hear it later and then she'll respond.
Or is it
to
like
you.
voicemail?
It's like voicemail.
Like a
I'd
voicemail.
imagine it is like voicemail, to
You
be
have
quite
2
honest with you.
messages.
No, you just have one. So
Is this thing on?
but yes, it is just 25 words, but it's better than not talking to her.
Okay, magical item acquired. I would play my hold on, actually I do have a soundboard for that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh my god, I got wiped. Alright, that was my old computer. Fuck.
No, you wiped it.
Where were you going for, the Legend of Zelda one, or another one?
Is that it? Is that game? Well, Adam tries to find something. I heard a story that someone swallowed one of these the other day, which is the top of a can, and they had to go to the ER.
Solid what?
I mean, little piece of metal that
like the top of the
sharp.
caps on like cans. Like the
I was gonna say, I don't know how you prevent someone swallow a
okay.
sending
I know
stone.
what you mean.
no, I mean,
Well, I guess it could cut your
lacerate you and you
intestines.
die,
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he had to, but
Yeah.
he snapped the top bit as well, so it's like really sharp. So
Oh, he's dumb.
he's an idiot. He was drunk and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna eat it," and then he accidentally swallowed it. He put it in the drink. Yeah.
You know what?
That's my old
Who are we to judge?
daily dumbass.
We all do dumbass things at some point in our lives.
Can't wait to hear that story that Henry had mentioned at the start that he was going to tell us later.
Oh, about the HR department coming to
Yeah.
my job. The HR county department coming to my job because the clerk is a bitch, and yeah, it's fun.
Got him.
Right
That's
on
the
the
whole
air.
story.
Right on the
Right
air.
on the air. Yeah. Thank you. She's not going to watch this.
Alright, fellas, was gonna be presumably the last day of travel before we get to Anupolis. I do need you guys, when we load into Anupolis, to actually need to rejoin the session, because that
Get
thing, whenever I add a new map, while it's mid-session,
I'm
I
going
think
to
this happened last time.
Yeah, I'll preemptively leave. Fuck you,
Thanks for the
DM.
heads up, bud.
But we still have one more check to do, and you know what? I'm going to do it!
Hey, Blue Dragon, Blue Dragon. That's
So is this the last full day of?
This is the last full day, unless something catastrophic happens when I roll this dice. And last time I did this for a major thing, I killed Laszlo.
oh my god, really?
Remember with the old blubbery fight? And I was like, I need a natural 20 to hit because his AC was so high.
Oh, right, yeah, holy
And the
shit.
only way I could have hit was with a nat 20, but he had like 1 HP left, so I fucking stabbed
it's
him
kind of
with a
poetic,
cobalt.
as a session. DM
Bodied
killing-
him.
But I got that was a 46, so... Last day's a free day, gentlemen.
Ooh, what does that mean?
That nothing terrible happens, and
D6,
your
roll
passive
a D6.
things can be taken care of. Well, I didn't roll a 25 or below, so no.
Oh, yeah.
I loaded back in whenever you want to summon me to
Let me
Unopposed.
see this fucking thing.
Are we good to go right away, or do you need another minute to? load
No,
this thing?
it's already, I preloaded it during the break.
It's
But
the
you do need to,
14th of June.
you do need to leave and come back, yeah.
The 14 of Yoon.
14 of
Alright.
June day.
All right.
Oh man, that's a big boy.
I joined back.
All right.
Good thing that I have my game on
I'm just
2%.
Since
hitting
we're
summon.
hitting civilization. Oh.
Oh
That wasn't-
man,
Adam made this in his sleep.
Woo! too.
Yep.
Oh my!
I'm not gonna do good berry. So if anyone needs a ration, I've got plenty. But I'm
I'll
gonna.
have a ration, please.
Yeah. Let me know if you
I
need
don't
one
trust the
too.
food of
I got
anyone
30
else.
FPS.
Well, if you want to, you can.
Oh my lord! I got 20.
So you
Take-
said you needed one, or you didn't?
I
And
need a
60
ration.
supremacy.
Okay, I will give Laszlo a ration. Does anyone else?
I need to speak like Laszlo when we're in private spaces, but I keep forgetting. Well, I'll speak normally like Dan when I'm at Ulrich, and then I'll be like, "Yeah, I'm Laszlo."
Oh no, I wasn't
but-
even about speaking. I just wasn't.
Yeah,
I
I'll
didn't
have
hear you.
I'll love a ration. Please.
Okay.
Does any,
Dottie,
all
do
right.
you need one?
I could just conjure gruel.
No.
No, the
'cause
point
we-
is
no. The whole
The point is we're conserving
yes.
resources when we're getting into new
And
territory.
Police, do you want a ration?
I think I
I'm
have
gonna blast all my spells.
Zen,
What's that?
No,
do you
I'm
need
good.
a ration, sir?
Get your rations.
Pop a rash.
He needs 2 rations.
I do
Hey,
need
help,
to.
Hungry
You
lad.
need 2 rations? Okay, I'll give you 2 rations.
The bees are feasting.
Is he more bee than man at this point?
Just take in mind, anytime we pass through a day and Zen gets to eat all of his food, you can add 1 jar of honey.
I'm not gonna. I don't know what to do with all that honey.
Well, why don't you give me
It's that
some?
meme of
How
that
much?
guy, like,
You,
Give me
do
some.
also need containers for it though, otherwise
I
you're
know.
just gonna be like, you know that guy with all the
yeah,
fucking
okay.
lemons? Like, I can't hold all these lemons, but it's just
Yeah,
seeping
yeah,
through
yeah.
your fingers because
All
it's
this
honey.
Does Zen just leave a honey spot wherever he's been? Like,
No, the bees just don't leak honey. They have to make it and like At the
where is
beha-
it going? It's got to go
Okay,
somewhere.
yeah, where does it come out?
from the bees.
No, oh, from the bees themselves?
Yeah, they make it.
Where's that honey go then?
Yeah, where's the honey?
They only make it if
Okay.
you ask them to.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
If you
yes,
want to, you can have them make it.
I was gonna say it'd be a cursed item if it's like involuntary honey just expunged.
Yeah, just
every
pooping
day.
everywhere. It's then
You
just
Wake
like
up in the morning instead of wetting the bed. Ah, honey, I honeyed
honeyed.
again.
Honey,
I mean, I've got what at this point would be an empty water skin if you want to chill the water.
I'm-
Oh, that'd be
I don't
horrific
need
to
to
get
take- I
out.
don't need the
Imagine
honey.
that.
Yeah, imagine cleaning that.
That would be.
How about you leave it for when we can get mason jars? Yeah.
Yeah, but whenever you want to, Zen could, in theory, start his own small business of
You're gonna be a.
That's
bear,
gonna
man.
be
questionable
awkward.
honey source.
That's gonna be awkward as hell. Oh, I'd like some honey. Oh, give me a few minutes. I'll make it.
No one knows the secret to
Yeah, no
my
one knows.
Well, it doesn't
No
come
one
from
knows.
like Zen himself. It comes from the honeys that are harboring inside of his body.
which
That's
is
still
partly him,
weird
I
to
guess.
explain.
Well, they don't have to
Kinda
see that.
crazy.
Just saying.
That's the mystery. They'll never know my secret formula.
Only the league would know.
In either case, about 6 hours into the 14th of June, you guys pull upon the city of Anupolis, the capital of Sanctus, and home to the Morjamoth family's main head honcho, the Patriarch, also known as Dauntless's father. If you don't remember his name, it's not
Not
Akatheth.
Odyssey.
That's the guy we.
that
that's the
is
guy you-
Odrazig.
That's his uncle, Odrazig.
Odrazig.
Oh, your mother as well. Your mother. Your
And all of your
grandmother.
aunties are here too.
Yeah.
Do we know Dottie's mom's name?
Yeah.
What is it?
Your mom.
Raritan.
Meriden?
Raritan.
Raritan. Oh, she's so rare. Raritan.
No, Rur.
Fucking kill you if you
R-E-R.
said that.
She's so rare.
Funny name.
Haha, rar XD, mom. What did you just say to me?
And remind me, she is the 12th wife?
Dauntless's mother.
Is the 12th wife?
No.
Oh,
Dauntless's mother,
6th.
Raritan.
6th. Okay, see, I was half.
But
Akatheth
six-
is Dauntless's
6
uncle.
of 12.
6th.
Odrazig
of 12.
is the
Gotcha.
father.
Okay.
6 of 7.
While we're
Oh, 6 of 7.
waiting around the front gates,
Crying a little bit.
waiting for the check-in, I'm sure we have to get approved and whatnot. I'm gonna do something we haven't
Uh-oh.
had reason to do in a while.
gotta
I'm gonna
do
do a good old primeval awareness check.
Oh, God. There's just a massive dragon
Everywhere.
just everywhere.
I just so within 5 miles of this point, I'm just seeing specifically dragons. I'm looking for because I'm assuming there are animals
They're
all
everywhere.
throughout the city. But,
There
like,
are animals everywhere. And I can tell you each and
Rat.
every single one of them, and all of them are rat. No kidding. They're all rats. Rat number 1.
From the type
Rat number
3.
2.
He likes long walks on the beach.
Rat number 3. Alright, so there is indeed a check-in. The gate around here has 2 different entrances. One of them is for seafaring folk, even though technically the Sea of Embrace is a heavily localized and essentially isolated body of water that doesn't have any outgoing water, only has incoming. There is still enough. It's a big ass. It's an entire sea. So you do have people coming in and out, and the city of Anupolis is built along the actual sea itself. So you have both coastal, what's it called? Not passports, checkpoints. Coastal checkpoints and land-based checkpoints. No, there are no flying-based checkpoints because this campaign doesn't have airships like that.
Don't they have isn't there like flying bugs or something they ride on?
Alright, while we're waiting,
Here?
I would change it to just normal.
Well, you don't need like
clothes.
There's a mosquito-y ones, yeah.
not,
I don't
yeah, but they're not big enough that you can like put a. I mean, if you got like a million of them, you could have it. You know,
It'd
do
be like up.
mo-
It'd be like
yeah.
up.
Oh, mosquitoes. Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah. Bug
If
up.
giant mosquitoes, that would be scary.
But
All of them are
butterflies.
tied to a single house. Yeah, the droning sound would just be deafening.
That'd be kind of.
But they do not have an aerial check-in checkpoint. So you guys pass through, and there is a decently long line, enough so that they need to have multiple lanes of traffic that converge back into the city. You can see now that you're not even in the walled interior yet, you're just on what is essentially the exterior wall. But there's still large amounts of civilized locations around here. You can see outdoor cafes in the same way you do across other parts of the continent, but these guys have the money, because this is the capital after all.
All the poor people can.
Large fountains that make use of the fresh water in very luxurious ways besides just drinking. You have a couple of sluices that can be used to essentially make indoor plumbing, the exit points of which you're not entirely sure. And even just some fountains used for decoration that make use of water from the Sea of Embrace. As you get to your checkpoint, you can see all of this business is being taken care of by the Perfume Man and his company. You guys may wait inside while Varys does his primeval awareness. I'm going to skip over the animals, but there's nothing particularly out of the ordinary, at least for what is natural to Sanctus. You have all sorts of... Technically, fish do fall in the beast category, so you can get the entirety of the Sea of Embrace within 5 miles of you. Fish, 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 fish.
Is that
Um,
one fish that has managed to swim, keeps pace with us when he breathes?
It's like, I got a new lease on life. I know I'll
I'm
never
going to
go
the
near a
capital.
boat again. I'm not touching the butt. I mean,
By coming into contact with us, he's like his intelligence has gone up. It's just like he's
Just
some
by
sort
being
of
in the
monster.
vicinity.
You have
the
freed me.
artist.
I am actually the crown prince. No, kiss me.
I am in your debt.
Kiss me. I'm a
Whenever you
prince.
need help in the aquatic
Please.
realm, please.
I am but a little fish.
I am but a
big
man, though, so
dreams.
you kiss me, you're a gay fish.
You have to kiss me, please.
Jesus.
Can you go?
So, I'm gonna skip over the animals. You get a couple of the ones that are, of course, the camels. There are a couple of other things that are not something you're used to seeing, but those flat rats I was talking about before, those are the new ones. And those ones are especially heinous in civilized locations because of how flat they can get. They can squeeze through all sorts of bullshit.
I didn't even factor
Oh my
in
God, what the fuck?
the urban version of the flat rat. I thought he was a desert-only lad, but he's
Nope,
there.
they, much like
Urban.
regular rats, can adapt to various...
Can they leap off of large surfaces?
They
like
have
glide?
the capabilities of flying squirrels.
Fucking hell, dude,
Yeah, I was
that's
gonna say,
not
they're
nice.
So the way that doors have to be made is essentially you have to make a divot, and then the door goes into that divot so that it doesn't have just a flat, flush area, because if it leaves a gap that's at least a couple of, like, centimeters wide, the flat rats can get into them. And then if they get up into high places, they can paraglide.
I need to learn polymorph. I'll be a little flat rat. World's your oyster. if you can go flat.
I'm gonna... But besides the really cool rats,
They are cool. They are cool.
but besides these rats and the other animals, I'm gonna gloss over those. There are a couple of, like, dogs and cats. Mostly cats. But I'm gonna go ahead and go over to the part that you're really coming at here for, is the dragonoids. And technically, Dragonborn are humanoids, so those do not count, but you already know that. So anything you would be pinging here is a dragon, which doesn't necessarily mean the dragon that you would see that
it
you
could be.
would think of.
It could be. It could be
Drake-
kobolds.
Drake related, dragon related. So
Kobold.
as small as kobolds, flightless dragons like drakes, worms spelled with a Y, not O, because that would have showed up on the beast radar. But let me go ahead, see 5-mile radius, and the actual city of Anupolis is actually. Hold on, let me just double check how big Anupolis is, because it is a big effing city. Sorry
1
for
mile.
my.
Back in a few minutes.
Okay. It does cover all of the city. And out into the city of Embrace. Sea of Embrace. You detect in the Sea of Embrace at least 3. And in the city itself, 2.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Does it give you specifics on like the species or just
No,
whether or
I
not
think
it
that
is or
I'll
isn't?
double check, but I'm pretty sure it only differentiates like which favorite enemy it is. I don't think it gives me like
5e, I'm gonna look up 5e Ranger.
It really is so dumb. Like they can't give you like, oh, it's a water dragon. Oh,
Where
it's
is
a
it?
I mean,
turtle
here's the thing.
dragon.
This is also an ability that's I think that's kind of being phased or was phased out when they did like because I think Primeval Awareness has like a replacement that you can use where it's like instead of that you get like every time you get to a new bracket of spells you get like a free spell that you can
There's
cast like
optional stuff, yeah. I mean, the
yeah.
Rangers there's a Ranger, Revised Ranger, then Revised. It's fucking
Yeah, so like
hell on
you
it,
can
buddy, like-
I think one of the newer versions it's like Primal Awareness where it's like you get like again like set spells that are like the ranger like nature spells you get them like every whenever
yeah,
a
you get like
you get spells that don't
that's an
count against
optional
your
one,
spell.
yeah.
Yeah.
But let me know how
Awareness.
detailed that thing can get in
It's actually
the one that
6
you're using.
miles within your.
If there's any
uh,
revises to like the classes that you kind of want to incorporate with that one D&D thing, just let me know if you want to use it, because some of the things that I've been seeing people are getting up in arms over, like the new druid wild shape.
What's that?
Yeah.
I won't go into details right now because
Yeah.
none of you friends are playing a druid.
Well, basically the druid they changed the way the wild shape works and I kind of I glanced at something it seemed a little weird, like a weird choice considering it's I think the but I think the
there's
biggest
a bit
thing
of
with the
a- there's a bit
ranger
of a
though
bit
I
of an
think it's
oopsie. It doesn't reveal the location or number in this Primeval Awareness.
let me see because I go with the
I'm
revised
looking at
ranger.
Ranger.
Let's go with revised ranger because that's what we've been using. Revised.
Yeah, it might be different on Revised actually.
Take a look.
Well, Rangers are definitely a top priority for those balance changes because they can be not as strong in some scenarios.
They
There was a
fall off
couple
bit.
things that seemed cool, but I think the biggest thing that stood out to me, without us having to go back to square one and rework the class, is something we're already doing, which is rangers
okay.
swap spells out.
It says this feature reveals which of your favorite enemies are present, their numbers, and creatures' general direction and distance in miles from you.
Okay.
With a range up to 5 miles. If there
Yes.
are multiple groups of your favorite enemy within range, you learn information for each group. That's what it says in the Revised Ranger
Yeah.
documentation.
Okay, so we can keep all the information that I just dispensed. The
I think you covered everything with that.
yeah,
But you learn info for each group, it says. If there are multiple groups.
what does that even mean? Info on them? Their fucking
If
favorite
there
color?
are multiple groups of your favorite enemies within range, which there are, you learn this information for each group. Okay, yeah. This is weird phrasing. So yeah.
Yeah, the
You
phrasing
just
is
know
weird.
that they're
Basically
you just know
everything
that
you
they're
just
in
said.
range. No specifics.
Yeah.
Whether
His name's
they are
Toby with an I.
Heidachi, middle name.
Where
Obi
he's
Kadachi.
cool.
Obi
He
Kadachi.
breathes
Went to
fire.
school, his favorite.
But yeah, okay, so with that taken care of, you got 2 in the city and 3 out in the Sea of Embrace within a 5-mile radius of you, and that's all you can glean. That being said, that many dragonoids in a 5-mile radius, depending on what they are, could be good or bad.
Again, they could be kobolds or they could be
He gets a direction.
They
as
could be
well,
blue dragons.
Like just city-wise. Like, yeah.
Well, relatively speaking, the city itself is to your east, the Sea of Embrace is behind you to the west, so east and west respectively.
Distance, is that like close? Is he like
Within a
right
5-mile
there?
radius, and most of them are the water ones are near the edge of your 5-mile, and the other ones, the city is not that big. It is very big, but it's somewhere in that mass of people within.
Not like that guy walking up to us doing the like check. Like, it's like, oh god, it's him.
In either case, so you guys are currently going through the checkpoints. One of your caravans split off into the different lanes, so we can get things going through customs quicker. In the case of the perfume man, he gives the attending guard a series of pieces of paper and points to your guys' wagon. You see him like turn around and point, and then the one of the guards issues an immediate dispatch to wagon number 2. At which point there is a knock on your door.
I've casted my thing. I got 2.
Woohoo!
I got 2, 3, then a 41.
Oh boy.
Oh
Who
boy!
fucking knows?
Aw. You are protected from celestials for 1 day. Creatures cannot attack you or harm you unless they succeed on a charisma saving throw of your spell save DC. Damn. That was our first. That was our first one in the far left bracket, because that one has a very small threshold to trigger. But those are the extreme.
That's actually a good one for what we're about to.
Yeah,
go
they're not
into.
all bad or exploding. So.
Wild magic.
So starting at a 24-hour period, right now it's 6 hours into the journey, so from 7 to 12, that's 5, so it's 1 o'clock p.m. right now. So you have a 24-hour period until tomorrow at 1 p.m. If
They
the
can't
celestial,
attack me?
they can't attack you, but they need to do a charisma saving throw versus your spell save DC if they want to try to do anything that would cause you harm.
It's like a sanctuary spell or whatever the fuck that shit's called, like a level 1 thing.
But it's specifically for celestials, which includes Pegasus, unicorns, and Angel.
Gods, maybe? I don't know.
Well, they're not celestial.
Who knows? They might have to be
If you want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, we can have a debate on that, but now is not the time because you are passing through a checkpoint, and there's a guard coming to the window. Or rather, the door.
How is the princess looking? Is she looking...
I'm looking normal. I've changed into my normal
Presentable.
clothes.
The door is opened very quickly, and one of the guards who is here at the station peeks his head in, looking back and forth very quickly, darting immediately towards the princess. He takes a very long crook of his neck, because he can't really bow all the way because it's kind of cramped in here. So he lowers his head in reverence and then looks at the rest of you like you're normal guys, because you are, in that regard. You're not
We can kill
princess. You're not a princess. Alright?
Yeah.
You can kill him.
He looks over at everyone and looks over at the princess, but not making eye contact, as is tradition. I trust that your trip went well, Princess Swalong.
Minor detours aside, yes.
You are unharmed, and these are your bodyguards. Understood. While inside the city, you don't need to worry about this so much, but your guardsmen will need to have some sort of notation or visible reminder that they are associated with you. If you don't mind waiting, we're going to hand each of your companions an armband.
Didn't we have something like that?
I don't mind at all.
Each of you gets a bright red and black armband. Can be worn on either arm. Yes, this does look a lot like the military officer Nazi armband.
Yeah,
You
made
have-
that connection.
you said the N-word.
That's
You
immediately
could've just
what you...
not-
Nope. I need to just get this out of the way.
Just blend it.
He knows
Is
his
this how
audience.
you get the racist stuff? Is this it?
Hey, guys, the stream, it stopped. It just stopped.
Guys,
Adam, we
He
canceled.
stopped it for a second.
someone just jumped out of my closet and black-bagged me.
Black bag. Witness protection.
You...
I'm not writing
cancelled.
that down. As God gives.
Laszlo.
Nazi.
Got it.
Daughterless Gestapo long.
He gives you each these armbands, which do mildly resemble the ones that,
Previously
he,
mentioned.
yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, with that out of the way, you want a gold star too?
Yeah.
No, I meant the Star of David, but okay.
Oh, Jesus.
And cancelled. What else?
What else can you get cancelled on? You're gonna reel through them like.
I love J.K. Rowling.
That's the line.
The game was
That's
pretty
it.
good. The game's pretty good.
Dude,
And
make the
Henry just
fucking
outed
game,
himself as a... Okay.
Oh, alright.
We're
Let's just get in
all
the session.
sinking.
We don't even get to.
You're coming down with me.
episode 100.
It's a good thing I'm not monetized, because I would never be so. But whatever.
Not monetized yet.
Yeah. Well, as soon as someone looks at the history of these things, it's like, hey, hold on a second.
They'll get
I
the
mean,
context.
literally
You
last
can't
week,
miss
Andrew did a Down syndrome impersonation last week.
Oh, he
so
did,
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
he?
Literally this.
I think I might need to supercut all of the like really bad things and just you can put that on as a clip, like a short. That's how you get the. Here's Andrew.
Literally
That's
just
my
said
blackmail
retarded.
reel that I have.
you're gonna get doxxed. You're gonna get doxxed. One day someone's gonna go through all these, and it's gonna be.
Oh, fuck.
I don't think it would be that hard, honestly, because we've said
There's a lot of funny shit. in
things.
I would do like a funny compilation. That'd be.
Funny, dox yourself, though.
No.
Funny that if you're ever rich enough, you'd give me a cut of that.
And God forbid any of us tries to run for president.
Looking at you, Ed.
Or any public office.
True.
That's why you don't run for public office. You get the highest office you possibly can. It's not
It's not
elected.
public, private office.
So, you guys get your identification tags. You're passing through into the city. Again, not into the major walled part, just the exterior. What is essentially kind of like the difference between a urban and suburban area. The suburban area, which you're currently going into now, has a bit more space between buildings, plenty of room for plants, whether it be decorative purpose or actually utilitarian and growing crops. There's plenty of room out here. When you get into the interior, more urban setting, the buildings are more compact, higher, and yeah. But right now you're in the suburban district, closest to the water. There's a large aqueduct that creates a giant horseshoe shape that comes in from two different angles and then goes immediately through the suburban district and feeds into the urban district so that the wealthier people can get direct access to water. In any case, as you pass into this suburban area, you crawl to a halt at a nearby station where the wagons can be disembarked and the animals can be placed into appropriate stables. Your driver, Alexander, comes over and opens your door, and gingerly, like a doorman, is gesturing for you to vacate.
Yeah, I'll play the part and I'll get all regal looking and important like.
Head held up high, followed by your entourage. You step out into the streets, at which point some people who are in the immediate vicinity immediately turn their heads in your direction and then shoot down to the floor around your feet as to not look you directly in the face. Many of them don't quite just kowtow right there in the middle of the streets, but they do offer signs of reverence. Deep head bows that either could like stem from the waist up and almost cascade down into a 45-degree angle with their spine. It's not as back-breaking as you might think it is, but, you know, they're showing reverence as you vacate your wagon, and as soon as they feel like, you know, they've bowed for long enough, they just go back to their business.
If you had told me this was going to happen months ago, that this is where we would be, I would have checked you for head trauma.
I mean,
Like people bowing to Daedalus.
Well, let's just hope it doesn't go to their
I think
heads.
I like it anymore.
I just find it funny that he just hates it so much. That's what I find
I don't-
hilarious.
It's not about liking or even hating. It's
Exactly,
Like, it's
it's
just
just-
bizarre. It feels.
It's amazing, to be quite honest with you.
I shrug. Yeah.
Whatever is controlling the fates, it's just amazing. It just comes full
Well,
circle.
all right.
It's
Well,
great.
first of all, let's take care of what.
I
we
still
can.
think Ramsir did this on purpose. I think he knew. He had to have known.
No, he couldn't have.
Maybe he's
Well,
just playing
we
big,
can
big game of
find that
chess.
out while we're here. But I look at Laszlo. We should probably take care
Well-
of what you had to do.
Nah, we should probably check in with your shit first, probably.
No, I
yours
think we
might
should
be more
really do
pressing.
that because I need to go flip something.
I hear it. I hear
Flip
the air
something.
fryer. Flip the air fryer. Okay,
But
is that how that works?
it's a convection oven essentially, so you don't need to flip anything.
Flip it.
Because it comes in from all directions.
I love the
Well,
chaos that Andrew brings.
I think you
It's
gotta like
brilliant.
shake it around to make sure
Shake
that
the whole thing like a fucking.
Yeah, like when you're doing
Like
dino
the orb
nuggies.
he was shaking. Right?
Like when you're doing dino nuggies, right? Like sure, it's
What?
convect like all
Always
around,
do
but
'em.
like you gotta
Always
shake
dino
them
nuggies.
still. Yeah, fuck yeah, dino nuggies.
Well, I saw this
think I've
one
ever had
picture of a guy who put the dino nuggies between the slats of the bars so that they're facing up and down, so that it increases the vertical surface. In any case, I don't know if he's getting dino nuggies at all, but I
Dino
will not
nuggies
say that I'm jelly,
aside.
but I will not say that. You're never too old for dino nuggies. In any case, you guys vacate and immediately are greeted with the well-known portions of the Soft Peaks Perfume Company, led by the man, the legend, the perfume man, to whom you still don't know the first name of.
Hey,
Fry. So.
I suppose this is, in one sense of the word, the end of the line. Now, our agreement was half payment up front and half payment on arrival.
I have it.
If you are satisfied. There were a couple of interesting encounters, I'm not going to lie. Now, if you feel like you were mishandled at all during this, we could negotiate, lowering the price to accommodate for any troubles while in our company. In that regard, we will hold you to the highest standards and to our own standards to make sure that our customers are satisfied with their trip. I do believe that our agreement, you've already paid half at the initial day of departure, and if you feel that we have earned the other half, then by all means, please give me the money.
I like your straightness with this. Princess, I have the other half of the money. Do you want me? Would you say it was a good journey? Are we going to pay the full amount? Considering we're here in one piece. Up to you.
My personal inclination is to be kind of mean. I did get aged 10 years, sent to hell, almost die, and then have to deal with like all that shit.
That
would
wasn't
Karen.
there.
Was any
kind
of
of
that
on
their
me,
fault,
though,
though?
that-
But on the other
that's-
hand,
that's
yeah,
kind
but
of on
it's
me.
like the Dauntless thing as a character, like you would not hold that against them.
Yeah, but I got the riddles wrong, so it was on me. But they led
That
us
is
to the
true.
riddles, so with that.
Well, in the sacred words of the player character, it's what my character would do
Yeah, no.
as he murders the civilian.
I had to kill him.
We were brought safely for the most part, so I think that they deserve their pay.
Every man, I have the pay.
He has one arm extended.
How much do you need?
I believe the agreement was
The other half was
is
900.
900, yeah. 1800 total,
There
you
is-
already paid some, and so the rest is going to be 900 Samir.
There is 900 Samir, my good man.
He doesn't even bother to count it, he's just going off of good graces alone. He looks over and hands the money to Alexander, who is the one who counts it, but so that not the first person to accept it, it's not as rude. Kinda. Still kind of is. Or at least thorough. I wouldn't say rude is the right word.
I ain't
Someone's gotta
swindling him,
count
it's
it.
900 there, so you just...
Half of that is Monopoly money.
Ha ha ha, Laszlo coin.
Now, this is not to say this is our final goodbye. We're going to be in the city since we're here. It's not often that we make a pit stop to Anupolis, maybe once every 2 years. But we're going to be around if you need us. For the most part, I'm going to be in the market around these parts, in the lower half of the city, trying to sell our goods. So, if you need to, just follow the smell, and he kind of takes like a little dab of perfume and kind of wafts it in the air a little bit, to just to make sure you smell it. Follow the smell.
Hell of a smell.
Yeah.
What's the
And if you
smell?
need us, we're going to be around. I'm not sure where I can find a good place to legally park. But I do have guild merchant privileges, so I can use empty stalls if they have any. So again, I sell perfume, so you know the shtick.
We don't see you. Watch out for sphinxes on your way.
Ah ha ha.
Yeah.
Ah ha ha ha. Ah. Good one.
Make sure that when you tell the story of when we went down under, maybe skip the part where we had to.
I don't know what you're talking about, friend.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
I don't think that's a story any of us want to share.
We'll just say we had a
anyways.
fun night out drinking and all of that was a funny hallucination. I'm gonna leave it at that. I won't hear any protest. To the rest of you, I hope you enjoy your city. Stay here. And if you ever come to do business with us again, I can always throw in a friend and family discount. The friend part, you're not family. I'm not related to any of you. I don't think.
For all we
What is
know.
he, an elf?
No,
he's Tabaxi.
He's the
I was a
tabaxi.
tabaxi. I look at Krios. Probably not.
Fucking metal cat.
What
Maybe.
the
You never know.
I like to think that Creo still meows when you like talk to him. He doesn't speak, but he just
Meow.
Ow.
Robot.
No, it's more like he probably just bows his head like, no, dummy.
Uh-oh.
You made me.
From caravan number 1, the camel is used to essentially look for empty stalls that are essentially free real estate for guild merchants to use if you are officiated to set up temporary shop. The chicken nuggies are done.
I want some chicken.
No, my computer's starting to go ape shit for some reason.
Oh, why do you have an alarm for
All
that?
part of the plan.
No, that is my food timer, but like my
Oh, it
computer's
just
starting to go ape
coincided
shit.
with, okay, well.
Yeah, your stream, I think, broke.
Is the stream down, or is it your computer?
I think it may be my end. I'll be back regardless.
Well, if it's the
Chicken nuggies.
CPU being devoured by this scene, then by all means you can close Tailspire if it's really bad.
I'm getting 26 frames. That's pretty good.
It's crazy. I'm getting 52.
I'm debating.
Not closing it.
Well, you got an eye full of it. I'm gonna switch to a different thing. If we need to come back here for whatever reason, I'm just gonna place it at the much lower CPU hog.
Cube.
So,
Hey, it's back to 60.
anyways, you guys break away from the perfume, minus 900 Samir for your travel expenses. But now that you're here in the city, what is the first order of business? You have multiple things on your plate, spinning, so to speak, and can be taken care of all in this central hub, essentially. But what is the first step for the League? Is it going to be pursuing something related to Dauntless? Or not Laszlo? Whatever name you decide to be going with right now.
I probably he needs to make a new one, which is fucking funny as well.
All right, Ulrich. You didn't give us any specifics back in Raja
Yeah.
and Locke, but like, we're ready to go. If you've got a
I mean, we
Got
probably
a
need to sort
strand.
the princess out first, just because of profile and fact they're in the capital. It's gonna go unharangued.
Mhm.
Get my drift.
User joined your channel.
Uh-oh.
It's
This seems
Android.
rude.
I remember him.
Android.
But yeah, we're
Kind of sounds like Gronk.
Yeah, that was Gronk like.
User disconnected from your
Well, that
channel.
wasn't Gronk, but it did sound like Gronk turning his putting his headset on, all staticky and whatnot.
what was that? Henry trying to
User
he's
joined your
swapping out?
channel.
I
Henry's here.
think that's yeah, because Andrew says Andrew's mobile, I think, on his, so I think that is Henry.
Henry.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, Henry. There he is. There's him. He's driving, in it. Been outed as an Android user.
I'm also an Android user. What?
All are.
I don't need to say anymore.
But aside
Well-
from courtesy, the obvious courtesy of checking in on her family, does the princess have specific business to deal with with her family?
I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. I think when we've got situated, I can fully regale you with specifics. And my thinkings, but until then, sort the princess out. At least we
Have
can
you
do. I don't want to be tardy and leave it.
That's true. Have you ever been to the city before?
Have I ever been here? No, I've never been to the capital, to my knowledge, unless I have been DM.
Nope.
Yeah, I've
It's a
never been. I've
very
only been on
long
the-
journey.
I'm a Raja Enlock lad.
Okay. So the only person who's got firsthand knowledge of this place is the person who can't remember it. Cool.
Yeah.
My bad,
I mean, it's
guys.
a
I
big
have
city.
to. I'm eating. I'm here though.
Cool.
So, just as a quick thing, describing the interior, well, not interior, well, the area that you're currently in. Right after you get past a checkpoint, you pass through very many market stalls, one of which was empty enough that the perfume man could set up shop immediately. This whole street is covered in a variety of beautifully colored carpets, tarps, and other overhangs to create this very nice shaded area. Although it is not a concrete roof above your head, the sheets and the sun passing through them creates a cavalcade of colors spanning from mostly purples and reds and golds, as is synonymous with Sanctus itself. The city floor down here is bustling, with merchants yelling at you to try and sell their goods. They sell things from spices, clothes, second-hand goods in the form of like used clothing and shoes. A variety of people bumping into each other because of how crowded some of these things are. Children playing inappropriately around, playing catch in the middle of a thoroughfare, and like bumping into things occasionally. There is a guard presence that is very, very prominent, as their weapons are tall enough that even among the crowd here, you can see their pikes and halberds peeking up from above everyone's heads. Also, that is the impressive plumage that is attached to their traditional turban wear that can be seen kind of like a little thumb sticking out from above the crowd's head. From around here, you can see people who take glance in your direction and notice the Princess Hualong, do their due respects, although it doesn't really seem to hold up traffic as much as you think it would be, like rubbernecking and whatnot. In any case, the first things that you can try to do is pursue the riddle, the Speak Acalato riddle. Alternatively, that one is presumably to essentially market-related things that are under the table. Alternatively, you can try to find wherever the Princess Hualong family estate is, and it's probably safe to assume it's in the upper crust of the city.
Big bit.
Probably gonna have to
of,
get cleaned up if we want to go to
Yeah. Well, so go clean up then, I guess.
Very much the
I
case.
don't want to speak. I don't want to speak on behalf of the princess. So I'm gonna. I mean,
We were just wandering
We need
around
to
the
do that
desert. I
anyways.
don't think. Yeah, we
Yeah,
were wandering
so
around the
it's-
desert. Prior to that, we were literally in hell. I think.
Yeah.
I think to
Dramatic,
avoid.
Okay, it's only hell. Sooty and sulfurous. Yeah, let's go clean up.
Bathhouses are very plentiful here. There are multiple per district, and in terms of the number of personnel attending them varies upon what time of the day. Typically in this society, you are bathing relatively early in the morning, and then, if you can afford to, another one time at night, somewhere in the gap between lunch and dinner time, or specifically when people get out of work, as to essentially wipe away the day's filth of work. that would accumulate. Not saying the work itself is filthy, but just accumulation naturally. So if you can afford it, you have 2 baths a day. If you can't, just 1. In this district, they have bathhouses that do come with different male and female sides if you want to be a bit more private about it. Another one that is more open and is a unisex bathing scene. Whichever one you go to, it is not going to be free. And considering we're in the capital and everything around here is more expensive, it's going to cost you a pretty penny. Or in this case, it's going to be for all the bougie stuff to make you smell neat and tidy. If you're buying the package, which includes entry into the bathhouse and a little gift bag that has all the soaps, perfumes, and scrubs that you need, it's going to cost per person $35. Samir.
Kind of need to do it. They get mad when we don't.
Yeah.
You're like my natural musk.
Farts.
You guys are gonna have to cover for me because I don't have.
Is anyone low on Samir?
I am.
All right, I can throw you. I'll throw you your 35, and
I do.
right, I think that leaves me, if I'm doing my math right, that much. Well,
Is
we're
there
also in a
any-
city now.
Yep.
We can currency exchange if need be after this.
If need be, yes, you can. After you guys get out of your bats, which takes about, I'd say, 25 minutes to bathe and gussy yourself up with all sorts of perfumes, musks, lotions, and deodorants if need be, you are ready to present yourselves to people who are slightly socially intimidating. Only slightly, though.
Slightly.
Now, of course,
Okay,
you're still
we're not
in the
talking-
suburban area, so if you want to pass into the urban area, there is another checkpoint.
Well, we can't go there without Andrew, so.
I don't know how long it takes to take chicken nuggets out from a...
Chicken nugget boy, you back?
All right, that took longer than expected.
You good?
Yeah.
All good?
Just-
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
We just bathed in the bathhouse. 35 Samir. Did you want to do the same?
I don't have enough Samir, so I need to go exchange some first.
Sort of let you bathe at home.
They will, but I'm trying to put that off for a little bit.
If that's the
Well, I
case,
don't-
it's
I-
not
I
going
just-
to
but
be...
I don't want to be like, hey, let's go try and find assassins with a princess who just got in the city. I don't want to, I don't want to do that because that could be very putting the princess in danger unnecessarily. First thing we do might not look great. So maybe we need to, get what's the word? Meet your father.
Acquainted.
Yeah, acquainted. Yeah.
But then does the challenge then become getting her out of there to then? Because I feel like that's inevitable either way. Is confronting these.
I mean, I don't know. Up to the group. I want to pursue it, but we need to go somewhere so I can privately. Yeah.
Also, I forgot to bring this up, but what happens when we go down under? We bring the princess.
Exactly.
Oh, we'll figure it out.
But at the same
like an
time, we're
option.
probably going to need her, or a flex.
Wait, would you have that hat of disguise?
That would be useful to make it.
'Cause I remember you made that.
I would have to do it for tomorrow.
Yeah, that might be useful.
Well, you said we need to be in private. We want to get food somewhere.
That's not private. We kind of our hands are tied. If the longer we put off going to see your family,
They're going to question why did you not do
They're going to question the lateness and the delay and
Yeah.
formalities and if we go down there, then it's like, well, you're you. We need to wait till tomorrow to get something prepped. So it's like, that kind of made our decision for us a little bit.
All right.
I can spot you 35 Samir if you want to go have a bath.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just so I can show
sure.
up.
As soon as the princess walks into the bathhouse, the person who is accepting the money gives a very long gasp and open-faced mouth, immediately goes over and begins to yell at people currently inside the bathhouse to get the fuck out. He vacates the entirety of these premises for you to bathe alone. Probably vacates about 15 people, who will all have to walk out with their towels around their waists.
Well, make sure to get nice and clean, I guess. I'm gonna see this through.
Cool.
As you're exiting, the proprietor of the establishment gives you many bows and thank you for gracing us with your presence, sort of brown-nosing compliments, etc., etc. You look ravishing today, madam. That sort of thing.
Scars are beautiful.
I don't look at him, but I give him a polite hand wave as I'm.
Your ass is fat.
But in a good way.
Let's do the PH, ma'am.
Does anyone even say pH fat anymore?
No.
Is that even a thing?
Nah,
I don't think so.
the beat was fat, much like my keister.
Drop a fat beat that I can beat my buddy's ass to.
Yeah.
Christ.
Oh, it beat his ass doesn't mean that. Hold on.
Jeez,
Nope, you went right to the dirty thing.
you got
Nope,
that Oregon
no,
Trail wagon.
that's on me.
Dump
So,
truck.
with everyone properly cleaned up and well scented, you may go somewhere. I'm not gonna
You wanna
force it
talk,
on
like-
you. You gotta come to that conclusion yourself. I'm not gonna.
Princess, do you want to talk like a formality plan of like? Is there a way that you want us to act? Obviously, not speaking and such, but like, what? Is
I
it
think
you
we
wanna
should
say?
definitely agree on the not speaking, because I feel like every time,
I might
Yeah,
die.
even when we
if
get
I
asked
do
the
that,
question, I
yeah.
feel like every time we
Yeah,
respond,
just don't speak unless spoken to.
Okay. What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna do the usual shtick.
Well, you just imagine you'll have to explain what you explained to Akatheth, but like this time it's like even more important, I suppose.
the way Agatha made it sound, maybe her father won't even want to see her.
Maybe maybe the grand
Mom might.
the mother and the aunties possibly, but yeah, we'll follow your lead.
That is a good point. It may make more sense to see you, Raridan. I mean, mother.
If
Man,
maybe.
there's a weird cat outside.
Oh, it's fucking weird.
Blink, motherfucker.
Just like it's just his cat. It's just Henry's cat. Like outside. Oh, it's just made out of metal. It's looking at me weird. It's got a hat on. Oh, man.
Back in 1 second, guys. Don't just see something.
Okay, so are we all in accord that we're going to see Ma?
Is she gonna be from Boston as well, Adam?
We'll see.
Oh, jeez, hun. Oh, you look like Ara. Ooh.
Ara.
Don't know how they say it. Ara.
I hope she's Australian, to be quite honest with you.
Good day, mate. This is Adam's to Shane in Aussie voice.
Didgeridoos and
Bloody
kangaroos.
You look bloody stroof, let me tell you first.
Well, the freaking. Oh, wait, they got new. Hold on, I gotta test this filter. It's a new filter they added.
Australian filter.
No, it's.
Crikey, mate.
Is it the...
Let me tell you.
Testing. Hello?
Gotta say cunt as the preface.
It sounds like a female text to speech. Perfect.
Do it.
Well, we're not there yet.
Oh. Let's go. We gotta go for a checkpoint though. To the upper burbs or the
This one's new too.
the cloud district.
Testing. No. It's not this one, by the way. This one is really.
This is that's a little kid one. You gotta keep
Like
that
a
one in
little
your
fucking
pocket.
Fairy. That's the
You gotta
fairy
keep that one in your
there.
pocket.
This one is
This one
Hey,
is
I swear on me,
called.
mum.
It's called
I swear on me,
Akari.
mum. Say
That
it's
sounds
Mingin.
like an
Do the-
anime
do the-
character.
Do the calypso. It's Mingin. Go on.
Oh yeah, right.
do
Hold on.
it.
Hold on. Let me try to figure out the whole thing. I
Look at
got
the
this
lyrics.
clip, so and then like.
They call me Cuban Pete.
Oh god. Sucky Nan. Sucky Nan is fucking vegan, Calypso. Ick. Oh god.
Anyways, oh, that's fun. I like that one.
You fucking peak.
It's fucking
That last one,
vegan.
it didn't come in very clear though. That's the
Oh,
only
is
thing
it?
I didn't hear every word.
Well,
Cold,
do you know the
yeah,
context
well.
of that video?
That's fucking
If you don't, hold on, if you don't know, we gotta find
it's
it.
a tent pole of British culture, apparently. Called Adam.
It's great. It's
It is
basically
fucking-
what Dan has to deal with every day.
Yeah, I have to see people that speak
Oh,
like this.
I just type in "it's" and it's the first thing I got.
You got
Mostly because I still have it in my history.
Oh man.
Anyways, watch that at your leisure. But in any case, if you guys are ready, we're going to be going through the secondary checkpoint.
Well, through the secondary checkpoint we go.
So,
Oh,
just
shit, my-
as to make sure, what is everyone wearing?
They're all wearing the armband. I'm wearing
Armband, and remember when I'm wearing that the nice silk robes we got?
Yeah, I'm wearing some nice formal wear I bought. Well, not formal, but like casual formal, befitting someone who's wealthy.
All right. Anyone else wanna pipe up? Yeah, I brought my G-string.
I'm wearing my Borat
My
attire.
mankini.
Yeah. I need to look the part.
Oh my god.
Means there's something. Well, I mean,
I would just assume everyone is looking their best.
User
Yeah,
disconnected
I
from
got
your
one.
channel.
Assless chaps.
it's the way. Well, I'm not. I'm wearing my disguise, so
My bad. I don't have any fancy clothes, so I'm just wearing the fanciest thing I got, which is the Juggernaut armor.
fancy clothes. With guards, so it's like I'll be looking our best. We're all cleaned up. And
I don't have formal wear
Thank you.
either, but I'm wearing.
It's
wearing my-
fancy in its own way.
Yeah,
Exactly.
wearing my swankiest of clothings.
You get to the checkpoint of a very large wall. The wall itself would basically take Zen 10 seconds to run up, I guess. It's pretty tall, though.
That's how we measure.
That is tall.
That is pretty tall.
Yeah.
And that's a sprint. So it would take him 2 rounds. Or
I'll be
2
wearing my like
and
full
2 and
wrapped up
60%.
kit
2.6.
that I have.
That's how we measure distance, though, from now on.
That's about 5 Zens.
That's
high.
about 5 Zens full sprint, I think.
5 Zen
That's the
sprints.
standard measurements.
So, it's pretty tall and has all sorts of arrow slits that you can see the silhouettes of archers from the other side. And on top of that, there is the top part of it with the
Ramparts.
ramparts. I was gonna say the rook-shaped fucking
shaped like
the chess
the
pieces.
towers. Yeah, the chess piece. They're throwing chess pieces at you. They got people on the ramparts looking through these slits and just looking out and about, not necessarily down specifically at you, but just on visual patrol, essentially. You get to the checkpoint. It is significantly less active than the previous one, as this is the hoity-toity district, so not as many people can even point their nose in this direction without being shooed away by the guards who give them dirty looks. Of course, they don't do that for you guys because you're in accompaniment of one of the princesses of the Morjamoth family. While they do give very, very nice and, I almost said premium, courteous bows, premium bows.
They definitely pay for those bows, bro.
DLC bow.
DLC bow.
They give you very courteous bows as you approach, but immediately shoot back into attention as they need to get their jobs done here. One of them comes forward and begins to... Essentially, he takes out a large book, almost looks like a business ledger. Welcome back to the capital, Princess and company.
User disconnected from your channel.
Who dat?
Fleeing.
Gronk. Okay. Just want to make sure that no one's missing anything. He holds open a ledger, and another person comes by with a silver platter that has a inkwell and quill pen at the ready. He doesn't give you any further instructions, but he kind of just is holding it open at you. So, if you have brain cells to rub together,
Like a small violin.
I motion for you guys to sign first, and I try to pull the guard aside. I need to speak with you for a moment.
He looks at you as if you just kind of stepped all over his script, because you kind of did. There's a procedure here, ma'am.
I understand. This is of a relatively delicate nature. They'll sign, and so will I. But...
They don't need to sign.
Oh, well.
Their signatures would sully this accord.
Understood. That's you. See, I don't know that, and I take out the medical report. I kind of lean into him. I received an injury off continent, and currently am experiencing some memory issues.
His eyes go wide as if you just told him that his wife passed away or something.
Don't make a big deal out of it, but currently I am not in the best mindset to remember my own signature, as hard as that is to say.
Do you present him the medical report?
I have the medical report in hand should you need the proof.
The guy with the silver tray comes over and pushes aside the inkwell and pen just to make room that you can place the medical report on it.
I place the medical report.
The guy with the silver tray does a hard heel pivot so that he's facing the guard who is doing all this stuff. He unfolds it and begins to read it as quickly as he can, as to not waste too much time. He looks back and forth at you. Specifically, his eyes draw exactly at your scalp area, as you can imagine. And then back at the report and folds it back as neatly as he can, before having the guy with the silver platter turn around and give it back to you. I am sorry to hear that you received injuries overseas, ma'am. This information will be going towards the physician over in your family's estate. Not for me to decide, but considering your current status, I still suggest that you leave some sort of indication that you are checking in, regardless of your state.
No, of course. I didn't want to give the impression that I was attempting to pull anything here. So, I sign it.
The book immediately closes as soon as he sees that you're done. He does not require signatures from the rest of you, and immediately steps aside enough that everyone can pass through the gate without any shoulder checking. You are now into the main area of this urban district. Many of the buildings here are a minimum of about 3 tiers tall, have rounded roofs that are painted beautifully in the city colors of purple and gold. Some of them are even bespeckled with what appears to be gemstones in certain thresholds around door frames, windows, and other very highly noticeable locations that would be at approximate eye level, so that you can see this is the rich people district.
Before we continue any further, I would actually ask the guard just if he could point me in the direction of the family physician.
Yeah.
The physician lives on the estate. If you make your way over, you can find their building. There's a large symbol that'll denote his medical profession.
Much appreciated.
He steps aside and gives another bow. The other employees around here do more or less the same if they are in the way of your walking pace, and break way. You can see the people who are definitely locals to this district, judging by their attire and sheer amount of bling that they wear, that everyone here is a cut above in terms of financials. And even the way they walk gives an air of importance to it. Chad Stride versus Virgin something. But either way, you are in the upper crust of the city of Anupolis. There you can see...
It got like a district name.
No, it's not literally called the upper crust, but it's essentially just... It might as well be called the Morjamoth district, because every building around here has their symbol on it. So you're home, in one sense of the word. But everyone around here makes way for you if they are in the way of your path of walking. The tallest building around here flies very proudly a Morjamoth family flag that is towering and can be seen from what you presume to be almost every corner of this district. If you are outside, you can see the flag, so don't worry about getting lost, just follow the flag. You pass by residential areas, very, very prominent shops whose clientele could probably, buy out a small village with pocket change. Many of them are accompanied by either guards in the form of humanoids, animals, combination of both, and everyone stinks good of perfume. This whole area smells like the perfume district or marketplace in a Sears. Or any kind of strip mall that has a perfume department. And I'm assuming you're going to beeline it? Unless you want to take any detours.
Well, they said the physician is in the compound.
Correct. But within the... Not this compound, the estate compound, which is where the flag is. Just asking because as you pass by, there is an alchemy shop here. And also a magic vendor.
I have no money anyway.
Oh. Aw.
We're poor, Adam.
Yeah, don't say we. I can
The
just,
royal
I
we.
can just spawn money.
Who are you
Inflation,
talking-
what's that?
Simultaneously, I am the richest and poorest person.
I gotta get a napkin.
Magical napkin? Is that
Magical napkin that
Yeah,
will
he's
clean
licking honey.
everything.
He's licking honey.
drooling at the prospect of magic.
You get to a very nice gilded metallic gate, the bars of which are very shiny and gold. At the front, you can see a variety of very, very well-armed and armored guards. They have a sheen to them and are clad in such heavy armor that it is basically comparable to what Kalos is currently wearing, but with a Sanctus flair to it. The coloration specifically. They are standing at attention and straighten themselves up even more so at the sight of Princess Hualong. As you approach, the doors are currently closed to this gate, but you can see through them as they're just metal vertical bars. There you can see a variety of people to whom very much resemble yourself. I mean Dauntless, not any of yours. They're
all orcs.
You can see that in the shaded region of this veranda, a variety of red dragonborn are doing things. And by that I just mean it's like when you go into a rich person's house and they're just lounging.
Throwing poor people around.
Some of them are like soaking their feet in these little foot baths. Others are playing what is essentially medieval table tennis.
With a halfling.
Another one is doing some sort of fencing against a wooden dummy, and servants are attending to them for whatever needs they have. People holding towels for the foot-soaking people, the person holding a towel for the guy who's fencing because he's working up a sweat, and the one who is doing the ping-pong table has a little guy holding a silver platter covered in a chalice that presumably has liquid refreshment in it. However, they're,
I look back at the guys. You may want to just leave me to this, and if you
I don't think we're allowed in.
Do you want me to leave you, Krios?
Is he even allowed in?
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, never mind.
Sort of right up to whatever
Are you
checkpoint.
assuming we can't go in? Have you asked? Know your guards.
Well,
I look, I know, but just
if we're not at least walking up to whatever checkpoint there is, we're not doing our jobs. So
all right, so we'll break there.
Has it been more than an hour, DM?
It's been like 15 minutes.
Okay.
So you're all loitering outside the front gate. Trick or treat.
Dig your own ditch. Ha ha ha.
I can see you right there, though. I am the doorbell.
No.
Oh, I guess they lead me up to the front door.
It'll drop.
Up a flight of very well-hewn stairs made
That's
from
what I was
carved
thinking.
marble.
What stairs?
I don't think we can step on that marble.
I'm too poor to step on this marble.
I
You
think
can't
so.
go that way. Pay.
I don't
DLC.
think. I don't think we're allowed.
I'm immune to celestial. If it's a holy step.
Normally, I'd roll my eyes at that, but after what we've been through, I'm not going to assume that you're not. I think we should use that mindset.
With the social pressures upon you, Princess Godless approaches the two guards at the station. Both of them are incredibly tall, and if you didn't know any better, they are also dragonborn. But from what skin is exposed from the creases in their armor around their neck, they are not red dragonborn. They are bronze or copper, hard to tell in this lighting. It's brownish and shiny, with a
Is there
slight
actually a
reddish.
distinction between bronze and copper?
Yes, there is. But in this lighting, it's hard to tell, and they only have small bits of skin exposed. Everything else is armored, all to hell and back. And either way, as you approach, both of them stand at attention. Both of them placing one hand on a weapon that is stood straight up and down. Another one grabs for the door handle that is to their immediate side. They prepare to hold it open if you get closer, kind of like an automatic door. Only if you step on the
Game
little
it, like they get there, they like arm goes.
All right, when we're within 10 feet, I kind of hold up my arm to you guys, and we will reconvene later. And I walk forward.
As you get close enough, the two guards hold the door open in such a way that you can pass through without having to choose one or the other. You can just go straight down the middle. And immediately, as soon as she passes the threshold, or their perception of when you're a princess, they close it behind and kind of just look straight ahead. They don't even acknowledge any of you, not even the howdy doody, or time of day. And Godless, you are in the gates. As soon as the gates slam shut, and it isn't slam in like a very violent way, but it is a very large door, and it does make a sound as it closes. Many of the people in this courtyard who are currently lounging, immediately, because not many people get to pass through those doors in the first place, turn to see who it is. You, dressed in your finest attire that you have on person, are, dressed like a very royal person. One of the people comes up to you who was currently attending a foot bath after wiping it down on a towel that's placed on the floor. They approach and begin to speak at you in Draconic.
Oh no!
Saw this coming. Yep. Are they a dragonborn or are they a...
They are a red dragonborn. Presumably, from what this looks like, they are a female, very young, although your gauge of reference is usually just yourself for what young and old dragonborn kind of looks like. Although you have your uncle to also duel, but this one looks female, so your gauge of other female dragonkin is your cousin and yourself. They are speaking to you in Draconic, and unfortunately you haven't finished your lesson with the Varus yet. And before you ask if you can get at least a couple of words, I'm gonna put a hard binary on either you know it or you don't. So, just to make things game-ish in that regard. It's either you have it or you don't.
Well, I gotta use all my guile.
From Street Fighter?
You use that paladin charisma.
I give the chin bow. How do they react?
They stare at you and blink.
I've used all my moves. Shit.
Shit, that's all I got. Fuck.
I am unwell, and I need to see our family physician, is what I say in common, because I don't speak dragon.
The expression on the individual who's come up to his face goes from relatively neutral and somewhat hospitable to not shock and horror, but you know that program. You know that program you can run where it'll read their face and it'll tell you on a number how
99%.
Yeah, it's disgust at 99 out of 100.
Oh wow. Riz check failed.
Go ahead and make a Make a deception check.
Okay. An odd one. 10.
She looks at you and kind of does a scan from top to bottom with her eyes before waving down a nearby servant. They come over and give her what appears to be some sort of magical focus in the form of a rod. It is gilded all to hell and back and could probably buy out your entire party, judging by its sheer bling. And begins to wave it as if casting a spell. Do you do anything in reaction?
I don't think there's anything I
Power
could
word
do.
kill. Bye bye.
Bye, cousin or sister.
Having casted the spell on you, you suddenly are able to realize that something has occurred, and you can suddenly understand what she's speaking. As soon as she's finishes talking, you are under the ability of comprehend languages for however long that lasts. I think it's like 10 minutes or something.
10 minutes, yeah.
So, I'm speaking to you through the NPC who is speaking Draconic, but since I don't speak Draconic in real life, I'm going to speak to you in English.
Adam, come on. You haven't gotten that. You haven't gotten that.
Dovahkiin.
You can just throw it into like
Fusrota, bro.
What did we
come
say?
on.
Latin is Draconic? You just throw it in and
Vini Vidi Vici.
I was going to say homo then for some reason. That's not a Latin, is it?
it actually is. It is Latin.
Oh, okay.
Homo erectus.
Homo.
I'm both of those things.
Fuck's sake.
Having the wand still in her hand, or the rod, excuse me, in her hand, kind of lowers it to her side. In Draconic, that you suddenly understand for sudden. Are you okay? The first time I've seen you in years, and you walk in doing that. It's disgusting. You've been out of high society for how long now? I know your new husband is not as wealthy, but my gods, don't do that. That was disgusting. I'm gonna puke.
I take out the letter. I am actually not well, and I hand her the medical report.
It's bad now.
Yeah.
Oh, glad we're not there.
So I'm gonna motion this on my camera to see how she does it. So let's say this Expo white spray is the rod that she's using, and then this piece of paper is what you. So she's holding the rod like this, and then she's like doing this with the piece of paper that you hand her, as if it's like a filthy piece of toilet paper. Okay, I'm gonna put my hands down now. She hands it to the servant who unfolds it and holds it in front of her so that she can read it without holding on to it. Well, you had a fun time. She points over to a nearby building that is only about 1 tier high. It is set aside from the rest of the building, almost like a garage that is not adjoined to the house. Or shed, more like. A shed more relative to the estate itself. But there's a large rod of Asclepius hung from a sign to denote doctor.
Gotcha.
Real doctor, not the kind of doctor you play.
Uh-oh. Don't...
Adam, those are fighting words, bro.
He's got medical proficiency on his character sheet and within the world.
He has done medical stuff in his life.
He has performed autopsies.
Yeah, what have you done?
Well, more again. Daedalus.
I mean, Daedalus has performed a few autopsies.
Daedalus is more like a mob doctor.
Don't say that to people. I'm more of a mob doctor, you see. Oh fuck!
It's like when a veterinarian loses their license, but they still want to make money.
The servant hands you back your medical report, and the individual who is berating you kind of gives a accusatory finger in the direction of the medical facility. There's other things on the estate besides the physician's building. There's also some sort of like how do I call? Almost like a personal chef's den kitchen.
Den,
Well, I
love
think I need to see the doctor first.
that.
Oh, no,
in
just-
New York.
You want-
Back in
wanna
the
see-
border.
Yeah,
Oh, cook den. You mean a kitchen?
Cookhouse? Well, that's a drug place.
So you
I would
can
get-
make your way over towards that if you want.
Yeah, I would
Or you
give
can
another
stand
chin
here, you
down
can-
to my red relative and then proceed to the doctor.
Raising one eyebrow as you're leaving away, she goes back to her other very, very busy schedule of chatting at the footpaths.
Wow.
You make your way over, and you can see that you are being escorted, whether or not you want to, by two other guards who have basically apparated out of nowhere.
Nah, just letting that happen. You gotta.
They follow you to the front door, at which point you can hear a small creak as before you can even reach for the door handle, it is flung open by what is apparently either an assistant to the physician or the physician himself. He is very squat and very old looking and very dwarvish. An old dwarf, you might say.
B.
It's
Zen.
I like him, guys.
Wait, is this? Hold on. Oh, I thought this was like. I thought this was planned in the background, and I was gonna be like, "Well, okay, my
It's
hat is
me.
off." That's really fucking funny.
I was going to say that we did get the revelation that he has medical proficiency, so it's
Well,
like
whatever Adam says now, I'm seeing this as Zen. So
Yeah, what's the doctor's name? Does he have like a
where's
name
Zen
tag?
go?
Is it like? Is it Shabberdoodle?
You haven't been acquainted with him yet, and he doesn't have a name tag.
Are you Zen?
In terms of what he looks like, he is a shorter beard than Zen. It's about a third of Zen's beard length. His hair is completely slicked to his skull as if he greased it down. His facial features are, while aged, not really like wrinkly old. He's kind of got this gray fox thing going on where it's salt and pepper hair. He wears a pair of spectacles that are pinched on the bridge of his nose. A series of medical accoutrement hanging from various parts, like a stethoscope around his the back of his neck, which drapes over his collarbone. His hands are well sanitized from how clean they look. Very well trimmed fingernails, no dirt behind those. And then as soon as he opens the door, you can smell a almost, I guess, formaldehyde almost-esque to the air inside of this facility.
all I heard was his beard was less impressive than Zen's, and he doesn't smell like honey.
All of these things are
Can't be
true in a sense.
red flags.
He, of course, has to look up in your general direction, but without making eye contact. It's kind of like staring at your chin during this whole thing. Again, he speaks in Draconic, but your spell is still going for at least another couple of minutes, so during this time that he's speaking to you, everything is understandable, but in Draconic.
Good
Hello,
afternoon.
princess. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Were it under better circumstances, I would wish. But, and I hand him the medical reports. I need you to just give me a once over. I've experienced difficulties in traveling, and I would like a more familiar opinion on my state.
Alright then. Well, come on in. You know we've been expecting, like, 2 of these by now. But whatever went on in your neck of the woods, I guess you could tell me about it if you feel like it. But...
Yeah, well, while he's inspecting me, I would give him the official version, with the not the super duper secret version, but the official version of traveling.
the abridged version.
Yeah,
I died and then I came back.
Well, okay, very
believable
hold on,
version.
very specifically, the version of events where Doctor kidnapped me, or Orcs kidnapped me. Doctor bought me. League saved me. We got to the port, and then we jumped. And I would like to keep an eye out on his face when I mention brain doctor.
He is currently very, very much into his work. He has a lens that comes down from a headband that is affixed to his forehead that can be used to inspect things on a very, very close level. He spends a lot of time around your head, where your stitching at one point would have been. Although it has scarred over, there's still signs of piercing. Going through the report, back and forth, and then doing your medical examination, he listens very quietly, on occasion giving just a as he's doing his work simultaneously. He takes a couple of moments to test your reflexes on your shin, a couple of other things that you would be synonymous with a regular routine medical checkup. A couple of things where he holds a candle with a lens in front of it to almost act like a magnifying glass in front of your eyes to see if your eyes are working properly. No cataracts in that regard, so thankfully you can see. His eyes narrow very briefly as he looks up back at the medical report, and then back at you. Princess, have you been under any sort of long-term stress recently?
The stress of having to relearn my entire family, yes.
Okay. Because, stress can do a lot of bad things to you in terms of your physiology. For the most part, you're looking... Now, I mean no offense to this, but, not your age.
I feel like I've aged several years after being captured and prodded and almost dismembered, and then...
That seems to check out, because I'm seeing some delays in your joint reaction, and I don't know if you've been noticing this, but a little bit of creaking when you turn your shoulder. So, if that's something that is, ailing you, I'd recommend that you relax for as long as possible, because that is not going to be good for your health in the long term. High blood pressure is not something you'd like to be dealing with. And, having just come back from, I'm assuming, where we have sent you to be with your betrothed, not mentioned in the medical report, but just in case I need to ask, are you with child?
No, not as of yet.
Okay. You know, by your age, your sister's already had two, so... Not saying that I'm worried for anything in particular, but I'm just putting out what I know.
Well, I mean, from the report, I don't know that.
Okay, then. I don't envy your position right now, by the way. I'm probably the most... I'm not going to yell at you. Whatever you do, and he points to the building of the main estate through the window that is visible through this checkup room that you're currently sitting in. If anything in that report is not up to your patriarch's liking, I said an earful is probably an understatement. And considering that you haven't born any children yet, and that you were missing for 1.5 years, I don't envy your position.
I understand.
Now, last time I checked up on you, you were not but about 16 years old, and going through some of your training for your arranged marriage. Or were you, no, 16? No. You were 18, excuse me. But in either case, could you tell me more about this doctor? Did he do anything to you that would, compromise your position? In any way.
I raise an eyebrow at that. I mean, besides attempting to operate on me?
Attempting to? Did he extract any fluids? Inject any fluids? Remove anything that is normally part on your body, or add anything?
You could say that.
I mean, everything's a blur. As I said, I can't remember anything of here or anyone I grew up with, my own parents. It's hard to say.
I don't suppose you got the name of this doctor at all?
Ramses? I remember what it was, by the way, DM. I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like a name, I guess.
How does his face react to this?
Insight check.
Thank you.
How he do, DM?
Oh, wait, I was looking at medicine for a sec there. Jesus.
I'm also
Really
not
stupid.
medical exam. You, Zen.
Medical exam duel.
Yeah, whatever, Zen. And walks
I
out.
diagnose you with cancer.
18.
Nice.
He is staring at you dead in the face and hasn't twitched a muscle. Besides the one that he needs to talk with. His mouth.
Singular muscle.
The only thing that the one who did this to me, though, I am concerned somewhat. He had quite a bit of Samir in his possession. I don't know how he would have gotten all that off continent. It does worry me for my own safety coming back here, honestly. Has anything happened since I've been gone?
Lots of things have happened. Whether or not it's related to you, I'm not the one to judge.
Mm-hmm.
Have you developed any allergies? Conditions?
I get a little stone face at that. I seem to have an intolerance for dairy.
That's nothing new.
Besides that, nothing that I can think of.
Alright. Well... Why are you here, by the way? Shouldn't you be overseas? I just realized. Usually you're supposed to stay there and send the medical reports to us, not hand-deliver it to me.
As you said, the medical reports being missing for so long, I didn't... Without physical proof that I was alive, if it ever got back here that, they were captured, I wanted to just kind of be the one to explain it in person.
Well, I won't say you're not thorough, although it's a bit odd to do so. But considering your mental state, I suppose you wouldn't have considered it odd in the first place. And, I'm gonna recall that, again, I don't envy your position. If you don't remember things, that's, about 17 years worth of training out the window.
I've already restarted on that. I'm more concerned, honestly, about the lack of knowledge regarding my own language.
Well, just, he briefly switches over to a little bit of common before switching back to Draconic once more, but the stuff that he says in common is, you should know that that's not very well liked around here in common, and then switches back to the rest of the conversation in Draconic. But you do feel like the spell is going to be ending right about now.
Alright, when he starts speaking something that I have no idea how to talk, I start like waving my hands and then start making like can't hear you motions. I can't understand what you're saying.
He kind of like rubs the side of his head as if to think, and then responds back in common. Oh boy, you have a lot to deal with, don't you, Princess?
Well, one thing I wanted to ask, I had heard in passing, because with a head injury such as mine, you hear a lot about like medical. Or when I was inquiring about it, I hear there's some sort of hospital or medical institution here. Do you think that they may have information on recovering memories?
Well, recovering memories, that one is not exactly something that they would have extensive studies on. There are clinical trials that have been tested, but they don't really amount to anything more than just putting presumed familiar scents, tastes, and other sensations in front of patients to see if it jogs anything. There's no intrusive procedures that have been tried, such as, in layman's terms, poking at your brain to see if anything recovers, or anything on the magical end, as not every practitioner here, who is a medical professional, is able to cast magic. So to answer your question, probably not.
But was it a college or was it a hospital? They would be my best bet for information on this.
It is a institute of learning, although they do not primarily only deal in medical professions. I would just say it's an institute of science and the like. Couple of alchemists in their midst, as well as medical professions, come from all over, not just Rutash, to study there. It is probably the most prestigious school of learning in this particular field of study. Period. And I am a very proud graduate of there. Valedictorian and everything.
Oh. Would they be willing to humor me in this regard if I were to go to them?
He rubs his less than zen impressive beard for a moment and considers your statement. Your family has a lot of prestige. But you are not the highest rung of the ladder. And that institute is funded primarily by your family. And who gets to come and go is directed by your father. An interview when they attempt to apply to that school. So
I wouldn't be applying.
I understand, but he oversees everything from the staff, students, guards, even the guy who cleans went through an interview process with your father directly. I don't know, you are just intending to poke your nose in to get some quick information, but the information there is closely guarded as to make sure that only the top of the class comes out of there with their certification, and any small potential leak. I'm not saying that you're going to just go in there, snag some books, and book it. That is not at all what I'm saying, but security there is tighter than a bank vault.
I understand.
So if you do want to peek your nose in for any reason, your father is going to need to hear about it. And if you show him this medical report, well, I'll keep the medical report, I'm the physician after all, but if you give him a summary of what happened, you're going to have other problems besides whether or not you can look into the institution. A lot of problems. Again,
Well,
I don't envy you.
I don't doubt that.
And if this is going to eventually have to get back to your father in the first place, well, I do have a clinical, how you would say, reasoning to not divulge all information out to public knowledge. I am still privately owned and funded by your father and family in proximity, so he does need to know about your medical history at some point, and considering you were gone for about a year and a half, almost turning into 2 years at this point before I got this report, he is going to be wanting to know as soon as physically possible. So, whether it comes from your mouth or mine, that's going to be up to your choice. I won't be going to him right now, maybe later today. Or tomorrow.
As a sign of respect to him, would you mind being our go-between? Because I cannot speak the native tongue.
Ooh, right, you're gonna have to speak to him in common. You are, excuse me, I almost said something inappropriate. You're not in a good position.
No. To say the least, no.
And from my perspective, if I am going to be speaking with your father, it's going to be for medical specific things only. I don't have idle chatter with anyone in the patriarch side of the family.
Okay. Would I be able to stay in your clinic? And when you do speak to him next, can you bring him into this fold of what has befallen me?
No offense, princess, but I'd be throwing my neck underneath the executioner's axe if I'm the one to be delivering that information. He kind of looks at you in the same way, please don't tell my manager.
I could be there in the room, but
Yeah, I know, your father has executed people for worse. And lesser extents. There was delivery that was half an hour late. The delivery boy died.
I was not aware of that.
Well, you should know how much your father likes to exercise his authority. But he is well aware of how much power he holds. And you should too.
Would he kill me for not?
Not my place to say. I will not. Nope, not for my. Nope. No.
Would I be able to stay here for the time being as a patient?
Can you do a fake cough? That was awful. He lets you sit on the little countertop that you are, and he goes out towards the guards who followed you over here. He gives them a brief, some sort of debriefing, and then one of them walks away, another one stays behind. He comes back to you. I bought a little bit of time. A little bit. A few hours. Maybe like 2.
I don't suppose there would be any way my father would come here to meet me.
The only reason he would come down here is if he himself is getting a checkup.
I kind of look hopefully at the Dr. Dwarf.
Doctor.
Is
He's
he
not
getting
due
a
for it.
checkup?
He's not due for a checkup anytime soon. He usually has it at the turn of the year. And it's June. So, if you want to wait 12 months, I don't know if you have that luxury of time. And this clinic is not exactly a hospital.
Hmm.
I have one bed, and it's not very comfortable. And it's for me.
All right, out of character, really quick. I'm not sure how much you want to do with this because I'm not going to be here next week.
Oh boy. That is a monkey wrench. We are doing the Princess Dauntless Hualong arc.
We can. I mean, I did separate myself from the league for a reason.
You did. Which is going to mean that you guys will be doing other Anupolis stuff -1 Dauntless, which would be appropriate in both person and character. Whether or not you actually want to start doing the Laszlo stuff without Dauntless is up to you. If need be, we can keep it a much shorter session next week. I don't know about calling it off entirely. If, Dan, you want to do your thing? I don't know, when was the last time you played your campaign?
Andrew's in that campaign too, and then
Henry's in that as well, yeah. And Andy's in that one as well, so it'd just be me, Alec, and Henry.
I mean,
invite Gronk.
You can do things around with just the league gathering information if you want to make it a.
It would most likely be like a reconnaissance, gather information sort of thing. So
yeah, I just want to put
it
that
could
out
just be
there.
a prep, like like you prep a job kind of thing.
We're
like,
prepping the heist. Well,
yeah, essentially
the royal
prepping the bakery heist. I mean that could still be possible because then what we would do then it would just be half of the session of Andrew being stuck up in the palace while we do that. So if he's not here, then we just do that.
I'm not going to be
autonomy.
here at all next week. I got work.
You know what I mean? Like might be worth it just do that.
It'll probably only be like a 3-hour at most, probably. Because this is kind of the reason, half of the reason you're here, so. And the rest of it might not even get down to the dirty bits because whether or not you want to.
Why would there ever be dirty bits? It's
because there's
nice
sand
calm.
everywhere.
Because Blue Dragon, that's why.
Yeah, it's me, Blue Dragon. And
Well, Varys is
wanna
just going to be
kill you.
sweating because he knows there's just 2 dragonoids somewhere in this city, and whether or not it's 2, and whether or not it's 2 kobolds in a trench coat, which it could be
found.
Could be, because I do love that gimmick.
2 full dragons in a
trench coat.
Yeah, so we'll see how next week turns out. It'll definitely be not full length, and we'll just deal with some
for brevity.
Espionage, maybe.
I'll write down all of my notes into our group chat sometime in the week, so you fellas can pore over it, saving me having to regale it all. You know what I mean? Because I will when we get somewhere private, I will update you all on it anyways. So I just want to preface that so you can start ruminating ideas and thinking. And... How's that sound?
Sounds good to me. I'm not even going to be there.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Not me. I got cancelled.
I can't stream anymore.
All right. So, why don't we go ahead and put a bookmark in this, the princess side of things at least.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say write down. So we're on the 14th of June, and Princess Hualong is currently in the clinic, trying to delay speaking with the patriarch of the family.
It's not so much delay. If it's inevitable, it's kind of like what the.
You're delaying the inevitable then.
That's a phrase.
Hualong is at the clinic, and then next week we're going to be on the same time approximating I mean, like, not to say approximately. It's gonna be
Highest.
happening. It's gonna be happening simultaneously.
What time
And
is it?
It is 2:30 p.m. Not a.m.
That'd be a weird place to have a meeting, like a
2:30 p.m. Next week we're going to be doing other business with the league, and then once Andrew comes back, we're going to finish him being in a very fun place for a party member to be by himself.
Well, look, if they kill me on the spot, they're signing their own death warrant. So
I'm gonna blow up the palace, I say before I walk in.
Just say if you kill me, you're gonna blow.
If you kill me, this place is
If you
going
kill
up.
me, I'll come back even stronger.
Technically, that is what happens.
Yeah.